Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So it's a lot going on with this, right? It's a lot going on with this undocumented situation. All right. And we're going to get into some things. It would take like a 15-hour stream to actually cover all of this stuff and get caught up. Right. But we're going to try to get through as much of what we can, with the time that we have available to us. Right. So we're going to get into it. All right. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. I appreciate each and every one of you all for being here. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks and sounds good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking and sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. All right. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man Carlton Way. It's good to see you as always. Shout out to Sybil. Good to see you, Sybil. Shout out to Jesse. It's good to see you, Jesse. And to anyone else who is here who has not said anything yet, good to see you. All right. So we're going to start off with talking about some of this court action that's been going on. All right. Not the court action with your boy Eric Adams, because not really much to tell in regards to that, right? I did a video about that. I'm probably going to put the video up at the end of this stream. So make sure you guys watch it. It's going to go into this question of the quid pro quo with Eric Adams and all that. Now, just a brief update on that, right? The judge, who I believe his name is quote unquote Judge Ho, right? Judge Ho has actually not given any kind of opinion on anything going on. He's kind of just, sat on it for a second. So we'll see like what actually happens moving forward, right? But there's other court action that's going on. And some of that court action that's going on involves a lot of immigration judges that have been fired or removed, throughout the United States. How many people have heard about that? If you guys have heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you have not heard about that, give me a thumbs down. Trump administration fires 20 plus, all right, 20 plus immigration judges amid massive case backlog. All right, so let's check this out and see what's going on with it.
Other news tonight, amid campaign promises to begin mass deportations of immigrants, the Trump administration has fired a number of immigration judges that would have heard those immigration cases.
Shout out to Black Spider. Good to see y'all.
To these courts.
It was just earlier this month that NBC5 Investigates reported on a massive backlog in immigration courts and the need for additional immigration judges. Our investigative reporter Bennett Haberly is here now in the studio, joins us now with more. Bennett?
Stefan and Allison, the exact number of judges who were terminated appears to be between 19 or 20, according to our source and those of NBC News. And it's happening at a time when immigration courts already face millions of backlogged cases. Over the weekend, news broke that at least 20 immigration judges, including 13 in their probationary status, had been fired by the Trump administration. One took to LinkedIn to post about her firing, writing, quote, "The firing occurred despite the fact that immigration court has in the neighborhood of 3.5 million pending cases, and the Department of Justice is asking Congress for more money to hire people." She went on to write, hint, "Don't fire the people you already have." Earlier this month, NBC5 Investigates reported on the immigration court backlog and this 2023 Congressional Research Service study that showed the backlog of cases where immigrants are either seeking asylum or fighting deportation is so immense that adding another 300 judges wouldn't clear it for 10 years.
So again, I want you guys to understand, when they say that the immigration system is messed up, I don't think that people truly understand the degree and the severity of how messed up the immigration system is. How many people knew that the courts were this backlogged? If you guys were aware that the courts were this backlogged, give me a thumbs up. If you guys were not aware, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's the question, right? How do you get here? How do you get to where there's this massive backlog in the immigration system? Does it Does it make sense?
Is so immense that adding another 300 judges wouldn't clear it for 10 years. In fact, the same study pointed out that it would take an additional 700 judges, more than 1,300 in total, to clear the backlog by 2032.
It's hard to put it into perspective when you really think about it, because essentially it's charging each immigration judge with 4,000 or 5,000 cases. And that's just a huge docket when you compare that to just about any other court.
So again, you got to ask, like, how did this massive caseload accumulate? How did this occur? Now, let me ask you guys this question. I don't think that it's efficient, right? And I don't think that it makes sense for the United States to continue to receive and accept applications when the applications cannot be cleared through the court as a result of a lack of manpower. When things start to get out of control like this, when things start to get ridiculous like this, how many people agree there should be blackout periods on when applications are allowed, and the applications are not accepted anymore until a certain percentage of applications is cleared out, freeing up a certain amount of judges to be able to get these things through in an adequate time period? If you guys think that that would make more sense than the way that it is currently, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that that makes sense, and you might have a better suggestion than what I got, then lay it on us, right? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, because of Biden and his lax policies, so the judges got comfortable. Yeah, I guarantee you they were taking their time, right? Let me, how many of you all think that the judges were trying to rush these things through? If you guys think that the judges were trying to rush this thing through, let me know.
Retired immigration judge James Fujimoto says immigration courts have historically been underfunded, and because they operate under the executive branch's Department of Justice, what gets prioritized can change depending on who's in office.
They're saying they're going to put these people on a fast track to get out of our country.
AW1, what's good with
You're
it, bro?
saying the law doesn't allow that to
There's
happen.
only so much you can do. You can say we want to emphasize certain kinds of cases and put those types of cases on a faster track, faster adjudication. That you can do, if you're in charge.
Good morning, and thank you for being here.
News of the firings drew a rebuke Monday from Democratic members of Congress, including Illinois Representative Chuy Garcia.
This is the wrong way to go. We need more immigration judges, not less.
And we reached out to the Department of Justice and the White House today asking for an explanation on these firings. We are still waiting for a response. In the meantime, retired Judge Fujimoto told me today he too was unclear why the Trump administration would want to get rid of judges, as they would be the ones to hear and decide these cases. It is not clear if the Trump White House wants to use a procedure known as expedited removal to try to cut out judges from this process. Stephen?
Bennett Haberly asking some good questions for us tonight. Bennett, thank you so much.
Now, I don't know exactly who these judges are that have gotten removed. I don't think that these judges got removed, quote unquote, for no reason, right? I think that these are judges that the Trump administration might have happened to look at and say, these people have lenient rulings in most of their rulings. And, we don't want that. We don't want judges that have lenient rulings. We want judges that are going to get people up out of here. And so they probably looked at some of these judges, looked at their record of how they handle the cases, and probably made the determinants like that. Now, I can't say that as a fact because I don't know. I wasn't there. This is just my assumption. If more comes out about this and we got a little bit more clarity, I will definitely, follow up, right? So let me ask you guys this. Who knows Maryland's sanctuary jurisdictions? If you guys know the sanctuary jurisdictions in Maryland, name them in the chat. Why are we asking about this? The reason why we're asking about this is because these Maryland sanctuary jurisdictions are in real danger of losing their federal funding. Why? Well, because they're sanctuary jurisdictions, right? Let's check this out.
Trump's mass deportation plans continue to make waves across the nation as local leaders vow to uphold sanctuary policies to protect undocumented communities.
Why? Why? Immediately. We have to hit them with the immediate why. Again, how did the quote-unquote undocumented quote-unquote communities contribute to any political office that any of these people have now? Why are these politicians so quote unquote invested in this? Let me know what you guys' thoughts are. Shout out to AW1. AW1 says, is your boy Eric in trouble again? Eric Adams got so much going on, bro. He got so much going on, bro. I don't know if he coming or going, man, but it's hilarious, and I'm definitely there for the ride. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media.
Trump's mass deportation plans continue to make waves across the nation as local leaders vow to uphold sanctuary policies to protect undocumented communities. The Trump administration is threatening to cut off federal funding. Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor investigates just how much money could be on the line here in Maryland. She joins.
Listen, this is wild, man. Like anytime I hear this, it's just wild to me. Trump has to threaten, like this is just crazy, man. Trump has to threaten these people with, I'm going to take your allowance away. Trump has to threaten these people with, I'm going to take your allowance away, for these people to prioritize their own constituents that put them in office. Just take a moment, sit back, get comfortable, take a moment, get in your most comfortable position, wherever you're sitting at, wherever you're laying at, wherever you're standing at, whatever. Get comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Loosen yourself up, get limber, and think about how wild that is. Think about how wild that is. Where they do that at?
This is live with the answer, Rebecca.
Well, it's still unclear who could lose funding. Trump's threat didn't include a list of locations, but if he is looking to slash funding from any area that has any sanctuary policies in place, then several Maryland counties could be in trouble.
Among Maryland's many jurisdictions limiting local police officers from working with immigration enforcement, Maryland's ICE Director Matthew Elliston says Howard County stands out.
Their law enforcement officers are not allowed to speak to us at all.
During Trump's first term, Howard County's council passing the Liberty Law, prohibiting any local cooperation with ICE agents.
Now, again, does this make sense? So, Howard County, Maryland, right? Howard County, Maryland passed a law that doesn't even allow their police officers to speak with ICE agents. Again, you know, why would you not want law enforcement to back up ICE in ICE's efforts to remove migrants with criminal records? My question is, what is that doing for public safety? Is public safety the issue here anymore? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kiko. Kiko says, I know Baltimore is not a sanctuary city, but it is considered a welcoming city. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, what about law enforcement that are undocumented themselves? Yo, let me ask you guys this. When it comes to a lot of those Border Patrol agents, how many of those Border Patrol agents do you guys think are actually quote unquote documented? You know what I'm saying? A lot of them Border Patrol agents, you sometimes wonder what side of the border they work for, right?
No matter the crime committed.
It doesn't matter what the case is. There's no exemption for, pedophiles or rapists or murderers. It's a zero tolerance policy for working with us.
Similar laws exist in Prince George's County, while other jurisdictions simply bar police from asking about immigration status during routine.
Prince George's County, that's PG County. Let me ask you guys the question. When it comes to PG County, let's run the demographics down the line. You know, you really shouldn't be able to say that sanctuary protections, are parallel to particular demographics. But as you will see throughout this, as we're watching, you can't help but make that observation of that pattern. Why does that pattern exist? Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with you, bro?
Counters. According to the Center for Immigration Studies, across Maryland, these 10 locations all have some form of sanctuary policy in place, which political analyst John Deedy says
they're looking to cut government to the bone and beyond.
Could put them on Trump's short list for a federal funding freeze.
And the thing is, Maryland is ground zero geographically to Washington, D.C. And I think that the government is looking to make an example.
Trump's new attorney.
Shout out to Win Loser Rug. What's good with you, bro?
General recently issuing a memo to end funding to all sanctuary jurisdictions that refuse to comply with ICE. Cities such as Portland and San Francisco fighting back with a lawsuit, arguing they're being unlawfully targeted and threatened. Meanwhile, back in Maryland, a lack of federal support would trigger a significant blow to local budgets. In 2023, Howard County receiving $52 million in federal funding. Prince George's County receiving $248 million. Montgomery County receiving $133 million. Baltimore County receiving $444 million.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. You guys see all these numbers of all this money up on the screen? Howard County got $52 million. Prince George's County got $248 million. Montgomery County got $133 million. Baltimore County got $444 million. My question for you guys is, what is there to show in each of these places with all of this money?
And Baltimore City receiving $372 million.
I think the place I would worry most about is Baltimore City. Geographically, not only being close to D.C., but the mayor has also taken a very strong stand on these type of issues.
In a recent press conference, Mayor Scott carefully towing the line on immigration.
Another episode of Who's Holding the Crowbar, ladies and gentlemen. Another episode of Who's Holding the Crowbar. How many people have ever seen this individual, this quote-unquote Baltimore City mayor? If you guys are familiar with him, give me a thumbs up. If you're not familiar with him, give me a thumbs down. Now, we got to ask all the appropriate questions, right? Got to ask them all. Got a list. Who put this guy in office? Same question we ask. Same question we ask about Brandon Johnson. Who put this dude in office? Does this guy provide the same safety blanket and protection for his constituents that put him in office as he does for the non-voters, right? We know who the non-voters are. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, ugh. Right? We got to do a little bit of examination here. I mean, you know, what's my man here's investment in the undocumented stock? He's vocal about this. You know, they didn't show any other of those locations mayors or, you know, prominent politicians. They showed him though, right? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said he looks guilty. He looks guilty. Y'all got to film me, right?
Mayor Scott carefully towing the line on immigration, saying he won't direct officers to help mass deportations, but he also won't hinder those efforts.
We'll look at every legal option that we have to protect our residents, period. But we will not.
Who are the residents? So, you know, let me ask you this. If you're not documented, are you one of the quote unquote residents? What is the standard and requirement of being a quote unquote resident? How are you protecting your residents if you don't assist with a law enforcement agency getting rid of quote unquote criminal migrants who may be terrorizing your quote unquote actual residents? When these people say quote unquote we're protecting our residents, are they? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said all these sanctuary cities have black mayors, and more specifically, FBA black mayors. Yeah, that's a fact. What's up with that? Shout out to my man Moxie Approve. Moxie Approve. Shout out to my man Moxie Approve. Moxie Approve live right now. What's up with that? What's up with that? Remember they tried to say Brandon Johnson was Haitian? Come on now. What's up with this?
Not be doing anything illegal.
The biggest concern for a lot of these people in these jurisdictions is having to maybe raise taxes in order to supplement the money they're going to lose.
A price Didi says the general public does not want to pay, pointing to a recent Gonzalez poll, finding 76% of Maryland residents support cooperation between local and federal law enforcement when arrested.
So I want you to look at that's an overwhelming statistic. Let's run that 76% back. Let's run that 76% back. 76% of the people in these areas want their elected officials to cooperate with ICE. But the elected officials know best. they're not going to listen to their constituents. They're going to battle for the non-constituents. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If that doesn't make any sense, then give me a thumbs down. Doesn't make sense to me. Why would you do the opposite of what the people who put you in office want you to do? That doesn't really seem like a smart way of trying to get a second term, does it? You know what I'm saying? Doesn't really seem like it would work very well. But in some cases, it does.
Operation between local and federal law enforcement when arresting non-citizens who have committed crimes.
And I think people are quietly rooting for him to deal with this because they do see this as a problem. They're the quiet, silent majority.
Meanwhile, a new bill currently making its way through the legislature would set a state policy requiring all local jurisdictions to turn over violent offenders to ICE, whether they are convicted or arrested of those crimes. That new state policy, if passed, would obviously trump any local policies currently in place. Reporting live, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
Now, check this out, right? I got a question for you guys. Why is there like, think about this. Have you ever seen when there's deportation or, you know, when there's issues with immigration, have you ever seen there be so many criminal migrants that it's easy to lead with the idea of deporting massive amounts of criminal migrants and that idea sticks? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says, makes sense if you're being paid off. Now you know if he's getting paid off, we might be able to see that at some point. You know what I'm saying? If Doge decides to run his paycheck.
I'm Mary Bubala. Thank you for watching. Here's another video for you to watch.
All right, so there's that, right? This is a Baltimore sees surge in crime with 394 victims in 1 week. That sounds like a good video for Crimecast. What do you guys think? Is it time to is it time to bring back Crimecast? Oh man, is it time to bring back Crimecast? Let me know. Look at this. Hold on real quick. Oh, we're gonna have to look at, yeah, it might actually be time to bring back Crimecast. I just seen something interesting over here that I want to take a look at. Now, check this out, right? In addition to all of that, Maryland also could possibly be facing charges. They could be facing some litigation under the Trump administration with the ramped up immigration enforcement. Right? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says, I like Crimecast. Yeah, I like Crimecast. I just haven't had a chance to do it, but I see we definitely gonna have to do it because it's some interesting crimes going on. We're gonna have to check them out. So let's see what kind of litigation that these Maryland counties are going to end up having to deal with. Now, you know, if you ask me, the litigation that they're going to end up having to deal with is, you know, for the most part, court-ordered denial of funding as a result of the sanctuary city status that none of these places seem to want to let go.
Immigration enforcement continues to unfold across the U.S. as President Trump seeks to fulfill a key aspect of his campaign. Today, Fox 45 News took the first local media ride along during this Trump administration in the country. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost was there as ICE made several arrests around Maryland this morning. As she explains in a story you're seeing first on Fox, more federal lawsuits against jurisdictions could be coming over immigration policy.
Now, let me ask you guys this, right? How important to the city do you think that federal funding is that the Trump administration is threatening to take away? Now, if these sanctuary cities continue to uphold their sanctuary city status and they're not cooperative with ICE, how do you think that that's going to play out for their budgets in the coming years? Let me know what you guys think. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Before the sun comes up in Prince George's County, immigration officers are preparing for another day of enforcement.
Fentanyl and heroin, no process with a gun. No process a couple weeks ago.
That's a good idea. drug dealer with a gun and wanted for murder, we won't prosecute that case. It's smart. Okay.
Maryland ICE Director Matthew Elliston says policies refusing to work with ICE are creating public safety risks. The first target has an open murder warrant and is known to ICE.
I mean, we're out today trying to.
This is wild. So the first person that they're trying to catch is somebody that has an open murder warrant. Let's ask the common sense questions. How many people would feel safe with someone with an open murder warrant having free roam in their neighborhood? If you would, give me a thumbs up. If you would feel comfortable with that, give me a thumbs up. If you are not comfortable with that and you want law enforcement to take care of that individual immediately, then give me a thumbs down.
With ICE are creating public safety risks. The first target has an open murder warrant and is known to ICE.
I mean, we're out today trying to arrest somebody that's wanted in their county for murder. And then if I do turn him over to Prince George's to face his murder charge, they won't give him back to me when he's done. Which is just a wild concept. This is when I miss Elsa Brooks being in there, because I could call her and she'd say, no, we'll definitely turn this guy back over to you. But, you know, hopefully the next county executive, you know, kind of feels the same way.
And just like that, we're on the move, pulling someone over.
Hey.
After a brief interview,
He can either give us a license so we can run him and decide if we're going to let him go, or we'll smash the window out and drag him out.
another attempt to get information, but the man won't get out of the car.
I'm gonna get him out.
Another arrest made.
ICE policy allows us in that case to smash the window and pull him out.
The man is what's called a collateral, or someone found who is in the country illegally, but is not the target of the current investigation, which is a change under the current administration.
We're enforcing the law written by Congress. So if you're here unlawfully, you are subject to arrest.
But Elliston says the mission remains the same.
The worst go first.
And the stats continue to show progress.
As of yesterday, the Baltimore field office has arrested its 80th sex offender for this fiscal year.
Elliston says last fiscal year, it was 175 people were arrested, and the year before that, 152.
We're going to try to hit.
Now, again, why is there so many people, and why are there so many people who have committed this kind of crime that are here? Like, this is one of the things that I keep saying. Like, do you all notice a pattern in the type of crime and criminal that for some reason keeps popping up on the radar when it comes to this particular type of thing? Why is that?
At 200 this year. And we've also arrested almost 40 gang members so far this year. So yeah, we're still fully in public safety, national security, except now when we come across people who maybe are not the targets of those investigations, but are breaking the law by being here illegally, we're now arresting those people as well.
It's on to the next location. ICE and ATF agents go inside only to not find the target. But
hi, how are you?
Hi. Can we go outside? They don't leave without an arrest.
Do you have anything to say other than the fact that you're illegally here? No? Okay, where in the border did you cross?
I don't remember exactly. I can.
Was it a long time? Like, how long you been here?
23 years.
23 years?
This man, another collateral. Before leaving, Elliston talks to the woman who is the mom of the target.
ICE doesn't deport people, right? The immigration court decides. So it's not really up to us.
But she insists her son doesn't live there.
We'll probably clear this address. Our one concern is that we weren't able to see down here.
Since Maryland does not have a statewide policy for working with ICE, it's
Now, let me ask y'all this. Since the mother in this situation is trying to, protect her baby, should she get in trouble for harboring? If you guys think that she should get in trouble for harboring, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that she should, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 10 people watching and we got 8 likes. If everybody could take a moment, let's try to get everybody to like the video so we can get the 1-to-1 ratio. If you haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell and subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media.
Resulted in a patchwork of plans. Prince George's and Howard counties do not honor detainers.
I've asked the Attorney General's office of the Department of Justice to look at filing a similar lawsuit that we did with New York and
look, hey, shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Trump said years ago those type of people were coming here, but people called him racist, which is wild because the people that are coming here that he was talking about, for all intents and purposes, check the same race box that he does, don't they? Don't they? Look, hey, they check the same race box as him, don't they? So that's interesting, right? That's a very, strange dynamic. Who were the people saying that? You know what I'm saying? Who was saying that? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said they declared war on black people when they turned loose those illegal blankety blank loose in our neighborhoods. Now, one could say that, right? Now let's go a step beyond that. If you vote for politicians that then make these decisions to do this, can it be said that there's some kind of odd internal war going on with the voting? Because I don't know if it's known, right? Because of the voting patterns. I don't know if it's known, if we can say without assumption, right, that both political parties would do that. We only have evidence that one political party has done that. Let me ask you guys this. Is there any physical evidence that we can draw from any type of record anywhere where there's a quote unquote majority black neighborhood with conservative voted politicians, where the conservative politicians said, let's flood these neighborhoods with immigrants? Do we have any cases like that we could examine? If we do, let me know where they are. So we only have one set of data to go off of with that, right? Shout out to Kiko. Kiko says, after Democrats get into office, they no longer listen to their constituents. That's what it really seems like, right? I wouldn't disagree with this statement at all. I would say that this statement is 100% correct. If you guys would agree with Kiko, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree with Kiko, give me a thumbs down. Now, knowing that, we got to ask the question, for one, why do they still have constituents, right? For two, why do they keep getting put in office? See, this is the thing, that part about them getting put in office. People got to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to do to get people to figure that out. But a larger amount of people than the amount of people right now who already have figured it out need to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? If people are under the impression that this stuff happens magically, or if somebody waves a magic wand and this kind of stuff just poof, all of a sudden it's here, as long as that's the belief, or as long as that's the understanding of it, more than likely it'll probably keep happening. So we gotta, figure out a way to get people to understand this this very evidence-rich, very lengthy pattern rich situation, right?
Illinois against Prince George's and Howard counties also.
Do you believe that federal funding for these jurisdictions is at risk given these policies in place?
Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, quote unquote, they get put in office because the Republicans are racist, quote unquote. That's what I was told. Well, that may be true, right? That may be true, right? But even if it is true, right? Where is the evidence of Republicans flooding majority black areas with a majority of Republican politicians with immigrants? Is that a thing? Do we have any case studies that we could pull and look at in regards to that? So here's my thing, right? If the data is not available, then that's exactly what it is, right? It's the data is not available. Shout out to Telegram. What's good with it, bro? That's what it is. What it is the data is not available. We can't say one way or another, right? But what Carlton is showing us here with his comment, which I believe 100%, is that without evidence, people will go ahead and make an assumption. That assumption will be cemented, and people will run with that assumption as if it's fact, which contributes to the buildup of this type of situation. And, you know, if people want to deny that that's what happened, all you got to do is just look at the voting pattern. All you got to do is just look at the campaign ads. All you got to do is just look at the interviews of what people say locally. And then you got to ask yourself, well, okay, well, this happened. And look at the results. Now, you know, the results have been very similar over a very long period of time. And now things are at a tipping point. And what seems interesting is that it seems that there's either a disconnect of what's been going on or a just flat out denial. It's wild. I want you guys to think about this. It's wild when you vote so badly, like when you vote so negatively, that the people that you didn't vote for have to do something that's going to improve a situation, you know, that would benefit you in a way, in order to clean up the mess, so that the people that actually voted for them can get their campaign promise realized. That's wild. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this before. You know what I'm saying?
We don't really get involved in the funding, but I will say that, you know, a county like Prince George's County that receives hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding, really putting themselves at risk. You know, we've seen this before where the administration has pulled back funding.
All the agents meet up one by one by one. Detainees are prepared to travel to the Baltimore ICE field office, and then another man arrested in Southern Maryland arrives.
Right now, you can see these ICE agents are getting ready to take one of their targets to the Baltimore field office. This man was arrested earlier today. He was a target of a firearms case. And you can see here that ATF agents are also here to assist in this investigation and this arrest. Earlier today, 4 other people were arrested and brought to the Baltimore field office, 2 of which were collateral arrests. And that's a different approach under this current administration, especially compared to the Biden administration.
4 of them were targets. You know, we got a guy with an Interpol red notice. We have a guy with a prior firearms conviction, which will be taking his case to the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Why is there somebody with an Interpol red notice and a prior firearms case just roaming around? Why is that? And the thing is that the governments in these areas want to protect these people. Now, I'm not talking about the collaterals, right? When we talk about quote unquote these people, we're talking about these ones that they arrest with these past criminal records, or, you know, if they just happen to be on Interpol's radar, which is wild to begin with.
To try to prosecute him for illegally re-entering the country.
Ellison says the Trump administration is sending a much stronger immigration message.
Is it different from what we've seen before?
Oh, yeah, the handcuffs are off. You know, before it was you had to meet a certain criteria to be arrested. Now we're enforcing the law written by Congress, right? If you're illegally here and we come across you, you're going to get arrested.
What do you say to critics who say, you know, this is too much? ICE is doing too much right now. We have migrants who are part of the fabric of this community and they deserve to be here.
So if you deserve to be here, I wouldn't say you broke the law to be here, right? We have a lawful process to come into the United States, which includes asylum.
As for the people today,
after they are taken back to the Baltimore field office, where are they likely going to go?
Because the state passed dignity not detention, we will no longer house them in Maryland. So we will pull them away from their families and attorneys, and we'll send them elsewhere in the United States. I think so far we have bed space today for El Paso, Texas.
This enforcement action wraps up.
We still have 2 of our targets that are out. One's wanted for murder out of Prince George's County, and the other one's a gang member.
The promise to continue is made.
One of them is wanted for murder. The other is a gang member. This is what I'm saying about the quote unquote pro-crime culture. Pro-crime culture is fighting for these people to not get arrested. Somebody make it make sense.
we'll be out all week looking for these guys. Like, we'll make sure that they get into custody.
Elliston's all in the name of public safety for the state of Maryland. In Prince George's County, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
So there's that. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look. You know, we've been watching a lot of local news. We're gonna take a look at what NBC here has to say about the Eric Adams situation. Right? There's a lot going on with this Eric Adams situation. We're gonna take a look at this. Hold on, we're gonna take a look at that. Let me see what else we got. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree. Shout out to Black Spider. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, dang, the whole world looking for this guy. Right. He's on Interpol. You know what I'm saying? Thank goodness to the Democrats, he had, you know, protection in a safe haven for a minute, right? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said Biden and Kamala was letting them go, catch and release. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Kiko. Kiko says, the crazy part is this is nothing new. In the 80s, they aided the Asians to come in and buy all the storefronts in our communities. Yeah. And here's the question: who'd they buy them from? When the money exchanged hands, what was the to from dynamic, you know, in those transactions? So let's talk about this Eric Adams situation. How do people feel about this Eric Adams situation? How many people believe that Eric Adams is getting quote unquote quid pro quo for Trump DOJ? If you feel that Eric Adams is getting quid pro quo from the Trump DOJ, give me a thumbs up. If you don't think that Eric Adams is getting quid pro quo from the Trump DOJ, then give me a thumbs down.
It was a court hearing today for New York City Mayor Eric Adams. A judge will rule on whether or not to drop the federal corruption case against the mayor. The acting deputy attorney general ordered prosecutors to drop those charges, which sparked multiple resignations from top Justice Department officials in New York. The mayor was charged last year with bribery and fraud. He pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is outside that court in Lower Manhattan for us. Rahema, bring us up to date. What happened today?
Well, it took about an hour and a half this afternoon where the judge, he questioned the attorneys with the Department of Justice about their request to dismiss these charges against Mayor Adams. He also asked Mayor Adams at one point, had you ever been promised anything in exchange for the dismissal of these charges? Mayor Adams said, no, he did not. If this is a question that's been brought up several times and led to the resignation of several prosecutors with the Department of Justice because they were concerned about what they said was an essence of quid pro quo. They accused the Department of Justice of making a promise that they would dismiss the charges against Mayor Adams without prejudice if, in turn, he would agree to going along with President Trump's immigration policies.
Now, let's ask this question, right? Let's break this down. Is Eric Adams going with Trump's immigration policies? Now, and here's another question, right? Why would Eric Adams be offered a favor to be compliant with the Trump immigration policies and literally no one else was offered a favor? How many other sanctuary cities are there? Only Eric Adams offered a favor, and Eric Adams has no leverage in the situation at all. No leverage in the situation. He's got nothing to trade with the Trump administration. He's got no, people to give up as far as like, I'm a snitch, throw these people under the bus. It's not one of those type of situations. What is the quid pro quo that Eric Adams is providing the Trump administration? Now, here's another question. What has Eric Adams done, right? Okay, this is what I'm going to do for you. What did he do? What favor did the mayor do the president? What favor was there? What was there that couldn't be done by the Trump administration without Eric Adams' compliance. What did he do? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said Eric and Trump are friends like Houdini raps. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. You know, I've always said, you know, Trump rocks with Eric Adams, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, right, as far as the legal situation goes, I don't know what assistance. They said that Eric Adams is offering quote unquote assistance to the Trump administration with the migrant busts. Yeah. Shout out to Black Spider. That is 100% facts. If you guys agree with Black Spider, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Black Spider said Eric is the only one that said the immigrants are destroying his city live on camera. That's when they turned on him. Yeah, that's when a lot of the denials for the funding requests started too. Right? So, you know, what's interesting about this is that, you know, they can do whatever they want to with this as far as this whole quote unquote idea of quid pro quo, unless they're able to quote unquote produce evidence. This isn't going to go anywhere because this is all based on rumor and it's based on hearsay and it's based on nothing material. Absolutely. Shout out to Kiko. Kiko said, to be honest, Eric started asking for help before Trump got in office. Then Biden brought those charges. Right. So the thing is, I want you guys to understand, they're saying that Eric Adams is doing quid pro quo for the very thing that got him the charges put on him allegedly. So how can that happen? So how can he be asking, how can he be working for quid pro quo when for the most part nothing has really changed with Eric Adams? Like, he's been on Fox a couple times and he talked to Tom Homan. That's all it takes to get in trouble for quid pro quo is to go on go on Fox. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, now all the immigrants going because he went on Fox. You know what I'm saying? He chopped it up with Tom Homan maybe 2 or 3 times. Boom, the immigrants gone. That was assistance. Like, where is the assistance? Because make no mistake, Eric Adams hasn't complied 100% with immigration. He didn't comply. He's not just turning over all the immigrants. He said you can have access to the prisons and you can get the criminal migrants off the street. That's not compliance with quote unquote sweeping deportations. Is it? Also, if Eric Adams is only doing this for Trump, then how do we explain the articles from the New York Times and the Washington Post railing Eric Adams for quote unquote being anti-migrant when he was talking about cutting certain amounts of funding? How does that happen? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, remember when Adams cut the sanitation budget to feed the migrants? Right. Right. Remember when he cut them checks? Remember when he cut them checks to feed the migrants and he hit them up with the MasterCard gift cards? Here, I got this card. Like, what? Yeah, shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said they searched his home, tried to humiliate him, but he stood strong. Yeah, he's still standing pretty strong. And what else I want you guys to see is that, you know, he is, you know, for the most part, you know, he trying to stand on something, right? And I want you guys to notice, do you notice the majority of people who are hanging on to what he did before? You know, he was you know, was with the migrant stuff, and you know, he was trying to help the Biden administration and all that. Do you notice it? So what you need to understand is that there's no changing of course. It doesn't matter if you change, right? The only thing that matters is what people want to hang on to, and that's just it. There's still people that are like, just they're not being accurate with what's going on with current times. He did XYZ at one time. He needs to go to jail for 40 years. Well, he hasn't gotten found guilty of anything that will put him in jail for 40 years. And being compliant with the migrant crisis during the Biden administration, I'm sorry, that's not going to land you 40 years in jail, whether you like it or not. But now that he's changed course, he sees that the Democrats are not going to help him with the money. He sees that it's not feasible. He says, okay, let's try something else. No one cares that he's trying something else. It's only, oh, he's just doing that for a pardon. And this is what he said 2-3 years ago. So again, the system of rolling double standards, the system of inconsistencies, the system of we don't have to pay attention to what's going on right now, because if anything was ever done that appeases the emotions at one point in time, that is the only thing that we focus on, despite the fact whether there was a 180-degree turn or a 360-degree turn, and that's just it. And we'll run to Kathy Hochul to contribute to the lynching of Eric Adams. And now, we got Eric Adams together by running the Kathy Hochul with it. Like, I don't understand how that makes sense. I don't understand how that makes sense. That is almost that. If you ask me, the logic behind doing something like that, it's about as bad as the logic of voting for Democrats at an 80% rate for 60 years. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media.
Enforcement of those immigration policies. And the judge spoke to that and asked questions about that in the court today. On both sides of this opportunity for presenting this case to the court, the Department of Justice said, no, that was not what was presented. Mayor Adams said, no, he was not promised anything. The attorney for the mayor said, no, he was not promised anything. He said, it never happened here. Can you allow me? He said, I am ready to raise my right hand now and testify there was no quid pro quo agreement between prosecutors and Adams that he would deliver on immigration issues from the Trump administration in exchange for dismissing the charges without prejudice. And so at the end of that, the judge said, I'm taking it all under advisement and he will rule at a later time. Okay.
Rahima, the mayor has really been defiant, right, since the moment.
Shout out to DeAndre. What's good with it? So now, and then they say that the mayor's been defiant. I mean, I would go as far as to say, if we're going to talk about quote unquote defiance, why not talk about the defiance that actually got the eyes on him? Like the defiance that, shout out to Black Spider, that Black Spider was talking about when he said, we can't keep doing this. Biden administration ain't going to give us the funding. We can't keep doing it without the funding. It's hard enough to do it with the funding. We can't do this. It's going to destroy the city. Boom. Next thing you know, feds are showing up at people's houses. But he's quote unquote complying with Trump, right? For quid pro quo. Let me ask you guys this question. How does compliance with the federal mandate constitute as quid pro quo? That's like if I decided to, if I see a sign that says go 25 miles an hour and I say, you know what? Listen here, police officer, I'm going to go 25 miles an hour. And the police officer says, hey, that's great. If you go 25 miles an hour, I'm not going to give you a ticket. Somebody overhears that conversation and say, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like Robb and the police officer running quid pro quo over there. The police officer said he was going to give Robb something for compliance. How does anybody give you something for compliance with the law? The only thing he's going to do is not give me a ticket. And the reason why I'm not getting a ticket is because I'm complying with the law. Eric Adams just said, yeah, if you're going to come get the criminal migrants, come get them. Quid pro quo. Like, what is, we're going to drop the charges. They could have offered anybody anything. Brandon Johnson has a $1 billion budget in Chicago. Hey, listen, we'll give you $1 billion in federal aid if you promise to give us access to your prisons and promise that not one penny from that $1 billion goes towards migrant funding. Nobody made those offers. Eric Adams doesn't even have any he has no leverage to offer the Trump administration. Zero. What could Eric Adams offer the Trump administration for the quid pro quo? Yeah, son. If y'all, soften up on my charges, I'll show you where this migrant trap house is with like 500 illegals in there. Like, ain't nothing like that going on. And even let's just say the hypothetical situation of that actually did occur. Still, that's him complying with federal law. Now, you would have to prove that for his compliance, the case was dropped. It doesn't make sense for that to happen. He doesn't have any for the case to get dropped as a result of anything that Eric Adams will do. It's almost like Eric Adams has something over the Trump administration. Yeah, if you don't drop my case, I might have to play this recording to the judge. What recording? Like, he doesn't have anything to offer them. Like this would be a deal up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, it's funny how the Democrats say he's only doing this to stay out of jail after they put papers on him. They love saying Trump only doing XYZ to stay out of jail after they out cases on people. Yeah. And the thing is of course people are trying to, let's just keep it a buck. Everybody on the planet is trying to stay out of jail. I don't think that there might be some people, but there's a very small percentage of people that are trying to get in jail. You know what I'm saying? Literally nobody's trying to get in jail. It's these things that they're saying are just bizarre.
When he was charged, you touched on that. Can you talk about the pressure he's facing today to resign and also support that he still has among others in New York City?
Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention, right? How many people saw the mob of people that's going after Eric Adams with the torches and pitchforks demanding that he resolve? Now, mind you, Eric Adams hasn't gone through prosecution, right? He hasn't had, due process. Now, in this instance, they want the black man to not have due process, and they want him to be removed from his position on an accusation. But if a police officer had shot somebody in their back and they had passed away and not been able to make it to court, the very same people would be outraged that that individual didn't get due process. So why shouldn't Eric Adams get due process? Here's another question. Am I lying? Am I making this up? Right. He said he hit him with the G unit. He hit him. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Eric Adams was cool till he said, bump this. Y'all ain't finna run my city. Yeah. Yeah, he got on that G unit in Mobb Deep. He said, bump that. Nigga try to run my city. I'm gonna get on that shit and give it to him. Nigga, bump that. Take that 12 gauge Moss Square down to the White House and give me my funding. I said, bump that. If you really with it, we're gonna come and get ice. You better bump that. That's what he said. He hit him with that G unit, DeAndre. He said, bump that. Oh man, he hit him with that G unit in Mobb Deep. Bump that. This nigga want to run my city. I'm about to get shitty and give it to him, nigga. Bump that. Oh man, that's wild, man. Yeah. He said, y'all ain't about to run my city, man.
He's facing a lot of pressure to resign, including from 4 of his top deputy mayors, 4 of them who announced on Monday that they're going to be tendering their resignation. As he walked into this courtroom this afternoon, there were supporters and there were people who were quite literally booing the mayor as he walked into the court. But at the top of the stairs of this courthouse, there were people there supporting him, and he gave them the thumbs up.
Now, I want you guys to let me know, right? Let me know. Do you all remember any public display of ass showing like this for Cuomo or Bloomberg? You know, anybody? Do you guys recall that? Do you guys recall a level of ass showing this high for Bloomberg or Cuomo? They didn't even show their asses like this for the people that implemented stop and frisk. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Eric Adams, he's been kind of aggressive on the you know, on the public safety side, but he didn't implement stop and frisk. Now, you know, he did do the, you know, little little dirt with the migrants, but I don't know if we're gonna place a value judgment on things. You know what I'm saying? Which one is more important? Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said this was a warning to other mayors that got out of pocket because they was going to win the election. Yeah. Yeah. So check this out, right? You know, they always say, well, you know, if we fight back, quote unquote, they'll beat us up. And for all intents and purposes, right? Like, you know, if we'll start a business, quote unquote, they'll burn it down. If we, quote unquote, fight back, they'll beat us up. That's what they say. Right now, you know, I think that the likelihood of people getting quote unquote beat up would be a lot lower, you know, if people didn't do a high degree of ass showing when a situation like this happened. You know, instead of if people showed their asses, they showed their backbone. And when somebody tries to stand on something, people actually stand behind somebody who's standing. Maybe, quote unquote, people stop getting beat up. But ironically, it's almost like in these type of situations, the high degree of ass showing occurs as a result to say, hey, that's him acting up over there. That ain't us. And we about to show you how, you know, we're about to show you exactly whose side we're on. And it ain't the side of the guy that's making all the noise. Oh, no. We about to be your cheerleaders until y'all deal with this situation. Where Kathy Hochul at? So I can run and give her information. That's what we see going on right now, right? I don't know what I don't know what you call that.
Up. But there have been a lot of questions raised about whether the mayor should even be removed from his position in light of the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, has been asked to remove the mayor. She had a lot of meetings with people yesterday.
Now, who asked Kathy Hochul to remove Eric Adams? Who asked her? Who asked her? So again, you know, oh, if we fight, we're gonna get our ass whooped. Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because Kathy Hochul got the mob on her side. How'd that happen? Uh-huh. Now remember, this is the same Kathy Hochul, right? This is the same Kathy Hochul that didn't really do much when they decided to let Peyton Gendron in the tops up there in Buffalo and call him a genius as he mowed down a bunch of innocent people, right? It's the same Kathy Hochul. They ran to. You know what I'm saying?
On that question. She has said she wasn't going to do anything. At this point, she wanted to review everything. And if she were to remove the mayor, it would be the first time in this city's 235-year history that a duly elected sitting mayor would be removed from office. She's made no such decision at this point. Okay.
All right, Rahama Ellis, thanks so much.
So yeah, I don't know, but I don't, for one, I don't think that Kathy Hochul is going to I don't think that she's gonna remove Eric Adams. I think she's just entertaining the outrage crowd. But I don't think she wants to be the one person that steps on that precedence of being the first to remove a elected mayor. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want the pressure of that. I don't think she does. I don't think Eric Adams is going anywhere. If you guys think that Kathy Hochul is going to remove Eric Adams, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that Kathy Hochul is going to remove Eric Adams, give me a thumbs down. I don't think she's going to remove him. But again, regardless, she's not going to remove him. But what needs to be the focus is look at the people who are running to her to get him removed. Look at those people. What do you notice about those people?
Welcome back. It's 7:11 right now. New York Governor Kathy Hochul continues closed-door meetings today with local political leaders about a path.
Local political leaders. Who are these local political leaders? Who are these people? Is Al Sharpton one of them? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said AOC. You know AOC been banging on Eric Adams ever since Eric Adams said the migrant crisis was going to destroy New York City. You guys remember that, right? She been banging on Eric Adams before and it's amazing how people forget about that. Like even before all of this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Kiko. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Kiko some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Kiko for funding the organization. And he bought y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Where my peoples is at? Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they keep the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
City Hall.
This while prosecutors go before a federal judge to explain why they're looking to drop those charges against the mayor. Today's court hearings will shape the mayor's future one way or another. Queens Borough President Donovan Richards met with Governor Hochul yesterday, and he is joining us this morning to discuss where everything stands. So, Borough President, great to see you this morning on such an important morning. Take us inside the meeting, first and foremost, on what exactly your conversation with the governor was. I was there for Al Sharpton when he came out and said she's not going to make any decision until court. But what was the conversation? What was she looking for from your guidance?
So, again, let's just ask this question, right? When it comes to quote-unquote Al Sharpton, why was Al Sharpton there? Why is Al Sharpton on the scene? Here's a better question. Why do people allow Al Sharpton just to be, I'm just going to linger and preside over any type of issues that they have going on? Why is that allowed? Al Sharpton doesn't need to be there at all times. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Al Sharpton needs to be politely escorted from any situation where his input is somehow toxically sprayed onto the situation. All you need is Al Sharpton to mumbo jumbo and mess everything up. And he's allowed to do it. My question is, why? You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me start with saying we're living through tumultuous times, and we need a government that certainly is functioning, especially in light of what we see happening at the federal level, where we see every initiative from DEI to our public schools to so many things that are impacting everyday New Yorkers being challenged by this administration.
He's a DEI believer. He's a DEI believer. Now, there's what's called the DEI paradox, right? And the DEI paradox is this. He's a DEI believer, right? But at least he's consistent, and he believes that the DEI initiatives help, and so he's upset that the DEI initiatives are being taken away. I don't have an issue with that because that makes sense. I disagree that the DEI helps, right? I disagree with that. But I can appreciate his standpoint because it's at the least consistent. He actually believes the DEI helps. The DEI paradox is people who have the proponent that the DEI doesn't help, but then at the same time, anytime they can show that they're outraged that it's being taken away, they show their outrage about it being taken away. I don't understand that. That's completely different than what's going on here. This guy is actually outraged that the DEI is being taken away, but he truly believes that it helps. Now, again, I don't agree with that stance, but I can appreciate the consistency. I don't appreciate or respect the DEI paradox. I don't appreciate or respect that. It doesn't make any sense. How can you have an issue with the DEI quote unquote being removed while at the same time saying it doesn't do anything anyway? What sense does that make? Who should be listened to that says such illogical nonsense? You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. How many people do you see all over the place? They can't stop talking about the DEI, but then at the same time, they say that it didn't help at all either. Well, if you believe that it didn't help, what issue do you have with it being removed? This here person here, despite the fact that I don't agree with them, they should actually be listened to, in my opinion, because they actually have a consistent point. They believe that the DEI helped. They're upset that it's getting removed. If you don't believe that the DEI helped, why are you upset that it's being removed? I don't understand. How does that make any sense? How is that a logical gripe? How is that a logical complaint? These people will literally say in one instance, the DEI is being removed, and the DEI shows Trump's quote unquote anti-blackness, and then 2 sentences later, DEI only helped white women, or DEI helped white women the most. Well, I mean, if that's the case, and if that's the case that you're presenting, you got to run back to me then why anybody's upset about it being removed. Also, the I in DEI is parallel to quote unquote integration, right? And the people that have the DEI paradox, many of them also will staunchly tell you that integration is the quote unquote worst thing that happened to quote unquote Black America. How many times have you guys heard that talking point? So again, if that is the case, wouldn't removal of the DEI initiatives be quote unquote anti-immigration or anti-integration? Wouldn't that be de-integration or segregation? So the people who are under the belief that quote unquote integration is the worst thing that happened, by proxy, DEI removal has to be a positive thing then, right? So again, how does that make sense? So my question is, what is people's actual stance on any of this? I don't think people have a stance on any of this. Because how can you with any of those lines of logic, how can you have a stance? So this individual here is upset about all these things. Let's see what else they say.
But what was the conversation? What was she looking for from your guidance?
Well, let me start with saying we're living through tumultuous times, and we need a government that certainly is functioning, especially in light of what we see happening at the federal level, where we see every initiative from DEI to our public schools to so many things that are impacting everyday New Yorkers being challenged by this.
Right. That's exactly. Shout out to Kiko. Kiko says these are the same people that admit DEI doesn't work, but are not upset with affirmative action being removed during the Joe Biden regime. Exactly. This is one of the things that I'm saying. See, when you pay really close attention to this stuff and you actually break it down, there is a lot of stuff that has flown for a very long time that literally makes 0 sense. 0 sense. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Administration. So yesterday was really an opportunity to air out my concerns. And of course, my concerns stem from making sure that we have a functioning city hall, that we have deputy mayors in line who
now,
will.
Look at your boy Al Sharpton. I bet you he's got everything to tell Kathy Hochul about Eric Adams. And what's fascinating is that, you know what I'm saying, like Kathy Hochul has worked with Eric Adams her entire, time being the governor. So I'm sure she knows more about Eric Adams than Al Sharpton. But look at Al Sharpton in the comfortable chair. He got a whole notebook of stuff to tell old Kathy about Eric Adams. What y'all think about that? I bet you he says stuff like Eric Adams been acting up and all kinds. I bet you he says, I bet you this conversation, it's probably one of the most cringe and embarrassing things that you've ever seen. Eric, listen, Al Sharpton is a leader. You know what I'm saying? He's going to lead Kathy Hochul right to Eric Adams so she can remove him as mayor. That's your leader right there. Oh man, that's crazy, man. He running to Kathy Hochul like, yo, just so you understand, it's not me. That's Eric over there acting crazy. It's not me. I'm doing my part. I had Kamala Harris on my show. I don't have no problem with the that's Al Sharpton. That's Al Sharpton. You know what I'm saying?
Ensure that the very things that New Yorkers need to have sound solutions to are being addressed. Governor Hochul certainly wanted to hear how are our constituents feeling, how am I doing, and what do I view a path forward for the mayor is. And I'll say today is really a defining moment for Mayor Adams with this 2:00 court appointment.
Did you advise her to remove the mayor?
I didn't do that because I believe that, obviously you're innocent until proven guilty. The mayor has not been convicted of anything as of yet. What I do find troubling, though, is certainly him being paraded around by Bortazar Homan. And Bortazar Homan had really relatively no respect for the mayor on Fox and Friends a few weeks ago when he said he was going to be up the mayor. But it is Black History Month. This is the second African-American mayor in our history. We don't want to just unilaterally remove him, but he needs to show that he has the trust of his constituents and the trust of the city that he will defend our values.
There's been so many resignations from the Southern District of New York to the deputy mayors, right? So I know you're not urging her to remove him because there's no criminality, but because of the distractions, because of the noise, and because of what you're saying, what we saw on Fox and Friends and so forth, should the mayor resign then, in your opinion?
I think the voters will speak in June, but once again, just getting back to
shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, "I think Al is addicted to the spotlight. That's all he's ever done, stirring that BS pot and hustling that bag." Yeah, I mean, my thing is, how is he helping the situation? What is he there to provide information? Does he have inside information? What is his purpose there? Is he a whistleblower? What is he doing? He's just like everybody else. He's got to be on a picture. He's got to be seen. He's got to be on the camera. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Al should go back to jumpsuits. Al should go back to jump ship, right?
This afternoon is really going to be a defining moment because, just as you alluded to, not only do we have resignations, and if we see more mass resignations, we absolutely should be alarmed. But also, I think if the mayor is going to be distracted going back into this court case, depending on how Judge Holt rules, we need to see some real action.
Yeah, I guess the question that a lot of people have is, what does the court date have to do with anything that prelude before today, right? So say he drops the court case, right, and does exactly what the Justice Department wants. Does that satisfy your need that the mayor can continue in office, or is there just too much of a distraction, even with the case potentially being dropped?
If the case is dropped, I think the voters, and we have a few months, right? June is here. The voters, I think, will speak loud and clear. This is a democracy we live in, and you don't want to just unilaterally, once again, remove somebody. There's a reason why it's been over 250 something odd years before we've seen anything like this happen. And I'll
see. So again, I'm not mad at this person right here, right? Like, they might have some differences in where they're coming from politically with me, but even with the political difference, this individual here seems like, at the very least, he's of sound logic. You know what I'm saying? He came to the same conclusion as me. She ain't gonna remove him. She ain't gonna remove him.
City's history. So you don't want to really set that precedence, but you want to make sure that we have a government functioning. And
he even used the same. He even used the same wording that I used. You know what I'm saying? Like, now this part of what he's saying, I agree with this.
And we'll be working very closely with Governor Hochul to make sure that is happening.
So you're also a member of the Mayor's Inability Committee, which also can remove the mayor. But what are the stipulations, though, for that to happen?
Well, part of the challenge with this particular committee, and I will leave it to the legal minds to definitely continue to work with us on what the inability committee could possibly do. But as long as the mayor, the reason the inability committee was created is in the event that the mayor is incapacitated. Mayor Adams is still walking, he's still talking, he's still breathing. So we will have to look at, and remember, one of the reasons this inability committee was created during the charter was because Ed Koch had a slight stroke. And in the event of him not being able to function, you do need to have a committee that will work to make sure that either the next mayor is elected or there's a pathway to make sure that the city is functioning. So this is something we're looking at legally as a tool. But once again, most importantly, the voters will need to speak in June.
Yeah, I mean, Speaker Adams came out yesterday, said that this does not apply, that the inability committee does not apply, much like you said, because it has to do with somebody's mental health and cognitive ability to carry.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Based on what you guys are seeing, how many people think that Eric Adams will win a re-election bid if he runs again? If you guys think that he's going to win a second bid, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down.
Carry out the functions of the office. Brad Lander, who is also running for mayor and a member of the committee, seems to think differently, right? He thinks you can convene it. I just want to go back to the case today. And I don't mean to belabor the point, but if it goes one way or another, you were talking if we see more resignations, how many more do you need to see before you might say, well, there isn't the trust there? The 4 deputy mayors, plus the whole host of resignations that happened in September.
Well, let me say this. My work has not been impacted. And remember, deputy mayors oversee commissioners, but, we pretty much still have every commissioner intact in the city.
Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, where was Joe Biden's inability committee? Joe Biden's inability committee was Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. What's good with you, bro? Joe Biden's inability committee was Kamala Harris, right?
Check. So whether that's fire, NYPD, DOT, those are the people we work with exclusively every day. Now, the deputy mayors obviously handle the mayor's larger policy issues. So there is no impact relatively to the 2.4 million residents that I represent.
Gotcha.
But just going back to the court case today, I'm certainly watching very closely. And I think most people in my position are watching very closely because we will definitely have to reevaluate what the mayor's future looks like pending this court case this afternoon.
I mean, you've always said that the mayor needs a steady-handed leadership, right, at City Hall. But do you think the mayor can even make any of that happen without any of the support?
I think we have
now again. No one was asking these questions when Mayor Eric Adams was dealing with that migrant crisis by himself. When Abbott was sending them when Abbott was sending them buses up there. You know what I'm saying? It was busloads of migrants just coming, like Abbott, like, 10 more buses, you know what I'm saying? No one was questioning Eric Adams' abilities, like, when all that was going down. They was like, okay, good luck, bro. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, I mean, Eric Adams, he weathered the storm. I don't know if we can say that he handled it the best, but I mean, I don't know if anybody would handle that the best. I think they probably handled it better than Chicago, right? But no one was questioning Eric Adams' ability at like the most challenging time during his bid as mayor. Do y'all notice that? But now, that there's these legal issues or these, holographic legal issues. Now we have to assess the competency and the ability of Eric Adams. No one assessed the competency and ability of Eric Adams when Eric Adams was dealing with them buses that Greg Abbott was sending by himself. No one questioned it. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Handle them buses, bro. Right? Handle them buses. I don't know what you thought your job was, but you better handle them damn buses. Right? That's what you better do. That's how it was. That's how it was when them buses was coming. Right? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, "Where did all that immigrant money go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go?" Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said it was all good until EA was like, "Bruh, who gonna pay for all this?" Right? You know what I'm saying? He said, "Look, yo, we got the migrants. Now we just need the money." Joe said, "Look, Joe." Eric Adams picked up the phone. He was like, "Yo, hey, Joe, we got the migrants. We just need the money now." And Joe Biden said,
You ain't black.
Click. Eric Adams was like, "Hello? Hello? Hello? I think we lost the line on the jack. Hold on. Let me call it back." It was like, White House, Joe Biden. Hey, yo, Joe, what up? It's E down here in New York City. We got them 4 buses, of migrants from Abbott. I need the money.
You ain't black.
Like, Eric Adams said, "This motherfucker hung up on me. Watch this. I'm about to pull this press conference together." You know what I'm saying? Fellow New Yorkers, these motherfuckers are gonna destroy the city. You know what I'm saying? That's how that shit went. He said, "Oh, okay, I got you. I got you, Biden. I got you. Oh yeah, son, I got you. You not black, fellow New Yorkers. These motherfuckers gonna destroy the city." Then next thing you know, the feds start showing up. You know what I'm saying? Shit was crazy.
400,000 workers across the city of New York who carry out their duty every day. The police department is still serving. The FDNY is still putting out fires, right? So we still have an obligation to make sure that this city is functioning. Obviously, you have checks and balances when it comes to the city council as well. So right now,
right. Right. Shout out to DeAndre. That's exactly what happened. Eric Adams was like, "Hey, yo, son, listen, man, this is like the 5th time we called, man. You know what I'm saying? We done got 7 buses from Texas, man. You got the money or no?"
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
That's exactly how the Biden administration did him. They did him like Dragonfly Jones. Shout out to AW1. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show AW1 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AW1. I appreciate you, bro.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around. I'm rich, bitch.
Hey, we gotta hit AW1 with the Dragonfly Jones. Silence. I didn't get your money, punk. Silence. I didn't get your money, punk.
Silence. I ain't got no money, punk.
Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Hey, I appreciate you, bro. Oh man, that's wild, man. This is crazy, man. So we about to watch this. We about to check this out real quick. Another little video from from Pix 11 about this Eric Adams situation. It hasn't been a easy time in mayor for Eric Adams. You know what I'm saying? It's been kind of wild. It's been kind of tumultuous. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said he had on nail polish. Who Eric Adams? Eric Adams had on a nail polish. He had on that top coat, didn't he? He had on that pimping top coat.
U.S. City tonight in something of a quagmire. Tomorrow, a federal judge holds court to figure out whether to have a criminal trial for New York Mayor Adams. President Trump's Justice Department tried to drop the case, but protests.
Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, you should short clip that Eric and Joe Biden phone conversation. Bro, that would be hilarious. I wish I could put some animation to it, too. I probably could. I probably could. That would be hilarious.
By federal attorneys has, for now, stopped that. And Governor Hochul today, meeting with local figures to discuss the mayor's future. So what happens now to all this? Sonia Racon is here.
So again, we got to figure out who are these local figures that Kathy Hochul is meeting with. Like, who are these people? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said AOC, one of them. We know Al Sharpton is another, right? Who's the rest of them know?
For the very latest. Sonia.
Bill, some of the key leaders the governor met with today are the very same people who would serve on a committee that could remove the mayor if the governor does not and if he doesn't resign. But all involved are waiting to see what happens after that federal court hearing tomorrow in response to the Justice Department's request that caused the uproar, leading to mass resignations of federal prosecutors and deputy mayors. While the calls for Governor Hochul to remove Mayor Adams grow louder, the governor quietly considers the options. At her Manhattan office today, Hochul met with Council Speaker Adrienne Adams.
She even got the same last name. Look at it. Look who leading the charge. Y'all see it? Look. I'm just saying.
Options. At her
Y'all see who doing it, right? Oh, shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, "Nah, the newsman had on the pot." Oh, okay. That's hilarious. He had on that pimping top coat, huh?
Manhattan office today, Hochul met with Council Speaker Adrienne Adams, who declined to discuss what was said, with Queensborough President Donovan Richards via video call, who called it a clear-eyed and frank discussion, and with Comptroller Brad Lander, who, despite running in the mayoral primary, can, as comptroller, convene the Mayoral Inability Committee, setting up a different process to remove the mayor.
We acknowledge both of them are relatively untested processes with a lot of questions around them.
That committee of 5 would include Lander, Speaker Adams, Richards because he's the most senior of the 5 borough presidents, plus a deputy mayor to be determined, and the city's corporation council.
Look at 3 out of 5. Look at 3 out of 5. Shout out to AW1. AW1 says, Rob, do you feel sorry for Eric Adams? Nah, bro. No, sir. Nope. I just think the mechanics of this thing is ironic, and I think that the mechanics of this thing is more exposure on the people who are making most of the movements. Now, you know, as far as me not feeling sorry for Eric Adams, I don't want to see Eric Adams destroy his own career. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not the same way. Like I don't feel sorry for him. I'm not doing no backflips that in rejoicing that this is happening to him either. I kind of just, you know, I'm looking at it as a spectator from the outside looking in. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm more concerned about is the people doing the politics more so than the politicians. And to me, this whole debacle, it doesn't show a lot of political evolution. You know what I'm saying? What this the way that this is unfolding, all this shows me is that we're probably going to be stuck with another 10 to 15 years of 80% votes for Democrats is just what this is displaying to me. You know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? Let me know what y'all think.
Muriel Good-Trufant. 4 out of 5 would have to vote to remove the mayor.
The inability committee, everybody kicks in after we see what the judge said.
Look at what y'all think about Al Sharpton. I mean, look at Al Sharpton looks like he just got a fresh embalming fluid makeover, doesn't he? I mean, it literally looks like he just dusted himself off and got right out of a casket for this interview. But yeah, I mean, look at this, man. Yeah, shout out to John. I'm with you, bro. This to me, like, this could be handled in such a different way that would send a message, but another missed opportunity. Yeah, I said the same thing. Shout out to AW1. I said the exact same thing. Do Al Sharpton have some type of whistleblower information that he can offer? I mean, what does Al Sharpton have other than a rattle attached to his tail? Because he's a snake. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Al looked like a walking corpse. Bro, he looks like he is fresh out of a casket. Fresh out of a casket. He all embalmed. He's all embalmed up, rigor mortis up, ready to talk. Yeah, the committee looks real monolithish. The committee looks real monolithish.
And after we see what the judge said, the first thing is he still under indictment?
The governor also met with Reverend Al Sharpton, who says he's not recommending anything until a judge decides whether to drop Adams's bribery charges.
So I want you guys to see. Look at Al Sharpton's lack of backbone. I'm not recommending anything until the judge decides. At that point, clown, there's no need for you to recommend anything. At that point, it's no need for you to recommend anything because the decision will be made. You know what I'm saying? The decision is already made. So what would you even open your big mouth for at that point? If you're supposed to be a leader, if you're allegedly a leader, then you need to say what you need to say now before the judge makes the decision. If you Eric Adams' boy, bro, you better be like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Eric Adams is clean. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't have any dirt on him. I trust him. Al Sharpton will let you hang. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. You guys see this? Al Sharpton will let you hang. I'm not saying nothing. I mean, don't you know this dude? Don't you know Eric Adams? Y'all been around each other. Y'all kicked it. Y'all in pictures. Now I'm gonna wait for the judge. I'm gonna wait like a good boy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna wait like such a good boy. I'm gonna be sitting in Kathy Hochul's office, making her a cup of coffee while I wait for the judge. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm gonna do.
Requested by the Trump Department of Justice. The judge hears arguments tomorrow.
The court case and what happens coming out of it is obviously one factor. The way that Emil Bova and the Justice Department did this created a sword of Damocles that is, if it goes through as they've asked for, turns the mayor into an agent of Donald Trump.
Adams continues to deny any quid pro quo, but his meetings with Trump border czar Tom Homan and agreement to allow federal agents to detain undocumented suspects in crimes has sparked fear and concern that it could lead to deportations of other undocumented New Yorkers in this sanctuary city.
I'm very concerned that Mr. Holman came in here and acted like it make.
You see who Al Sharpton is concerned about? What a leader! What a leader! Looking like the vampire in Brooklyn. Y'all remember the vampire in Brooklyn with Eddie Murphy? He's sitting up there looking like a for real vampire in Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Al Sharpton sitting up there looking like the actual vampire in Brooklyn. Look at him. Here go a picture of Al Sharpton and hey, here go. This is a rare picture of Al Sharpton and Angela Bassett. You might not have never seen this before, but you're gonna see it today. Ain't they a cute couple? That's that power couple right there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Leonard. What's good with it? Yeah. This Al Sharpton, this is a rare this is a rare vintage picture of Al Sharpton and Angela Bassett. They don't want nobody to know about this, but we got it though right here. They stressed out as hell in this picture, man. You got veins popping out from places I didn't even know veins was at. Angela Bassett got them two parallel veins over her left eye. Al Sharpton just got them all over the place. His eyes them turned yellow. He must have drank too much. His eyes don't turn yellow. He must have drank too much. They having a good night, man. Let them get back to what they was doing. My bad. You know what I'm saying? My fault. Let me go ahead and just get the tape back up. Y'all kids get back to what y'all doing. You know what I'm saying? We get back to this. Oh man, yeah, facts. Shout out to Leonard. Yeah, he smoked that rock, bro. He smoked the shit out of that rock. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said Al Sharpton looking like a dehydrated bat. Looking like a dehydrated bat. Look at him. Look at him. Just mad as hell, angry, hair pasted all to his head. Like, I don't know nothing. I can't make any type of decision until the judge make their decision. Even though I done known Eric Adams forever, I'm going to just sit here and not say anything. And then, once the judge make a decision, I just repeat what the judge say. And we got to go by what the judge say. Like, bro, you are useless. Somebody said that as the vampire of Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying, he got promoted from sucking blood to now he's sucking other body fluids. I don't know if it's true or not. You know what I'm saying?
Adams do what he wants, so he'd be up his butt. I can't believe someone would say that on national television. I'm very concerned.
Now, Lander says another factor weighing into whether he'll convene the inability committee.
The only thing he's concerned about is if he got enough camera angle or not. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Leonard DeYuta. Leonard DeYuta said, "Wow, who's his dentist? Let's not go there, bro. You know he don't do anything but pull up a chair to a construction site and let them use all them tools to quote unquote fix his teeth. That's about all he do. You know what I'm saying? His dentist, to be honest, Paul Wall probably is his dentist."
Is whether the mayor can come up with his. That means the city functioning as 4 seasoned deputy mayors with all kinds of responsibilities depart next month. Live in the newsroom, Sonia Rincon, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, yeah, so there's that. All right, so yeah, this this speculation thing with Eric Adams, it's kind of lit, right? It's kind of lit. So now what we're gonna do is, again, we're gonna take another look at who's holding the crowbar. New York City public advocate, right? Let me ask you guys this question. How many people know who the New York City public advocate is? It's a crisis of leadership up in New York. You know what I'm saying? Now, mind you, it was all good when he was handling all them buses, right? The people's champ, yeah. Or look, hey, his dentist is the white dude from Hit the Floor from the Dirty video. What was the white dude name from the Dirty video? Suspect number 3. Hey, why the white dude always got the gold teeth plug? You said why they always got Eminem, the only white dude that don't have the gold teeth plug. You know what I'm saying? That's because he's from Michigan. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. Yo, this dude is probably more, in line with the DNC than Eric Adams is or ever was. This dude straight off the Young Turks, for real. You know what I'm saying? Type cat. Straight off a Revolutionary Blackout type shit. You know what I'm saying? He the type of cat you might see, you know what I'm saying, sitting up there chilling with Brianna and what's her name? Sabby Sabs. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no beef with Brianna or Sabby Sabs, but I'm just saying that's just honestly, he wouldn't be sitting up there with Brianna and Sabby Sabs because Brianna and Sabby Sabs, even though they Democrats, they kind of really ain't really cool with what's going on like currently. So I got to retract that statement. They probably would kick him out. You know what I'm saying?
Jumaane Williams, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
A troubling time here in New York City.
To say the least, we're in a crisis of leadership in New York City, without a doubt.
Do you have an opinion on what Kathy Hochul should do?
I try to be very responsible as the next in line of succession, but I do believe it's clearer than it's ever been that Mayor Eric Adams cannot govern this city the way it needs to be governed, and my hope is that.
Now here's my question, right? How is it clear that Eric Adams can't govern the city the way that it needs to be governed? Yeah, Sabby Sabs actually got some type of standards. I gotta run that back on Sabby Sabs. I gotta run it back on Brianna too. Brianna actually, you know what I'm saying, she ain't with it neither. I still don't, the way Revolutionary Blackout did Cornel West, even though, Cornel West ain't my favorite politician. You know what I'm saying? That little stuff they did with him with the Jimmy Dore situation was kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of weird. But yeah, man. Let me again, realistically, right? What has Eric Adams done to show that he's not competent to run a city? The fact that now Eric Adams, he didn't pardon himself, right? He ain't do that. He ain't pardon himself, right? Yeah, son, I'm about to take this case up off myself. Like that's not what happened.
Everyone takes into account the powers they have to make sure that doesn't happen. That includes voters. That includes the governor. Quite frankly, it includes the mayor, who I wish would make this a lot less hard than it has to be. It is very clear.
There's 4 deputy mayors that have submitted their resignations. It's not clear actually.
Hey, I don't know why they playing. They heard what Eric Adams said. Eric Adams Eric Adams went up in front of the church and said, I am going nowhere. I am going nowhere. He said he ain't going nowhere. I don't know what they think they about to do. He went up to the congregation at DNC Baptist, you know what I'm saying? And he said, I am going nowhere. I am going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. He told the congregation, the Democratic National Congregation of New York City, that he ain't going nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Leave their roles in government. But how does the New York City government function without these 4 deputy mayors?
Well, I think it's most important to understand here, excuse me, this is not about political rivals. This is not about people seeking his job. This is about what's best for New Yorkers. And what is key about these particular deputy mayors is that they are known for simply just wanting to make sure government is running, regardless of who's there. They struck an amazing intersection of loyalty and courage to step out and say that there's a point in time where we just can't do this anymore. So when you have these particular deputy mayors stepping out saying that they're going to resign, it sent shockwaves. And I think that was done intentionally because the city literally can't run. And some of them are putting...
Hey, Black Spider wilding down here. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, is this the guy that shakes during the interviews? It do look like he's shaking though, don't it? I don't know. Is there somebody that's got a reputation of excessively shaking during the interviews? He is kind of, I'm not, I'm not talking politically, man, but he is quote unquote moving kind of funny. You know what I'm saying? Y'all notice that? I don't want to go in on dude because I don't know if it's a health situation. I don't want to do that, but I'm just letting you know I did notice that. I just didn't say nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, Eric Adams said, can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller, tell these immigrants to get out, baby, get out. Eric Adams left the court talking about not guilty. Y'all got to feel me. E to the R-I-C to the Kizay. I got my Bitcoins. I got my Bitcoins. Cryptocurrency. E to the R-I-C to the Kizay. Oh, man. That's hilarious.
In place very specifically previously because they have the reputation of making sure the city's running. And so that's a huge.
Financially, the city is in a bit of a dire circumstance. The tax base isn't what it used to be. They've got office buildings that are sitting half empty after COVID. People haven't returned to work. There's issues across the city. What do you believe Mayor Adams is not focused on right now? What job is he not doing?
Well, I would say we're right now actually better than Mayor Adams himself tried to make us believe. He tried to blame the migrants for having to cut programs they never had to cut in the first place. The state budget is poised to have a surplus. But I am telling you, and I know everybody knows with the way the White House is going, we're going to be in some precarious situations. The mayor's entering budget season now with the city council. It's going to be very hard to focus on the budget with all of this swirling around him.
Without the support of the Democratic Party here in New York, he's not going to be able to get things done. Is that what you're arguing?
Without the support of a lot of folks and without possibly having 4 deputy mayors who everybody knows are the ones that do the grunt work, if every question is being asked about what's going on with the legal case, are you compromised based on what the DOJ and the Southern District of New York said, then the decisions you're making may not be on behalf of being safety for New Yorkers, but for yourself. Or you're going to be cooperating with the worst of the policies that are coming from the Trump White House, which directly harm New Yorkers. Are you going to make concessions that are going to be
now this is what we need to address, right? we need to ask this question. Okay, what worse policies, right? What of the quote unquote worst policies? What of the worst policies is Eric Adams cooperating with that's hurting New Yorkers? Do you notice how when it comes to this, they don't say what policies they're talking about? Oh yeah, he's compliant with these policies, the worst policies that hurt New Yorkers. Which one? What is the main policy that Eric Adams is compliant with that quote unquote is just hurting New Yorkers? Yeah, shout out to Black Spider. He won't go into that. If he talks about these alleged policies that Eric Adams is supporting that quote unquote allegedly hurt New Yorkers, he's going to lose any type of support that he may have gained from this interview, because all of the policies that he's saying are harmful are the policies that people voted for. Let me ask you guys this question. Since Eric Adams somewhat changed his stance on immigration, do you think that he's in more or less favor with the majority of the people in the city? Let me know what you guys think.
Harmful.
What should the city do on the subject of immigration? Because if you look at the polling just among New York City residents, 71% support supporting illegally immigrants living illegally in the United States. That's a big number. 54% of voters believe the city's immigration policies are too soft. And I know we're a sanctuary city. We have been for some time. But on the subject of immigration, clearly something has changed over the past few years, especially after the shipment of immigrants from Texas up to New York. How does the city?
By the way, people don't remember the mayor dared them to do that.
And then they did.
The mayor's the one that said, send them here, we'll show you how to do it. Unfortunately, fear-mongering works, and the mayor has been a part of that. I can show you some polls in history that have polled well for some pretty bad policies.
Do you think it's just fear-mongering?
So the answer is yes. If you're asking if there's some problems, there absolutely are, and we have to address them.
But isn't there resentment that's building in some parts of the city that,
There absolutely
that migrants are getting a lot of help that city residents aren't getting?
This is absolutely true. And unfortunately, we have the mayor's posture and the posture what actually is happening. So if the mayor tells you, I spent $7 billion on them, and I could have spent it on you, you're going to be angry.
Yeah.
But if I say to you, that $7 billion was always here, just like we said, to provide the services that you need. So you should be asking the mayor, why didn't you ever spend that $7 billion on me? But you shouldn't blame for a decision that they didn't make. You should blame the mayor for the decision that he made and others made. So the issue is, who are you angry at? And
So the migrants, the migrants didn't make the decision to come to New York City illegally. They didn't make that decision. They had no influence over any of the circumstance whatsoever. Things just magically happened to them how it happened. Is that is that what we're actually going with? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Yeah, shout out to AW1. No, you already know I'm not with this nonsense. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said that's a load of crap. Yeah. You see how he tried to. I'm gonna slickly get this over. I'm gonna watch how I spread this nonsense across this piece of bread like this. You know what I'm saying? Let me get this hot butter knife out. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Now watch it like absorb into all the little holes into the bread. You see how I spread that shit all over that bread like that? Like you see how he tried to. You see how he tried to smooth talk that shit? Now, I want to ask you guys this question. Is this guy more of a Democrat than Eric Adams? If he is, give me a thumbs up. If he's not, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Black Spider. See, Black Spider seeing it. She's seeing it. Black Spider says he rides that fence. Never takes a logical stand on anything. Facts. You seeing it. You watching it. Real time.
Angry.
Yeah.
But if I say to you, that $7 billion was always here, just like we said, to provide the services that you need. So you should be asking the mayor, why didn't you ever spend that $7 billion on me? But you shouldn't blame the migrants for a decision that they didn't make. You should blame the mayor for the decision that he made and others. The issue is, who are you angry at? And the people who have made the decisions to not spend that money on long-term New Yorkers who have always needed issues and we're in crisis, but not blame the leaders who made the decisions, try to blame the migrants and what we've seen in history. So there are two things at the same time. We have some issues around immigration we have to solve, but the price of eggs and people's healthcare are not.
They keep, again, like they keep trying to blame the egg prices on the current administration. Like, do we need to make a video about the eggs and the egg prices? See, we might have to fire BLR C19 report back up. We already gonna have to fire Crimecast back up, but we might have to fire BLR C19 report back up because we're gonna have to run the numbers on these eggs because they trying to do it with the eggs. We definitely might have to do it on these eggs, man.
Not because of migrants, because of trans youth, and then not because of diversity programs.
Mayor Adams has a statement.
Now, I want you to see everything that he brought in. Trans youth. What are we talking about here?
Around immigration we have to solve, but the price of eggs and people's healthcare are not because of migrants, they're not because of trans youth, and they're not because of diversity programs.
Mayor Adams has a statement about what you've been saying about him out there. He says he's been clear that his loyalty is solely to the 8.3 million New Yorkers he represents. The same cannot be said for politicians like the public advocate who was not chosen by the people of New York City to be their mayor, who is staying and doing everything he can right now to override democracy and walk into the mayor's position without being elected. Despite this investigation in case, the Adams administration has simultaneously broken housing records, created the most jobs in the city's history, provided for hundreds of thousands of longtime New Yorkers and migrants, built unprecedented public spaces, and made our city safe at every level. As we've said, all deputy mayors remain in their roles for the time being to ensure a seamless transition, and we are actively working to find their replacements, just as it does every day. Our city continues to move forward. So he's saying that you're just doing this because you want to be mayor.
Well, the succession plan is that I'd be mayor temporarily. Doesn't mean I'll be mayor. So it's kind of deceptive, which is what I'm used to. But just for record, I was elected as public advocate in the first round. He barely made it to the last round. So we be clear about that. And you also
have ranked choice voting here.
Yes, ranked choice voting. But you also have to remember which mayor is speaking. The one that says the city is so terrible, only I can fix it. Or the one that's saying, look at what I've done, the city is so great. What we need is a mayor who's going to be honest with the people of where we are and be able to look them in the eye and say, I'm not compromised. And he has a long pattern and history of making very bad decisions. But again, I try my best not to be focused on him. He's clearly in crisis, and you see a person in crisis. I wish him the best. My concern is for the 8.3 million New Yorkers who themselves now realize they do not have a mayor. They have a deputy Donald Trump White House person. They have a deputy to the White House, not a mayor of New York City.
Is that, I would say that's a strong exaggeration. I would say that's a very strong exaggeration. How many of you guys agree with that? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you don't agree with that, give me a thumbs down.
And that's my biggest concern. If we had somebody who's saying, I'm solely focused on making sure New York's moving the right way, that's different. But that's not what we have right now.
We have a mayoral election coming up this fall. There's a primary in June. That primary is basically going to decide who the mayor is, given that it's a Democratic primary and the city generally votes for Democrats. There are a number of people in the race. One person who's not in the race so far is Andrew Cuomo, although it's expected that he might announce. What would you think of an Andrew Cuomo running for mayor of New York City?
I'm not sure which should be worse, Mayor Adams or Mayor Cuomo. I think people have selective amnesia. We often confuse bullying with leadership. And so I understand why folks would be drawn right now based on what's going on in the White House. But I would remind folks how harmful he was to New Yorkers in many of his decisions during COVID and even after, and even before COVID.
Is there someone you like?
Well, I've decided that right now I'm going to rank Comptroller Brown either first or second.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, this is sad. These black DNC crash outs are just sad. Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm like. This is what I be saying, bro.
Have to make some decisions on what else is happening with folks who are in there. I'm running for re-election, so we're focused on that as well.
Look, shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I like Adams. He's masculine. Mainstream media hates black men like that. They want men that wear nail polish and are easy to push around. I agree. 100%. You know, like I said, Mayor Eric Adams, he ain't perfect, right? He's not perfect. But at the same time, I don't think that he's to the level of a throwaway. And honestly, I think if you pay if you pay close attention, right? In most cases, a lot of times it's the simps that want to jump on the lynch a black male train, right? Just pay attention to the people crashing out about Eric Adams. Now, you know, as far as it go with Eric Adams, a lot of people just making stuff up. If you wanted to go in on Eric Adams, it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult. Plenty of stuff you could go in on Eric Adams for. Right now, you know, I don't know if it's really the time. You know, you ain't even really got to say nothing at all. Just kind of watch how things play out. But there's a lot of people who are invested for no reason in just simply watching, enjoying, and tracking the fall or the takedown of a black man, you know, by this situation. It's like a sport. A lot of people enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? The more the cases are of it, the more you'll see it. You guys remember? Do you guys remember? Oh my goodness! Like, man, what's that actor's name? The dude that played Kang. Look at how many people was like cheering him on for, you know, getting prosecuted. I've never seen people cheer on an innocent man to get prosecuted like that. People was love Jonathan Majors. Man, how many people were cheering on Jonathan Majors getting found guilty? It's like, yo, like, did you not see the tape? You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't do nothing, man. Why y'all cheering this on? It'd be a different story if he was guilty of something, man. But what was Jonathan Majors guilty of? You know what Jonathan Majors was guilty of. You know what Jonathan Majors was guilty of. That's what they was cheering it on. A lot of the simps all over that. The Simps was all over that. Yeah, we could hop onto this, and you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky by proxy. And it's like, you ain't getting lucky by proxy. Like, that's not how that works. Man, look, shout out to Carlton. Carlton had me dying laughing. He said they was running down the street like Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. Yeah, look, yeah, that's that. Shout out to John Guillory. And let's keep it a buck. Umar Johnson ain't the only one that said that. Now, again, right, if you pay attention to Umar Johnson is wildly out of pocket. This dude has said the most insane, unjustified things about Shannon Sharp and about Kanye West, and then in an instance of bipolarism, turns around and says, I want to talk to you brothers on your podcasts. You know, like, listen, man, Umar Johnson, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, whether you like it or not, especially in the situation of Kanye, like, bro, whether you like it or not, you talking about somebody's wife, bro. You know what I'm saying? You talking about somebody's wife, bro. And then you're going to turn around and say, oh, you know, and then, brother, I want to get on your podcast. Like, bro, whether you like it or not, you talking about somebody's wife. You talking about the mother of somebody's kids. Everybody ain't on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Everything ain't YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said yes. Now the movie makers are trying to get him to do a movie again. Yeah, and we had actually talked about that in the Discord, and I was like, yo, the fact that the movie makers know that they could throw a worm out there and that Jonathan Majors will bite it and he'll take the worm, that's how you know that it's bad out here. Jonathan Major should be like, man, screw that. How dare y'all even ask me to work for y'all again, man? I'm doing something else over here, getting paid more. I'm not about to, like, the fact that they can kick you out and bring you back. Why don't people see that as a problem? You know what I'm saying? That they only work on the block. Now, this is what I want y'all to see. Do you guys remember the Venezuelan takeover of those apartments in Aurora, Colorado? If you guys remember the takeover, right, the Trinidad Aragua did on that apartment in Aurora, Colorado, give me a thumbs up. If you don't remember it, give me a thumbs down. Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention to how disgusting and how dirty this apartment is. Now, if you look at your screen to the right of the police officer's head, you will see 2 dots on the cabinet. Before we go further, we got to make sure that you guys see the 2 dots. You guys see them 2 dots on there? I want you to watch this press conference as these 2 dots start moving.
Complex and
see, it starts immediately. That's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? That's disgusting.
Claims of the Venezuelan gang a takeover in the complex and several others in the city of Aurora. We heard from President Trump on the campaign trail time again about this. He actually visited Aurora. Let's listen to what they have to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Talk solely about the past, but I did want to bring reality and clarity to the past because we are now talking about the future. And the future is we have turned the corner on that crime. We have turned that corner on that mismanagement, and we have definitely turned the corner on the victimization of the people.
Now, mind you, again, I'm gonna run these back. I'm gonna run this back, right? If you could see, if you can see these big giant bugs in the video in real life, like him stand next to it, like them are some huge, probably roaches. Them are some huge roaches. That's disgusting. How is this building not condemned? The look at this, man. The stove all in front of the bottom refrigerator, like the stove is all in front of the refrigerator door. Like, man, what is going on here? Particle board in the window. This trapped out over here.
Claims of the Venezuelan gang a takeover in the complex and several others in the city of Aurora. We heard from President Trump on the campaign trail time again about this. He actually visited Aurora.
Look, facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, never forget. Umar said, black men who date white women should be locked. Now, if they're locked, right, how is Umar Johnson going to get on their podcast? The brother Kanye need to have me on there so we could have you on there to do what? You know what I'm saying? Have you on there to do what? Instead of y'all having any type of productive conversation, all you going to do is sit there and look weird and try to diagnose him the whole time because you think his family is a psychological diagnosis. Bro, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody about to do that. Like, yo, man, bro, listen.
Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Talk solely about the past, but I did want to bring reality and clarity to the past because we are now talking about the future. And the future is we have turned the corner on that crime. We have turned that corner on that mismanagement, and we have definitely turned the corner on the victimization of the people here for a better life and ended up living in a place like this. And when I state that again, if I'm repetitive, I apologize, but I want you to put in context again, this was not just for a family of 3. Most of these apartments held up to 15 to 16 to 17 people that were inside these apartments. When we came back for that kidnapping investigation in December, we went apartment to apartment on the ones that were identified by our victims. And many of those had up to those numbers residing in those apartments, in these apartments. So again, what did we use? What did Aurora Police Department use to change that? Again, I want to say this was a all hands approach. This was an all government approach. We used the resources available to us, and I would like to thank the officers, the men and women of the Aurora Police Department who walked through these corridors when it wasn't safe, who walked through these.
Shout out to Black Spider. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. Black Spider said Umar can be reckless with his Black Spider said Umar can be reckless with his tethered mouth. He gets some type of invisible pass, though. He be getting the invisible pass. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Shout out to DeAndre. Again, So this is where I be saying, now again, you know what I'm saying? Like, people be getting mad, they don't be liking it, but this is the pro-crime, pro-junk, pro-nonsense culture. You support politicians that place roaches and dirty people inside of commercial real estate. I mean, me personally wouldn't be what I would do, but this is what people are doing.
These corridors when people were being victimized and mistreated, and took care and concern about who resided in here. I'd also like to thank the investigators who did the follow-up on all these incidents that occurred, made sure that we had the specific information, the probable cause to do the arrest that we did do. I also want to thank the crime scene investigators, our victim services who treated those people and gave the foundation for us to move forward in this event and make things happen. We focused on 3 different aspects when we looked at this venue at this location. We looked at near-term, mid-term, and longer-term. The near-term was we focused on hotspot policing. We identified the applications, we identified the actual individuals that were involved in the criminal activity, and we focused specifically on them. The one thing I want to make sure that you walk away with or we think about, this was not over-enforcement. This was not just coming in based upon an individual's race, based upon an individual's ethnicity. This was based solely on a person's criminal behavior and the way that they victimized someone else. And that's what we focused on when we looked specifically at the individuals involved. We focused on those individuals and we did everything possibly and legal and ethical to hold them accountable. We also looked at it from a place base. Again, the place and the location, what could we do to change that dynamic? And a lot of the things you saw over a very long period of time, over the past 6 months, we have done multiple cleanups here. We have done multiple garbage removals out there. Again, this was done by the city. It wasn't done by the property management. It was done by the city to change the environment for those people that did have to reside here. Our officers did countless knock and talks where we walked around each one of these complexes and we knocked on the door and we made sure that the individuals that were here knew that the Aurora Police Department was here to serve them. We wanted to make sure that anybody that had been victimized or is being presently victimized felt confident to come forward and report those crimes. Again, when I go back to talking about the victimization that occurred here, I think it's really important to understand that if people did not report the crimes that occurred, if they did not report that kidnapping, we never would have known. It would have been behind closed doors and it's something we wouldn't have had an idea about. But because individuals who reside here, who lived here, or came here for a better life, they made that conscious decision that they were going to trust the police, that they were going to reach out to the Aurora. They did, and it had a huge impact on their trajectory as well as the trajectory of everybody else who lived in and around this complex. And so again, that was a huge part of what we wanted to do. I wanted to give you.
Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention to this police conference taking place, right? Now, why am I asking you guys to pay attention to this police conference taking place? I'm asking you guys to pay attention to this police conference taking place because at the time when this first happened, literally what was being said was that this was just made up misinformation. This was politicized and made up misinformation. Shout out to the people who are new to the channel. You guys should check out the old streams and the old videos that were posted from around this time, and you can see all of the accusations of misinformation that were levied against this, particular situation. People were saying that this was false. People were saying that this was fake. People were saying that this was a quote unquote political situation. Okay, so again, it's like what we asked in the last stream. Okay, what about now?
Some numbers about where we are now, what we spent in that area. Again, in 2024, we had calls for service. At this particular locations, at these venues, we had 382 calls for service. We had 83 initiated officer responses. We arrested 27 people. In 2025, again, our calls for service have dropped drastically since our intervention and since our prevention and since our presence. Year to date, we are down to 22 calls for service in and around this location. We've done 10 officer initiated calls for service. And again, the crime has dropped drastically. All of the things that we do is managed and looked at and analyzed by data. So in the month period, again, I know some of this is not going to make it, but I think it's really important you understand how much time and effort the Aurora Police Department put into this location, and the city supported this effort. These are the exact hours that we put into it. So we had our DART team, which is our assault team or our community outreach team. They spent 2.3 hours. We had our gang spend 11.7 hours. We had our PAR team, which is our community team, spend 30.5 hours. Our patrol spent 6.5. Our Special Operations Bureau spent 2 hours. Again, if you go down the month, it just keeps going. Gangs 0.9, PAR 21 hours, patrol 21 hours, SOB 11.2 hours, DART 7.9 hours, patrol 15 hours, SOB 10 hours, DARTs 8.6 hours, gangs 0.3 hours, PAR 13.3 hours, patrol 26.2 hours, DART 9 hours, PAR 1 hour, patrol 3.5, SOB 19.5, DART 4.0 hours, PAR 9.3 hours, and patrol 1.5 hours. Again, those are the time and the effort that was put in by the Aurora Police Department to change this behavior pattern of what was going on here. It didn't something that happened overnight. It wasn't quick. But again, it resulted in the apprehension of individuals that were violent, that were predatory, that were picking on and abusing their own people, their own race, their own ethnicity. And again, it stopped that problem, and I hope it stops it.
So, I mean, that's kind of wild that the police officer just, you know, we're the non-race obsessed people, yada, yada, yada. We don't say things like this. And I mean, this is this, you know what I'm saying? He just came out the bag with that, right? Now, you know, this whole narrative of, you know, you being the same race as somebody, quote unquote, that makes them your people, or that makes you their people. You know, if you ask me, that's kind of an arguable talking point, but it's the popular one that seems to be standardized. And, you know, what I find interesting is that, you know, you hear an individual like this say that, right? You know, and then you hear other people say it. You know what I'm saying? You hear people like him say this, and then you hear other people say it. Now, you know what happened to that All Lives Matter shit? You know, if we in America, right? We American. As Americans, we each other's people. I guess it don't work like that. Right? I guess it don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they'll tell you, though. They'll tell you that it do work like that. So which one is it? Right? Yeah. Shout out to Black Spider. Yeah, he said it. And this is what I be saying. Listen, shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all being here. I don't make this stuff up. There's a lot of people that'll tell you that I do make this stuff up. But if you pay attention, yeah, I mean, I don't make none of this stuff up. This is why this is why I believe in thoroughly looking at things. I'm not just going to fly by something or just look past or look over something because somebody don't like it or somebody don't like the way that it sound or because some people didn't cover it. I'm not doing none of that. I don't work for nobody. You know what I'm saying? Nobody tells me what to do. Nobody directs my content or my talking points. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no boss on YouTube. I'm independent for real. You know what I'm saying?
0.9, PAR 21 hours, patrol 21 hours, SOB 11.2 hours, DART 7.9 hours, patrol 15 hours, SOB 10 hours, DART 8.6 hours, gangs 0.3 hours, PAR 13.3 hours, patrol 26.2 hours, DART 9 hours, PAR 1 hour, patrol 3.5, SOB 19.5, DART 4.0 hours, PAR 9.3 hours, and patrol 1.5 hours. Again, those are the time and the effort that was put in by the Aurora Police Department to change this behavior pattern of what was going on here. It didn't something that happened overnight. It wasn't quick. But again, it resulted in the apprehension of individuals that were violent, that were predatory, that were picking on and abusing their own people, their own race, their own ethnicity. And again, it stopped that problem, and I hope it stops it in the long term. Another aspect that we looked for, again, when we approached this was specifically the community policing aspect. And I talked about that a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that people in this community, again, even though they were going through the trauma, they were going through the issues, they knew that the police department was here. And so we spent an exorbitant amount of time making sure that those people who located here, who have subsequently been relocated, know that they did it in the best faith. Again, what we didn't want to do is repeat the cycle where they got from one location, they all dropped into another location where they were going to get victimized again. And so the city had taken great lengths to make sure that the individuals who resided here were giving money to relocate to a location, or if they wanted to, out of state. The city spent over approximately $94,000.
How many people knew about that? So now, again, which, you know, this sounds good, right? But what's actually happening is a lot of these people that were in these apartments, some of them were American citizens. Some of them were also, you know, undocumented migrants who happened to be victims of crimes by Trinidad Aragua. And what ended up happening is that, you know, just on taxpayer dollar, now we're just going to send these people all over the place. You see how he just ran that one by real quick?
For that relocation process. And so again, when you hear the voice of people saying, oh, it was a hurry up offense thing, there was no planning to it, there was no preparation to it, that is a complete falsehood. The city did extensive work to make sure that the individuals who resided here had the opportunity to locate to a location where the same victimization would not occur somewhere in and around the city of Aurora. They had the opportunity to leave, and all that was funded by money from the city of Aurora. While this complex was going through the transition, there was approximately about $360,000 that was spent to make this an habitable location, because it was not habitable when the city of Aurora took this over. There was no water, there was no sewage, there was no electricity. And so again, those modifications, that amount of money, almost 400 some.
So why? So again, we have to then ask, what was up with the building code? Like, what was up with the zoning code? Why did the city even allow the apartment complex to be open to where there would be people even staying there if it was that bad? Like that sounds like it's extremely bad. It sounds like it's extremely unlivable. Why were they allowing people to live there? Yeah, shout out to DeAndre. It's like, what? How do you let people live there? Like that in itself. See, like this kind of nonsense, this is what I'm saying. This is that type of stuff, bro. This is that type of stuff. This is that type of situation. Why they sit up there letting people stay there? Somebody got paid. Facts. Did y'all know that the landlords for these buildings, they're not even in Colorado, they in New York? Now, I think I have a video. I have videos about this situation here, not only on Blacklight Revelations 1, but I also have videos on this channel about this situation. How do you let somebody live in an apartment where the water's not working? Like, you got to have electricity and you got to have water. How are you allowing people to stay there?
Approximately $400,000. It could have been used for many other things in the city of Aurora. Could have been used for improved law enforcement, parks, recreation, a myriad of different things had to go into this complex based upon the mismanagement of this complex. And what we had to and deal with. Another aspect, again, that finally brought closure to this, which I hope will have long sustaining. When you leave, when the cameras are packed up and you guys step out this door, our property management team can put the final nail, the final board on this apartment, and it will be shut. And it's going to be shut until either the property management is changed or the properties take accountability for what they're doing and how they're doing it. And this place becomes a habitable dwelling, not to continue the repetitive cycle of mismanagement of almost a slumlord situation where people come here looking for a home and end up getting victimized. So again, that's what that criminal nuisance was about and what it held so importantly for. The last thing I want to talk about again, when I talk about a turning point for Aurora, again, this is about holding criminals accountable, regardless of your immigration status. And I want to be really, really clear on this.
Yeah, facts. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, this is the part the DNC and its shills didn't tell you when they got on TV. They just say Republican and anybody like them are racist and xenophobes. Yeah. Yeah. Facts. And then just completely leave this stuff out. And this is, again, this is one of the reasons why, it's so important to cross-reference as much information as you can. You know what I'm saying? Because again, remember, if it was up to the DNC, right? Speaking, if we're gonna go there and we're gonna talk about the DNC, right? If it was indeed up to the DNC, what the DNC would tell you is that this is mis and disinformation. This doesn't even exist. This didn't even happen. You know what I'm saying?
Aurora will not allow criminal organizations, regardless of origin, to terrorize the city. Again, we are looking for what's known as the displacement theory. If somebody had moved out of here and gone someplace else, we are making sure that the TDA does not grab a stronghold anywhere else. We are making sure that if we do start to see those same patterns of conduct, that we aggressively and proactively address those individuals specifically based upon the victimization that they are causing and the criminal activity that they are generating. Again, crime happens in any big city, and that's something that Aurora is going to continue to deal with. This is a big city. We have gangs, we have crime, we have those issues. But the one thing that we're going to make sure is we don't have a situation similar to this ever again. And we're going to do everything in our power, the Aurora Police Department, the city of Aurora, to make sure that this is a learning point for many, and hopefully not just in the city of Aurora, but across many municipalities across the nation that are facing similar situations to what we've had to go through based upon the circumstances that I detailed earlier. The influx of migrants, the uncontrolled approach to how they were handled and what they were not handled by, the fact that these individuals were put in incredibly complex situations that allowed for them to be victimized when it was completely unnecessary and unwarranted. I also want to say, to make sure again that we have a commitment to public safety, and again, the city of Aurora will be occurring again without question. We have stronger oversight. We have stricter enforcement that you can see with this active today in this venue as we speak. And again, we will do agency to ensure that individuals, regardless of their status, documented, undocumented, legal, illegal, makes no difference. If they are victimizing somebody, we will hold them accountable, and we will use any force or any type of tool available to make sure that they are not hurting other individuals, state, local, or federal. Again, a closing message to the victims that were here. We heard you. We understood what you were going through, and we put every effort that we could to address your situation once we became aware of it.
Hey, look at how dirty and dingy that apartment is. The stove is in front of the refrigerator. You know it's dirt. You know, like one of the most dirty places in the house is like behind the stove, or like behind the behind the stove, or like behind the refrigerator. You know, it's like nasty all up back in there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, "Did you listen to MC Hammer?" Yeah, MC Hammer used to be my dude, bro. I used to rock with MC Hammer. MC Hammer used to, like, back in the day when MC Hammer was popping, man, MC Hammer was one of my favorite rappers. MC Hammer was lit. I still like that song, Pumps and the Bumps. You know what I'm saying? Pumps and the Bumps go hard. To me, Pumps and the Bumps might have actually been, that might have unspoken like lightweight been harder than Can't Touch This. It was for sure harder than Too Legit. Too Legit was hard, but like Too Legit was like a party song. But Pumps and the Bumps, man, Pumps and the Bumps was you could play that in a club right now and it'd get lit quick, like quick fast, flash lit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said they are doing the news broadcast in the apartment. Yeah, they doing a news broadcast in the they doing a news broadcast in the apartment. They doing it live from the trap. That's a trap right there. You see all the particle board?
The fact that we are now in this vacant complex, and again, there's many that go down this road, and I'm sure as you walk, you might get pictures of them. It's those ones that I detailed, all of them. Again, in each one, they could probably tell a story of someone who was mistreated or victimized or bullied or not cared for. And again, we heard that and we stopped that. And we're never going to let that happen again. The one thing also I want to say to the population that
pumps and the bumps, pumps and the bumps. We like the girls with the pumps and the bumps, pumps and the bumps, pumps and the bumps. Yo, you know what other song was lit? The MC Hammer joint, Have You Seen Her? The Have You Seen Her remix? That was lit. Yeah, I used to watch the cartoon. You remember the Taco Bell commercial? Who remember the Taco Bell commercial?
Resided in and around this community here, in and around this exact apartment complex, in this very apartment itself, is that no matter your immigration status, the Aurora Police Department is here to serve you.
Right.
So again, if you are a victim of a crime,
pumps and the bumps.
Anywhere,
like the girls with the pumps and the bumps, pumps and the bumps. Man, that song was hard, bro. That song was lit. You know what I'm saying? That song was so hard. You know what I'm saying?
Please let us know so that we can serve you, so that we can protect you, and that we can provide the resources that you need to live a life that you were searching for. To the suspects, again, I want to say again, the victimization that you did, it was appalling. To the gang members that were here, that resided here, that mistreated the people that actually fled to this country along with you, it is disgraceful and disgusting.
Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media.
The Aurora Police Department will not let you take root in the city of Aurora. We will not tolerate your behavior, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that you are held accountable. You will not have free reign in the city of Aurora. We will arrest you. We will detain you as quickly and as
Right.
effectively and as morally and
Bro, the video was lit. Like that Pumps in the Bumps, that was just a dope, like that was a dope song, dope concept. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "Oh my God, Hammer was a pop star, and he allowed some of the haters to get to him, and he tried to switch up his style, and it killed his career." I think that the Pumps in the Bumps album was on the quote unquote switch up style, or on the switch up album, and I thought that shit was lit. But what album did Hammer not rap on? How was he not a rapper? You said he was a pop star. How was he a pop star? What album was he? What album was he singing on? If MC Hammer was a pop star, do you call Ja Rule and 50 Cent rappers? Because I don't recall one song where Hammer sang. You know what I'm saying? Where did Hammer sing, and how did he get considered a pop star? You know what I'm saying? He the only pop star that raps. Look, was Nelly a pop star? You know what I'm saying? Like Hammer was a pop star, bro. That nigga rapped. You know what I'm saying? What song did he sing? What song did Hammer sing that he was a pop star? We doing that qualification shit. We doing that qualification shit. Man. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said he was a pop star, man, as in popular music and artist. Hey, you giving away the culture, bro. Them cats was rappers. Them cats were rappers. You know who a pop star is? Britney Spears is a pop star. You know who a pop star is? Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga. You know what I'm saying? Kesha, Avril Lavigne, Justin Timberlake. You know what I'm saying? Justin Bieber. Them are pop stars. Man, Hammer was a rapper. You know what I'm saying? Bone Thugs and Harmony was rappers. You know what I'm saying? They was rappers, bro. You don't have to be no quote unquote pop star for you to be any more legit in your success, you know what I'm saying, be looked at any other kind of way. Now we keeping it. You know what I'm saying? We keeping them where they at and giving them their worldwide, praise. You know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson, pop star, right? Nothing wrong with it. Michael Jackson was indeed a pop star, right? Who else? Who else was a pop? I would say Bruno Mars is a pop star. You know what I'm saying? Nah, them cats is ours. Those are ours. You know what I'm saying? Patrick said Eminem wasn't a pop star. Eminem was a rapper. You know what I'm saying? Eminem used to go in on pop stars. Everybody who Eminem had a beef with, them was pop stars. You know what I'm saying? You got look, man. You can't say like protect the culture and then be giving the culture away. You know what I'm saying? That's what be happening, man. That's what be happening. Hammer was a pop star. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bro. Hammer was a rapper. Nelly was a rapper. You know what I'm saying? Bone was rappers. These cats is rappers, bro. They're rappers that were as successful or more successful than quote unquote pop stars. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Janet Jackson, pop star, facts. You know what I'm saying? Who else? Usher, pop star. You know what I'm saying? Chris Brown, pop star. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said M had beef with Michael Jackson and MJ took the masters away from him for that. Yeah, which was crazy. I didn't even know about the love Michael Jackson Eminem beef. I didn't even know all that was popping off. You know what I'm saying? What about that time when MC Hammer punked third base? Everybody used to, man, MC Search, man, third base was cool. They were some pioneers. Man, fuck third base, man. MC Hammer had him right, man. MC Hammer had MC Search so scared he had to get 20 years of therapy. Listen, man. Hey, that's that new stuff that people got to be told about, man. I don't quote unquote give away the culture. You know what I'm saying, bro? I'm a hip hop head. You know what I'm saying? Rappers is rappers. You know what I'm saying? And just because they're a rapper don't mean that they can't outshine the success of a quote unquote pop star. You know what I'm saying? I see why like so many people need the you know what I'm saying? Biggie said he'll write a booklet for you to get. You know what I'm saying? They got to write a booklet for you to get how to keep the culture intact and be a Big Mac. You know what I'm saying? Pop is a specific genre of music. It's an actual style. You know what I'm saying? It's an actual style. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't just mean quote unquote like popular music. If you say pop culture, like pop culture means popular culture, but you know what I'm saying? A pop star, bro. Why you think they used to call Michael Jackson the king of pop? You know what I'm saying? Where y'all be coming with Patrick? Where do you be coming from with some of this shit, bro? You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, you know what I'm saying? Where you be getting some of this shit at? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said MC Hammer is a real one. Yeah, he a real one. Yeah, in fact, shout out to John. Pop is a genre. It doesn't mean popular. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, nah, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, MC Hammer was a rapper. He was dropping 16 bars. You know what I'm saying? Like, my dude was a rapper. But I would actually even say, I would say that Bobby Brown. See, there you go. You running off of thoughts. You running off of thoughts, bro. don't run off the thoughts, man. Google is your friend. Chat GPT is your friend. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? No, bro. Pop is a genre, bro. Why must we do this? Why do we have to do this, bro? Time is so valuable, bro. It's a finite resource. Why do we have to do this? Shout out to AW1. I didn't know he had made a music documentary. To be honest, bro, I haven't really watched like no YouTube other than cryptocurrency videos in a minute. I actually the first like non-cryptocurrency video that I watched for a while, I watched a couple of TD videos, and then today I seen Moxie Approved was live. I watched Moxie Approved's live stream, but I don't really be watching YouTube too much all like that no more. I just come on and do my live streams and bounce up off of here, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John said genres: country, blues, jazz, hip hop. Yeah. And pop is an actual genre. They even got like a genre called like kids pop. You know what I'm saying? That's they had like the New Kids on the Block and all that. Remember the New Kids on the Block? Captain Planet took the New Kids on the Block beat. You know what I'm saying? Remember the Captain Planet commercial? They took the New Kids on the Block beat. Yeah. Look at this, man. Hold on real quick. We ain't even talking about music neither. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick. Because these people here is in Denver. I'm sure some underground hip hop or some underground rapper in Denver, but I don't know who they are. Pop music meaning. Let me see what they say. Look at this. Man, and let me just shut the fuck up. Look here. Hold on. Pop music is a genre of music that originated in its modern form during the mid-1950s in the United States and the United Kingdom. During the 1950s and the 1960s, pop music encompassed rock and roll and the youth-oriented styles it influenced. Pop and pop music remained roughly synonymous until the late 1960s, after which pop became associated with music that was more commercial, ephemeral, and accessible. Now look at subgenres, right? Subgenres: alternative pop, art pop, bedroom pop, brill building, bubblegum, dance pop, operatic pop, orchestral pop. Nowhere on this shit do you see rap music. Nowhere on this shit do you see rap music. Why are we wasting time on undocumented with this shit? You know what I'm saying? Identifying factors of pop music usually include repeated choruses, hooks. There's nothing associated with pop music with rap music. You know what I'm saying? I'm Googling what you put in the chat. Bro, I'm not doing that shit. I'm Googling what you put in the chat. This is what you put in the chat. Pop star. No, you ain't gotta shut up, bro. It ain't that deep. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, for real, come on, man. This is the maintain the culture instructions. Yeah, after you corrected yourself and then you said popular, you know what I'm saying? But at first you said pop. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you some advice. Take my advice, bro. Nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody. I say like 10, maybe 10, 15 people take my advice. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, why is a great question. Therapy costs money. Facts and time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I was never talking like he was the same as Britney Spears. You said pop. You know what I'm saying? You said pop. You know what I'm saying? You got to use the right terminology, bro. You know, listen, bro, you know, around here we creased the blue jeans, bro. This ain't them other channels where like motherfuckers just say anything and that shit's cool. We crease the blue jeans. We dot the I's. We cross the T's. We you know what I'm saying? We use actual definitions and stay on that definition. We don't do that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? We stay on whatever is actually being discussed. Yeah, that's why we went down this road. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Andre. It's not even being petty, bro. Is if I say one of the biggest issues is that there's rolling double standards, no logic, and people just get away with you loosely using definitions and saying whatever and expecting that shit to stick. If I don't follow or abide by my rules, I'm not going to be any different than any of these other people out here. You know what I'm saying? I got to at the very least maintain my own standard. And my own standard is if there's an established definition of some shit and we're all speaking the same language, the established definition should be what's communicated. You feel what I'm saying? No, I'm not saying that you said that any of them cats was Britney Spears, but what I said, what you said and what I followed up on was you said pop, right? Can we agree on that? You said pop. Why? And then you said popular, and I said, okay, well, popular is different. Pop is an actual genre of music. And isn't that all that happened? I know you ain't taking it personal, Patrick. I know you ain't taking it personal. Right? Now, I don't think he meant it wrong either. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just going off of what I just was going off of what he said. You know what I'm saying? And then it was I was just going off of what he said. Then it was I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say shit about no teeny boppers. Didn't I say there's a such thing as pop? And then there's also even a subgenre of pop called kid pop. Now, kid pop will be the same as teeny boppers, right? Right? I said that. This all started when I called MC Hammer a rapper. And I guess, you know what I'm saying? I guess I was wrong calling MC Hammer a rapper. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't wrong calling MC Hammer a rapper. MC Hammer is indeed a rapper. You know what I'm saying? He was dropping 16 bars and shit. Like, look at this. Check this out. All those videos of like, oh, in the 1950s, you know what I'm saying? This was a black American in the South rapping. MC Hammer raps more definitively rap than all of those videos. How many of y'all seen them videos of old dude like from the 1950s that was rapping and everybody used that and be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like black Americans was rapping back this far. MC Hammer raps more rap than that. Like his rap is actually more of what would be qualified as rap than what that dude was doing, even though that dude was rapping, because all rap mean is to talk over a beat, right? But that's what he was doing. Actually, rapping don't even mean to talk over a beat. It just mean to talk. Like rap actually used to be slang for talk. Like in our grandparents' era, like in the era when people used to say fiddlesticks, they'd be like, rap meant two things. It either meant talk or it meant noise. Like they'd be like, who that rapping on the door? Or like, come here, I gotta rap with you real quick. Man, young people, man. They man. Let me rap a taste with you. Yeah, that's what the old people used to say. You know what I'm saying? Like our parents' generation like ended that shit with rap as a slang for talking. But like our grandparents and great grandparents, like that was in the Emma Lou era type shit. that was in the Ellie Mae, you know what I'm saying, the Hazel era. The Mady era, you know what I'm saying? If y'all got any people in y'all family with them type names, you know what I'm saying? That's that culture shit. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, "Who was them? Bop, them bop." Yeah, that was like that. Hey. That was like New Kids on the Block type shit. You remember the barbershop quartets? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, I remember the OGs on the block would say, come here, young blood, let me rap a taste with you. You knew you was finna get some game. Yeah, exactly. That's all that shit mean is talking. And then they added a beat to it. You know what I'm saying? Or like a bass line or a drum line. Listen, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you about these people don't even know what an 808 kick drum is, bro. What's an 808? Who know what an 808 kick drum is? You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers don't know the difference between a new era hat and a hi-hat. You know what I'm saying? But they giving it to us about hip hop. You know what I'm saying? They don't know the difference between some coke lines and a bass line. Today is a good day. That used to be that shit. Shout out to my man Patrick. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Patrick for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
The 808 kick drum. The 808 kick drum is a specific kind of kick drum that carried a bass line from a drum machine. I think it was a Yamaha drum machine. But like, you know that drum, you know, Crime Mob, Nuck If They Buck, that drum that they used in that's an 808 kick drum. You know that drum at the beginning of It's Always Easy When You Listen to the G'd Up Sound, Pioneer speakers bumping when I smoke on a pound. That in this DJ, that's an 808 kick drum. It's that deep kick drum that's got a lot of bass to it. A lot of times, if they use like an 808 kick drum, the song won't have like an actual bass line. You know what I'm saying? Because the 808 kick drum got so much bass to it. It's like doom, like it's that one, not that doom, doom, doom. That shit, that's an 808 kick drum. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, these like, bro, listen, man. Listen, let me tell you something, bro. I just be listening to people on YouTube, man. That's all I do is just listen. I'll be like, man, I can't do nothing but listen to this shit. Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said they had it at the church. Yeah, they probably did. Listen, the church used to have like the most elaborate keyboards a lot of times. One of my cousins used to play the keyboard for the church that he used to go to. You know what I'm saying? They be having, depending on what type of church you go to, man, they be having some wild sound systems. Yeah, shout out to Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? You talking 808s, my wheelhouse. Salute. Yeah, see, you know about the 808s. Well, it's so many hits. So to be honest, for real, all you got to do, if you want to make a hit song, all you got to do is just drop a decent 808 drum line and have some hi-hats to it, and you good. You don't even got to do shit else. Just make sure the beat is decent. Listen, if you drop if you did like some 808 kick drums with like a slow hi-hat line and did like some R&B type shit, some slow R&B like The Weeknd, man, you slick, bro. That's a platinum album right there. Just the 808s. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Ninja said, crime mob. Be forgetting about these people. Yeah, bro, I don't be forgetting. I'll be like I said, I'm an actual hip hop historian, bro. I fuck with hip hop. I love hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I used to be a hip hop artist. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with hip hop heavy. I got a lot of respect for hip hop. I don't like what's going on with it, but you know what I'm saying? Look, that's how the pastor gets you. The church has some amazing musicians, bro. The church has some of the most unappreciated singing talent and dancing talent, bro. Them motherfuckers, they'd catch the spirit and be moving like James Brown and shit, screaming like James Brown too. You know what I'm saying? James Brown had the craziest screams. Like, how you scream like that, bro? Like in the beginning of I Feel Good, it sounded like his voice box, like his voice cords like ripped apart and came back together. Like, how did you do that? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said hip hop has hit rock bottom, nowhere to go but up. I don't know, bro. I think hip hop is dead. Hip hop, if you ask me, honestly, I think hip hop is dead. And honestly, I think people need to let it stay dead, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes when a good thing is over, it's just over. Like, don't extend that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said my entire crew is church folks and hustlers. I got church folks for drums and chords for singing. It's over. I ain't mad at it. I said, yeah. Listen, let me ask y'all, how many people in support of letting hip hop die? That's bad, ain't it? If y'all in support of letting hip hop die, give me a thumbs up. If y'all not, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? Patrick said, got to get it out of the hands of corporate. Nah. They put it in the hands of corporate America. They wanted corporate America to have it. You know what I'm saying? They gave it to them. So there you go. Like, now they got it. You can't give somebody some shit and then be like, give it back. Like, they gave that shit to corporate America, man. That shit corporate America's now. You know what I'm saying? They said, here you go, corporate America. This, we don't know what to do with this shit here. Corporate America said, bet, we know what to do with it. Hey, you know what I'm saying? If they didn't want corporate America to have it, they shouldn't have gave it to corporate America. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to, shout out to Black Friday. Yeah. Listen. Letting hip hop die don't mean letting R&B die, right? Because you know, who really copying R&B all like that? It ain't no one's saying that Latinos or anything made R&B. No one's saying none of that shit. Ain't no question about no Mary J. Blige, like none of that shit. Everybody want to harp on hip hop and shit. R&B just as important as hip hop, but that give away the culture shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, just fuck R&B, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck R&B is R&B is lit, and there's no confusion about shit with R&B. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew, you already know I disagree. You already know I disagree with that. Crew said, Rob, that is the history of the world. We create culture, they assimilate and claim. We create another culture. I don't know about the assimilate and claim part. I don't know why people be leaving out like the invitations and the passes that be given out. You know what I'm saying? It'd be invitations and passes given out. And then don't nobody talk about the invitations and passes that be gave out. Like, you know what I'm saying? People, I think it's unique as much as this we quote unquote create the culture, you know what I'm saying, talking point, right? How have people not been able to create locking shit down? People wear a chain around their neck, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Remember Tretch and all them from Naughty by Nature, they wear the chains and shit, actual chains. DMX got the chain, but like, people just don't know how to lock shit down. People got that toxic sharing. You know what I'm saying? The toxic sharing and shit. And then everybody, oh, we gotta, okay, motherfucker. Like, if we, you know what I'm saying? If I hear you, not you, Crew, but you know what I'm saying? I hear people. I hear this shit repeated. Okay, well then maintain the shit then. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said, yeah, we let people take it and giving people N-word passes, which is insane to me. It's insane. It's insane. Or it's always some type of excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't get the business together, so we got to run to them folks and let them do the distribution on the music. Like, why would you do that? Now, here go the evidence, right? Here go the evidence. Everybody that was independent, everybody had a problem with them motherfuckers. Now today, oh, they was doing this, they was doing that. Everybody was saying Master P was corny when Master P was independent. Oh, his album covers is corny. Now, this is the part of hip-hop history that don't nobody want to talk about. Oh, Master P corny. He got all them, he brought his whole family there. He brought his whole family there. That's the fuck you supposed to do. You know what Master P did? I don't think Master P had no non-Black American rappers that he brought with him on No Limit, right? But you know, all the hip-hop heads, all the hip-hop, wasn't nobody fucking with Master P all like that. Motherfuckers still don't be buying Master P cereal and the snacks and shit. You know what I'm saying? Master P only included his family. Everybody was hating on Master P and shit, though. Everybody was hating on everybody from the South. A lot of this shit that people talking about with these issues of motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, infiltrating hip-hop and shit, wasn't nobody infiltrating hip-hop from the South, wasn't nobody infiltrating hip-hop from the Midwest, but everybody insisted on making New York the confusion mecca of hip-hop. Well, now hip-hop is motherfucking confused. You know what I'm saying? Even people from New York was saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? Patrick said, wasn't one of them cats from No Limit Haitian. Bro, people be saying Brandon American name ass Johnson that sound like Bernie Mac and sound like he lived 7 generations in Chicago is motherfucking Haitian. Everybody is Haitian except for actual Haitian people. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is Haitian except for actual Haitians and shit nowadays. That motherfucking Haitian and shit. How? You know what I'm saying? This nigga don't have no parts of nothing French about him and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said yes. Dewan spoke on this. Some West Coast dude had to check KRS-One about it. Hey, I'm just saying, bro. Like I'm from the Midwest, man. Born and raised. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no confusion about Nelly. Ain't no confusion about Chingy. Ain't no confusion about Ludacris. Ain't no confusion about Scarface. Ain't no confusion about UGK. They you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't no confusion about none of that shit. Ain't no confusion about Bone Thugs and Harmony. Ain't no confusion about Twista. Ain't no confusion about Speed Not Mobsters. Ain't no confusion about none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Now look at and again, listen, I'm gonna tell you something that motherfuckers on YouTube do. You know that Master P. See, look, shout out to John. Look, this is what I be saying. Look, they got the laser eyes, nigga. You know, and I'm about to this is that YouTube talking point shit, right? Now, you know, I ain't saying to Patrick though, I'm just saying this is some game for y'all so that y'all know. You know what I'm saying? Now, everybody know that there's a Creole influence in Louisiana, right? So, you know, when you deal with your Manny Fresh, you know what I'm saying? When you deal with your Master P, these are people in the South, you know what I'm saying? In Louisiana, these are American black people that may have a French sounding name. As a result of the YouTube narrative and the YouTube talking points, motherfucker can get off and say these motherfuckers Haitian and shit. These motherfuckers as black Americans and shit. Actual foundational black Americans, as people call them. You know what I'm saying? Marie Laveau, black American. Anybody that's from, you know, Louisiana know about Marie Laveau, the voodoo queen. You know what I'm saying? But because of YouTube, oh, you know, we just gonna act like the Louisiana Purchase ain't had shit to do with French. But these are the now, mind you, it had to do with French, but these is the same people saying Brandon, American name as, you know what I'm saying, American president, last name as Johnson is Haitian. The fuck? And it's niggas from Midwest, that's not from the Midwest saying, bro, Brandon Johnson sounds like a motherfucker from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Johnson sounds like somebody from whoever. Shout out to Crew. I know Crew, you know who I'm talking about. If you ever listen to AK from Do or Die, bro, AK from Do or Die sound like Bernie Mac, you know what I'm saying? Sound like Corey Holcomb, bro. Like it's a whole, like people from Chicago got accents. You know what I'm saying? And it don't get recognized, you know what I'm saying? Because the people in the United States don't recognize Midwest accents. You know what I'm saying? But if you're from the Midwest, you recognize Midwest accents. You can tell they're from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? You could tell when Crew Reality called it, you could tell he's from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said, I know AK been to the studio with him 2 times. AK got, like, out of everybody from Do or Die, AK got the deepest Chicago. He got the most Chicago accent out of them cats. You could listen to, like, the other, you know, the other two, you kind of can't really tell, but like AK, yeah, for like undoubtedly he from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? No doubt it. Like him, Bernie Mac, even Brandon Johnson. Like you could tell Brandon Johnson from Chicago. Like Brandon Johnson got a Chicago accent. You know what I'm saying? He's got a Chicago accent. That's why when I used to roast Brandon Johnson, I do the dollar bill impression. I'm like, Brandon Johnson, shut down. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't get it though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said they have a certain kind of slang from Chicago. Yeah, they do. Like from all the different sides too, like from the West Side, like it's different. It's the same as like, you know what I'm saying? It's like in New York, different boroughs, like everybody think that the New York accent is the same all across all 5 boroughs, but it's not. It's a distinctly different accent if you in the Bronx versus if you from Manhattan. And even in certain parts of Manhattan, like if you like the Harlem accent is different from like if you from the Lower East Side and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, yeah, I got people in Chi-Town and I went there for a reunion and I was like, hey, these motherfuckers got accents. The reason why people from Chicago got because of the Great Migration. Like the majority of people, I don't know how so many, like, I don't know how they got that migrant crisis popping off up there. I ain't even trying to be funny with that shit because like the majority of the people from Chicago is Black Americans that migrated to Chicago from the South, you know what I'm saying, to work in the factories and shit. That's why so many Black people, so many Black Americans in the Midwest, because of all the steel factories. And most people from the Midwest got like a derivative Southern accent, like if you from Eastern part, like if you from like Western New York, even kind of Western, even kind of Eastern Pennsylvania, even kind of Eastern Michigan, Western PA, you know what I'm saying? You don't necessarily have like a New York accent, but you got like a mix between like a New York and the East Coast accent. But then after you get below Columbus, Ohio, everybody got a Southern accent. Even the rest of the Midwest, the whole rest of the Midwest, unless you in that part of the Midwest like Montana or Wisconsin or some shit, or either, you know what I'm saying, you got a Southern accent. Everybody got a Southern accent. It's like a modified Southern accent though, because it's like a Southern accent on top of like generations and generations of people already being up here and shit. But everybody got a Southern accent. That's why, like, you listen to Chingy, like, you know what I'm saying? The niggas, Nelly and them, they're not from down south. They're from Missouri. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, they from Nelly and them from Missouri. What was that dude named? Jaquan with everybody in the club getting tipsy? He from St. Louis and shit. And Sexy Red from St. Louis. I think she from Missouri too, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. Like most, like it, and again, like with the Midwest, for the most part, you know, people family by like the company, like the production company they used to work for. Most, like, it's a bunch of people, like most of their family worked for Chrysler, most of their family worked for Ford, most of their family worked for you know what I'm saying, like Packard or something like that. You know what I'm saying, Delphi or Caterpillar or some shit. A lot of motherfuckers still got their grandparents Lincoln Electric motherfucking like jacket, or they LTV Steel, you know what I'm saying, jacket, or they LTV Steel gloves. Like that's how you knew people and shit. You know what I'm saying, based on their family and shit like that. But like I said though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, born in Minnesota, family still has a Southern accent. See, in Minnesota and Montana, all that shit count as the Midwest. The Midwest, the biggest part of the United States. Yeah, the Republic still. Like, look, like that's why the Pittsburgh football team is called the Steelers. You know what I'm saying? Like Western Pennsylvania starts to like the Bible Belt, Steel Belt area. Everybody, like, people be saying, you know what I'm saying, like, all the black people need to move to down south and shit. Like, man, yeah, listen, I got respect for the South and shit like that, but it's a huge concentration of actual Black Americans, like, in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? In the Midwest. And it's more land. You know what I'm saying? People like, yeah, you should just move to, man. Listen, bro, like, people don't, like, what's old boy name that used to be on Corey Holcomb show, the dude named Marcus? He one of them country ass Midwest motherfuckers. I think he from like Arkansas or some shit. Like, man, people don't know, like, them little spots like Little Rock, bro. It's nothing but Black Americans down there. That shit is country and hood. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go down to Little Rock or some shit in Arkansas and think you about to be at some place that you're not about to be. You about to go down there and that shit about to be like Newark, New Jersey, with a bunch of cows, you know what I'm saying, walking around, and you know what I'm saying, people dressed like pimps. You know what I'm saying? Shout out, see, that's what I'm saying. Shout out to Crew. Crew said my daddy from Little Rock. You know exactly what I'm talking about, bro. That shit country and hood. Like anybody that ever seen the video for Dirty, that song we was talking about, Hit the Flow, that's Little Rock. Shout out to Carlton, like Memphis, you know what I'm saying? Memphis, Tennessee, like that too. Orange Mountain and all that, man. That southern, bro, that like the South and the southern part of the Midwest, shit. But people literally be acting like the Midwest just don't exist as a part as a part of America, and it's the biggest part of America. The Midwest is the biggest region in the United States. The Midwest stretch all the way from states that touch the East Coast, that touch the Atlantic Ocean, all the way to this like Iowa and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? But people act like it don't exist. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, being from the Bay Area is a culture shock. When I go to places in the Midwest and the South, it's so black. I'm not used to it. And the thing that's crazy about the Midwest is it is areas that's really black, but then it's also areas that like the Bible Belt part of the Midwest, like the Northeast part of the Midwest is really, it's some areas that's really super black like that, but it's not really super black like that. It's more like in Ohio, Michigan, and shit, like it's integrated in a motherfucker up here, which is why like my perspective on that type of shit is a little bit different than, you know what I'm saying, to other people. But like when you get to that South part of the Midwest though, like when you get to like St. Louis and shit below St. Louis, like Arkansas, Oklahoma, yeah, that's down. That's bro, that's shit, bro. That's black. That's black. Like, you know what I'm saying? For real. Black. Like South Carolina black. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I used to live in Youngstown. Bro, I used to live in Youngstown right off of Belmont. It's hood out there and the mafia still run it out there. You know what I'm saying? I used to go to Sharon, PA all the time too. I used to go to Grove City to shop because they got the outlet mall out there. Sharon, they back in the day we didn't have no Quaker State and Lube wings out here, so everybody would drive out to the one that was in Sharon. And I got a couple homeboys that stay in Farrell. You know what I'm saying, bro? Listen, man, my cousin is a Kappa, and I know Clarion University got a chapter of Kappas. Man, we went out to Clarion and kicked it, nigga. Listen, bro, all you got to do is make one turn off of that Breezewood exit off of 76. Next thing you know, you in the sticks. You in the sticks, bro. You in the sticks for real. Where the gas station still got like the little, they don't even have the digital numbers telling you the price. They got like the paper that rolls around. You know what I'm saying? I got stuck in some little boondock city like that, me and my dude, and I ain't had no gas left. Trying to get back to the exit so we could get to Sheets. West Virginia count as the Midwest. It's country in the motherfucker down there too. Yo, bro, I be trying to tell people Ohio is hood. People be like, oh, Vivek Ramaswamy is from Ohio. I'll be like, so it's like 5 out of the 10 most dangerous cities in the United States. When you look at the list that Fox News always be trying to say Chicago is a part of, but they not. You know what I'm saying? Bro, listen, man. Listen, Toledo be on the list. Dayton be on the list. I remember one time, like back in the day, Youngstown used to have the highest per capita murder rate. You know what I'm saying? Ohio is weird. Ohio is one of them states where it's some people like I said, below Cincinnati, or I'm below Columbus, they got Southern accents if you're from Ohio. I live in Northeast Ohio, so I don't have that type of accent. But if you listen to like Cat Williams, and like Cat Williams from Ohio, he got a Southern accent. A lot of motherfuckers from Ohio got Southern accents. You know what I'm saying? But people from Northeast Ohio, unless you got family that's from the South or from Southern Ohio, in most cases you ain't really got no Southern accent. I don't have no Southern accent. You know what I'm saying? My family been in Ohio for too damn long, and I'm as native Northeast Ohioan as you get. Like, now, yeah. See, shout out to John. John said I've been to Ohio. Like, see now Cincinnati, which we call this. You know what I'm saying? We call it Kentucky. They got Southern accents in Cincinnati. It's different. It's completely different. The people from Cincinnati, they don't talk nothing like me, and that ain't no knock. It ain't no disrespect. It's just different. It's just a different region. It's the same way like people from somebody like Moxie. Shout out to my man Moxie Approved. Moxie talks more like me than he would talk like AB Promotions or like Brooklyn Queen. You know what I'm saying? And they are from the state of New York. People like when people live in small states or when people live in a one culture state, they don't really understand that shit. Some states is one culture states. You know what I'm saying? Everybody the same all over the place. It's like every state ain't like that. Motherfucker tell me what's going on in Cincinnati and shit. I don't know, like, nigga, I don't know what the fuck going on in Cincinnati. That's not my metro area. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck you telling me about the 5134? I don't know shit about that. You know what I'm saying? I think I only been down there like once or twice. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said I thought you was from New York when I first started listening to you. Yeah, nah, hell nah. I ain't from New York. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying though about like it's only two types of Northeast Ohio accents with black people. You got that like Busy Bone, Cat Williams, like that Crazy Bone type of accent, or you sound like me. Or like a little mix in Northeast Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you go to Columbus, when you go to Cincinnati, yeah, that's Southern right there. You can't tell, like, and the reason why it's like that is because Ohio bordered two Southern states on the south. You know what I'm saying? Ohio bordered West Virginia to the south, and Ohio bordered Kentucky to the south. You know what I'm saying? We got a whole bunch of border states. We border PA. Where else? I think we actually border Indiana and Michigan. And we border Canada. We got a whole bunch of borders. Yeah, and shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, Indiana. But I don't know too much about Western Ohio. The only thing I know about Western Ohio is like Sandusky, Cedar Point, and Puddin' Bake. Them the kicking it spots. That's about it. That's all I know over there. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't never really been out around that. I know Toledo is grimy though. I do know that much. Let me see how much more of this video we got. I think that's about it. Yeah, I think that's about it. Shout out to the Crew. Crew said, I hear dating is like O Block. It's listen, and I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. I'm gonna be the first person to tell you. I stay in the hood, but I don't rock with the hood. I don't rock with the hood, man. You know what I'm saying? I do my thing and I be out the way. I don't like to me. I be kind of irritated, you know what I'm saying? Like when I be hearing people and they be like, yeah, you know, like, man, it be XYZ going on and yada yada yada. And I'd be like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't really trying to be flexing like that. Like, I ain't trying to be flexing like 10 motherfuckers got shot yesterday. That's where I stay at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather flex like, yeah, you know, we got like 7 $5 million houses in the development. But you know what I'm saying? Like people don't be on my time, man. Like, and then they like, Rob, like, like, what you mean? Like, you really want to? It's a flex to where you could walk outside and catch a stray bullet. That's the flex. If I say I'd rather have like $5 million houses in my development, that's me not keeping it real. Like, all right, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said, as you should. I'm raised boule, but be in the hood. But I got a body. I'd rather stay in the house and build. Yeah, facts. I got listen, man. I got a couple stories about, you know what I'm saying, people catching bodies. That's wild stories. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I reside in Louisville and people here swear it's the South. It looks more like Midwest to me just from the map, but I don't argue with the natives. You Louisville, Kentucky? For real? Yeah, Louisville, Kentucky is the South for sure. They got the holler down there and all that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. Look, bro, listen, when I used to live in Youngstown, that was the flex in Youngstown. That was the man, listen, that was the Youngstown flex, bro. We was the murder cap. They used to call it, it was spray painted all over the place, murder cap. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's wild. I didn't know you was down there in Louisville, Kentucky. But that's what's up, though. Kentucky actually, you know what I'm saying? Kentucky is Kentucky, all right, as far as like, you know what I'm saying, little spot. And it is kind of, I mean, Kentucky is like north-south, kind of. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Kentucky's kind of like north-south. Kentucky cool, though. You know what I'm saying? It was a dude from my high school that got a scholarship to go to University of Kentucky for football. What's the University of Kentucky's team called? The Bobcats or something like that? Now Ohio State in the Final Four, like I want to say maybe like 10 years ago, that I think they played against, it was either Kentucky or Louisville. I can't remember who it was. But Louisville got a good team too. You ever watch that show called Justified? It used to come on Fox. It's about Kentucky. The Wildcats. That's who they is. Yeah, the Wildcats. Yeah. Dude from my high school went to the Wildcats and shit. A couple of my dudes went to University of Miami too. Justified was actually a good show though. It was about like hood. It was about like hood, poor white people, Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? With like some black people mixed in here and there. That show was lit. All the shows that used to come on FX was lit, for real. I can't think of like a bad show that they used to have on FX. All the shows was good. Tyrant was dope. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. Win Lose the Rug said, man, I stay in a different hood than where I'm from. This shit is wild. Homeless on the corners, 304s on the corner. Bro, listen, man, I was driving down the street a couple days ago and I saw a geek, you know what I'm saying, tweaking and shit. Like outside, you know how they be having like them little geek spots where all the geeks be at, and it just be a whole bunch of like zombies just zombied out on the steps, like in front of a store that's closed down or something. Man, it was an Asian geek, bro. This dude was tweaked out, man. I'm driving down the street. He was tweaked out in the middle of the street. I'm like, yo, what this motherfucker doing and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, what you doing, man? That shit look crazy. That's the wildest thing ever. And then when you just see them, like the geeks just be out on the street, like just wilding out 3 o'clock in the morning, talking to themselves, having all kind of crazy conversations, pointing at people in their cars, like, yo, man, what y'all do to y'all brains, man? Raylan Givens, yeah, wait, who Raylan Givens? He was the bad guy, wasn't he? Or was Raylan Givens the sheriff? I can't remember. The dude that was FX used to put that motherfucker to work. He was on Sons of Anarchy. He was on The Shield. I wasn't his name Shane when he was on wasn't his name Shane on Justified or something like that? And then the black dude from The Purge was on Justified too. Oh, Raylan was Justify's main character. Who was what was his enemy's name? It was Shane, wasn't it? And then that black dude from The Purge was on there too. Yeah, they be like, bro, listen, man. Look, one time I was in Cleveland, bro, back in the day when I used to kick it hard in the motherfucker in Cleveland. I was driving down St. Clair, going, like, we was on the way to East 9th, or we was on the way to, not East 9th, we was on the way to West 6th, and it was a motherfucking geek. it was a geek, a cracked out geek, butt naked on the corner, just like surrounded by white people. That shit was crazy. I'm just driving down the street and you just like see that shit flash on the side on the side of the car. You like, man, what the hell? Like, man, I don't understand. I don't understand how anybody would ever like want to have that lifestyle. It's beyond me. You know what I'm saying? It's beyond me. Like, how is that appealing to anybody to get that damn high and cracked out that you don't know what the hell? Man, this motherfucker was butt ass naked, bro. Surrounded by, it was just like, it was like if you ever seen them videos, like them college videos, like Girls Gone Wild and shit like that, it was like crackhead meets Girls Gone Wild. This dude was just surrounded. He was surrounded by white people for like no reason, and it was mainly females, cracked all the way out. Man, I was like, man, what? I'll never forget that shit, man. I know the club owners was mad as hell that night because wasn't nobody going in the club. Everybody was just everybody just surrounded the crackhead. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy. Oh man, I could only imagine. I'm so glad I was driving. Like, man, we was trying to get to the flats. You know what I'm saying? On the other side of Cleveland and shit. Just driving through downtown. You know, West 6 is like a little warehouse district area. It used to be lit over there back in the day. I think they still got, like, it's one bar that I used to go to that's still open called the Velvet Dog. But everything else over there is either closed or they changed the name to that shit. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, that's why I stay home. I do not go clubbing. I don't drink too much in public unless I'm 20 deep. I'm not, bro. If I got time or if I get a chance or if I'm around somewhere, bro, listen. I go kick it. Let me see something. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's what's up. Yeah, I go kick it. Now, I tell you what, like, back in the day, like kicking it in Akron, not the business. You know what I'm saying? Even kicking it in Youngstown, not the business. For real, not back in the day, not kicking it in Youngstown. I bet you everything is in Youngstown, though. When COVID came through, that shit took everything out. Nothing like downtown Cleveland is lame. Akron is lame. Canton is lame. Youngstown is lame. Everything, there's nothing around anymore. You know what I'm saying? Let me see this. But I got one homie. You know what I'm saying? My homie that I kick it with. You know what I'm saying? That's we be straight. We don't really be needing to worry about nothing all like that. we don't be needing to worry about nothing like that. We be good. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, shit, you know, people, I know a lot of people, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with a lot of people and shit. Shout out to John. See, listen, bro, I'm gonna tell you something. Shout out to John. John said, I understand that's crazy because a friend of mine was out and a chick say she got so drunk she blacks out, and this is in public. Wow. Listen, bro. you got to be real careful with the type of woman that you go out with, especially if she the type of chick that turn up and she drink. A lot of times the chick that you go out with, a turn up and drink, you know what I'm saying, bro, they get you into more issues than like if you like go out with your dudes. You know what I'm saying? They'll get you in more issues than if you go kick it with your dudes. They'll start drinking and talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the last thing that you need. And then to be like, oh, you know, like, I'm here with him. Like, what? I just gave you a ride up here. What the fuck you talking about you up here with me? I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't done shit for me all night. And except for you about to get in a fight now, and you want to say you up here with me. Like, you ain't up here with a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about? Shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm up here with you. No, the fuck you ain't. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, that Myron dude just said he's a defender of free speech, yet he tried to get your channel removed from YouTube. Myron say that he's not a victim and all he does is complain about Jay's superiority. I would hit Myron with the same arguments that I hit anybody else with, bro. You sit up here talking all this shit and you're complaining about one group of people while literally using the same talking points of that group of people against another group of people. You know what I'm saying? That's all Myron do is sit down and complain about, you know what I'm saying, them Somberitos. Them Somberitos really beat up on Myron bad. They messed his psyche up real bad. You know what I'm saying? Them central bankers, he mad because his channel got debanked. them central bankers took away his channel. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, I would love to see you debate that fool. It ain't even nothing for me and Myron to debate about. You know what I'm saying? Myron can't debate. You know what I'm saying? All Myron would do would be call me the N-word the entire time. And I would just keep sitting there asking him, what are we debating about? What are we debating about? What are we debating about? And all Myron would do would just say a bunch of ridiculous talking points. And then as soon as he said something about victim mentality, then I had to hit him with the 6-pointed star. You know what I'm saying? And then he'd just start calling me the N-word again. And then I just had to keep asking, what are we debating about? What are we debating? What are we debating about? You know what I'm saying? I would actually debate Myron that he's blue-pilled. You know what I'm saying? If he ever wanted to have a debate and I explained to him why he's a blue-pilled simp, I wouldn't have a problem with that. That would be easy work. You know what I'm saying? He a simp. If he confused about what a simp is, all he got to do is just listen to this.
Sipping water ain't claim to be a key, but he lie about everything, don't need a thing. Said he slept 1,000 women straight up lying. But when it comes to honesty, he's always trying. He posted from not spending the time on the ladies, but we all know he's just fronting like crazy. Said he's a music producer, but it's all fake. Just a mask he wears, and it's all a mistake. Simping water is where the lies, claiming things that he just never tries. What we see through his facades, plain to see. Simping water, you can't fool me.
that's hilarious. Look, shout out to Creality. Creality talking about shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, Brooklyn Queen said his face though. Right, look like he, right. His face looked like he just hopped off a Daisy Chin, don't it? His face looked like he just hopped off a Daisy Chin. She said, "I pregnant." You know what I'm saying? He like, you know what I'm saying? He listened to that Lil Wayne. And then after I nut, I come to my senses. You know what I'm saying? What do you say? And then after I come back to my senses. She said, Walter, I'm pregnant. Walter said, he started speaking to Master P. Shout out to Patrick. He said, make him say, today, Z. Make him make him say, today, Z. Knit, 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 knit. Oh man, he was like swamp nigga. His Asian Daisy. Down in Miami, tricking like a motherfucker. Finding these sex workers, dicking like a motherfucker. Gotta find these bitches, pay them all my riches. I'll and preach, about to dig us some ditches. Miami niggas. Shout out to Crew. Crew said that was Wayne's best bar ever. Hey, look, Wayne got some bars, man. Wayne got some bars. I ain't even going front, man. Wayne got some bars. Shout out to Patrick, man. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. I appreciate you, bro. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji as the ducks in the chat for Patrick for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Hey, listen, Swamp Nigga used to be my shit. Swamp Nigga bought it, man. Master P used to be my dude, man. Master P. Listen, I don't know why people was hating on No Limit like that, man. Not only did No Limit have some, like, they had some of the dopest songs ever. Listen, man. They had a whole lineup too. Like Fiend was dope. Mia X was dope. C Murder was dope. You know what I'm saying? They had a whole bunch of good artists, man. And like, I ain't even trying to be funny, man. This ain't even no knock on Master P. The only thing that Master P didn't understand is that you can't help people out. You know what I'm saying? Like Master P was trying to save too many niggas, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he tried to save Snoop Dogg. You know what I'm saying? Like Master P was trying to give people good deals and they were still complaining. You know what I'm saying? Like that like Master P's downfall was that he was too invested in those who did not invest in him. You know what I'm saying? He would have put on the whole, you know what I'm saying, state of Louisiana if he could. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of respect for Master P. He tried to make being like niggas had a problem with Master P. Like I want y'all to understand and see, this is the hip hop shit that you ain't gonna hear these cornballs on YouTube talk about. Master P tried to make it into a culture of being independent. Like this nigga Master P was always screaming independent, black owned, nigga, like rap a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like this nigga Master P was constantly screaming independent, black owned, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like didn't nobody feel that shit? Like how do you not feel that? You know what I'm saying? Literally every single song, like Master P, like independent, black owned. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas still didn't get the hint. You know what I'm saying? And Master P still like, yo, listen, man. Master P still trying. He's still trying. Listen, man, I got respect for Master P. I can't do it, man. I'm done with motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Good luck. I hope Master P can save everybody, man, because I'm done. I ain't got the patience of Percy Miller. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Make sure y'all show Crew some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Crew for holding it down for 2 months. Appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Man, yeah, man. His son, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Like, man, his son started tripping. Like, it's like, what? Master P. Now, mind you, Ice Cube, I think Ice Cube had got his own distribution. But Master P, now look, Master P was independent. If I'm not mistaken, I think like Schwa, like that again. See, this is what I'm saying, man. Like in the South, in the Midwest, like a lot of the Southern dudes was independent. Rap-A-Lot was independent. You know what I'm saying? Like even like Mike Jones with, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit they had going on. Mike Jones and them was independent. I think 8 Ball and MJG was independent with Swisher House. That was some Southern shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else wanted to get a manager and an AR and shit, an A&R. You know what AR means? Shit, that means accounts receivable. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said maybe if a lot had followed black ownership. Bro, listen, them people did. Master P was hollering the message. I'm trying to tell you, bro, you gonna see people be hollering the message all the time, and people turn their heads away from that shit and stick their nose up. You know what I'm saying? And then they wonder why some shit happened. And then you're not supposed to talk about the fact that, it was people screaming this shit from the mountaintop and y'all motherfuckers didn't listen. You're not supposed to talk about that, man. Fuck that shit, man. I'm talking about that shit. Hey, I appreciate you, AW1. Make sure y'all show AW1 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AW1 for funding the organization. I appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Yo, wasn't Do or Die? They was on Rap-A-Lot, wasn't they? Same reason they eat Frosted Flakes instead of his bro. This is what I'm saying. When people gonna see like what the reason why people don't see what the problem is because people been getting handled too gently for too long. People been handled gently. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said Rob Ninjas wanted the glitz and glam to go to award shows. Them NY clowns. I'm sorry, not sorry, but I just didn't care much for a lot of the artists out of NY. It's a lot of good artists from NY. I'm not from NY, so like a lot of the stuff they be talking about, I don't really relate to. But I like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, even some of the new cats like Dave East, you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace, Pop Smoke, you know what I'm saying? Jay Guapo. It's a lot of New York cats that I fuck with. I fucked with the Wu-Tang Clan back in the day. AZ, Nas, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Yeah, I actually got Vimeo, but I don't mess with it though. I think my Vimeo got hacked for real. Oh, look, hold on real quick. I got you, AW1. This how Myron be. You was talking about Myron be just like this every single time. Myron like a bad guy that always get his plan foiled, and he be looking like a cartoon character.
You cheated! I'm going to tell on you!
Oh yeah, I listen to a lot of NY artists: Capone and Noriega, Saigon, True Life, AZ, Nas, Onyx, DMX, Biggie, 50, Cormega, Nature. Who else? MOP. Shit. Y'all didn't listen to it? Man, stop it, man. I swear, man. Man, everybody listen to Annie Up, man. Stop it. Like, stop it. You know what I'm saying? I used to listen to Naughty by Nature. You know what I'm saying? Who else? Lords of the Underground. Tick Tock. This is how we rock. Man, that used to be the shit back in the day. Daz Effects. Like, come on, man. Stop it. Heavy D was a New York rapper. Like, stop it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody listen to New York rappers, man. New York was the only rappers you was able to listen to for a long time. Rapping Duke. Now, it's so many people that's so young when they hear that verse that Biggie said, Rapping Duke, ha ha. They don't know about the Rapping Duke, ha ha song. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know that Rapping Duke is was an actual rapper. Slick Rick, you know what I'm saying? The Great Adventures of Slick Rick. Everybody listen to that shit. Montel Jordan, what's his name? Yeah, Montel Jordan took the beat for This Is How We Do It from Bedtime Story from Slick Rick. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Now, I used to mess with Outkast on the Southern Playalistic. Yeah, Lords of the Underground. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. See, Brooklyn Queen know what I'm talking about, man. The Lords of the Underground was lit. Tick tock, this is how we rock. Man, that beat was so motherfucking hard. I heard that song when I was young, and that was back in the day, like before I knew anything around the world. And when they said Martin Luther King Boulevard, I thought they was talking about Cleveland. That was before I found out every hood in the world got a Martin Luther King Boulevard. Smith and Wesson, bro, shout out to AJ. What's that? Rest in peace, Sean Price. You know what I'm saying? Sean Price was insane with it, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said Slick is not a tether, but he got all his style from. I don't even know nothing about that nigga's ethnicity. I ain't even know any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I had no idea that Slick Rick wasn't a Black American. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, niggas like Lloyd Banks, Fabulous and shit like that. Now, again, I don't have no issue with Fabulous or Lloyd Banks. I fuck with Fabulous. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with Lloyd Banks. I just know because of shit that they said. Like I said, that whole thing, as far as that shit go, with any of that shit, like I said, bro, like I'm from the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? That's I look at that shit as other region problems. You know what I'm saying? Because for the most part, you know what I'm saying, it's not even a lot. It's not even a lot of that around. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? I be hearing the shit on YouTube, and I be trying to figure out, like, do everybody that be on YouTube stay? I know everybody that be on YouTube don't stay in New York. You know what I'm saying? So I be trying to figure out what be going on. Because like if you in the Midwest, unless you're in Chicago, you ain't dealing with all that like that. It's a lot of British motherfuckers in New York City, especially in East New York and you know what I'm saying, in Brooklyn. And then, like, technically though, think about this, right? Listen, if you're Black in British and you're like an actual like Black British person, like a Black person that's been in Britain for, you know what I'm saying, centuries, and you was you not an immigrant from, like, you know, from Africa or something like that, if you're in Britain as a result of like a drop off or something like that, you know what I'm saying, like, where you think them names like Johnson and all that came from, and Lincoln, you know what I'm saying, their culture would be real similar, like you know what I'm saying, like, technically, this is what I'm saying, like, people need to be real careful with these lines, with these little lines that they be knowing, or that they be trying to draw in the sand. Because technically, if a motherfucker is British and they from Britain, they could technically say, if you from the East Coast, you stole their accent, you tether in their accent. They could say that shit. You know what I'm saying? If you from Boston, or if you from anywhere in New England, you know what I'm saying? You call me a tether, nigga. You tethering my accent, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Would they be wrong if they said that shit? See, motherfuckers don't appreciate me, man, and I don't really give a fuck. But motherfuckers better be happy that I choose to, you know what I'm saying, be down where I'm down at. Because, nigga, you know what I'm saying, if I ever decided to just be a menace to society, bro, that shit would not be no fun. It's in the name, New England. They should call that shit Tether England. And it's right, it's New Hampshire, Vermont, you know what I'm saying? Connecticut, Massachusetts, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They could say that. You know what I'm saying? And it don't matter, like the British shit, bro, that's the white shit. That's the English. That's the King's. They call it the King's English and shit. These niggas over here in the United States talking like the King's English and shit. You know what I'm saying? These niggas talking the King's English and shit. You go to if you from New York, or if you from Boston or something like that, you go to Oxford, England, they ain't even gonna know you not from England. You're gonna sound more English. You're gonna sound more English than you sound American. That's when listen, if you ever go to England, if you're from the Midwest, that's where your accent will shine. You know what I'm saying? Because people from the South and people from New York got English accents. You know what I'm saying? We the only ones that actually have an American accent. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's hilarious. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "But where are the black Brits?" I don't know, bro. I ain't looking for them. You know what I'm saying? The real black Brits that came there to do slavery. Them black immigrants stole their identity. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. That's who I'm talking about. Them, the people that you talking about. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said Seneca Village was a black Indian city. Now it's Central Park. Yeah, they got Seneca. They got other little Seneca areas in New York. They got a casino up in the mountains, like up in Western New York. What's it called? I think is it called Seneca Allegheny? I don't know why it's called, if it is called Allegheny, it ain't nowhere near like the Allegheny region, but I think it's called Seneca Allegheny. It's a little casino. Yeah, man, I be trying to tell y'all, man, y'all gotta be careful with these little lines they be drawing on YouTube. Y'all better hope y'all don't never run across somebody like me on the on the others, the don't never run across the anti-Rob. You know what I'm saying? Y'all in trouble. if y'all ever encounter the anti-Rob, man, run the other direction.
Ethically and constitutionally as possible, as quickly as possible. To the people in and around the city of Aurora, again, we heard what was going on here. We heard your cries. We heard your calls for service.
Shout out to AW1. Yo, I'm down, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm down. Just let me know. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know. That should be fun. I'm gonna tell you the most difficult part about that though, as far as like doing a channel with other people. It's actually real cool. It's real fun if you can do it, but the biggest issue is getting everybody together as far as schedules. That can really be a problem. You know what I'm saying? That shit can really be a problem. Other than that, it's fun. You know what I'm saying?
And we responded. This location is now closed, and like I said, it will remain closed until it's in a better place, until it's in a better situation. But until then, we will continue to monitor this location. Again, I think what's important too to realize is that it's not just about the crime that occurred in these complex, but it's the crime that occurred around this entire neighborhood.
Yo, shout out to y'all real quick. If y'all haven't hit the like button, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said Jamaicans be talking like they speak the Queen's English and say we speak broken English. They sitting up there bragging about how well they speak somebody else's language and shit. It's crazy. That's why I don't never when people come talking shit about what kind of English I talk, or you know what I'm saying, like if I use slang or whatever, or you know, people trolling me about some shit that I say, I don't give a fuck how I sound speaking this shit. You know what I'm saying? If you understand what I'm saying, that's good enough. I'm not here to make your language look like it's like just the best shit ever, and I'm about to be the perfect, you know, poster boy for your corny ass language. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna say this shit how I say shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna disrespect your language by speaking it sounding horrible. You know what I'm saying? You won't never listen. That's one thing that you really don't see that here. You know what I'm saying? With Black Americans. Ain't nobody really like we about to bang and be like, yeah, you know, we speaking the Queen's English or the King's English better than anybody else like that. We don't really do that. You know what I'm saying? That's some other shit that be going on elsewhere. I've seen, you know what I'm saying, like I got friends that's like, you know, other, you know what I'm saying, cultures, other Black cultures and shit, and they be saying shit like that to each other, and I just be kind of looking like, that's what y'all be. I guess that's y'all's weird ass version of I guess that's y'all weird ass version of team dark skin versus team light skin, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what we were saying, Patrick. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, wasn't them city officials saying the gang takeover wasn't true? Yeah, the mayor like flip-flopped lightweight. He tried to at first say that it wasn't true. Then he said that it was true. Then he flipped back around and said that it wasn't true. And it was that the city council lady, that blonde lady, the white lady, she kept, you know what I'm saying, like, no, these motherfuckers are lying. This shit is going down. It's happening and shit. And then, like, finally they, like, validated it. And the media was saying that it wasn't true, too. Like, NBC and CNN was saying that it wasn't true. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, I miss reaction undocumented, too, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? I gotta try to figure out how to get them bad boys back going. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said JD checked the news host for saying it wasn't that many takeovers. So JD Vance always trying to check somebody. JD Vance a old aggressive motherfucker. Like, man, he's constantly trying to check somebody. Sometimes that motherfucker be trying to check people before something even happened. Like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Calm your ass the fuck down. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said Black Americans came up with our version of English. Them other groups try to take digs, but then I look up, they using our verbiage. I don't know. Now I do know they try to replicate, like people try to replicate how, like our speaking pattern and how we speak. But as far as like English, like, you know what I'm saying? English is English. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be saying, like, you know, people gotta be careful with them, the way the little lines that they be drawing, man. People don't really understand. Like, this is what I be saying, man. This one of the reasons why, to me, like the diaspora war is just so stupid, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really understand. I don't get what the purpose of that shit is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand it. I'll never get it. People need to be setting up commerce networks. Motherfuckers want to be arguing, like, motherfuckers want to be like, oh, you niggas eat collard greens. Like, man, are you dumb? Shut your stupid ass up and start a gold export company. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand that shit. And like these motherfuckers with this shit, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers be on Twitter all damn day having roast contests and shit. Man, have a fucking Zoom conference and start an economic block. To me, like I said, like, man, I'm too task oriented for the type of silliness and ridiculousness that goes on online and shit. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said them collars that Kamala Washington her. Like, see that Kamala Harris should understand that there would be a severe consequence if you try to play in people's face like that. Yeah, bro. Hey, listen, man. I tell everybody come move to the Midwest, bro. Especially like Ohio or Indiana or, you know, Eastern Michigan, bro, where the real estate is cheap as hell and you ain't got to deal with no bilingual requirement, man. Bro, everybody should come to the Midwest. It's cheap. You'll be able to afford to live. It's clean. You know what I'm saying? You got fresh water supply. The Great Lakes is here, bro. I'm never leaving the Midwest. I'll go on vacation and I'll travel the world, but I'll always come back home to the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what people say. People can say whatever the fuck they want to say. You say whatever you want to say about the Midwest while you pay, you know what I'm saying, $9 a gallon in gas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Tell me how bad I have it as you pay $9 in gas. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, I'm not going where it's snow. I like the snow, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to that shit. Like I said, I grew up in the Midwest. That shit ain't shit for me. You know what I'm saying? Snowballs, you know what I'm saying? Snow when I was younger, making snowmen and shit, going tobogganing and shit like that. Hot chocolate with the ice skating, man, bro. That's that's fun. You know what I'm saying? And driving in the snow, bro, like, you don't have no skills with driving until you can drive a stick shift through a snowstorm. You know what I'm saying? You don't have no, like, I don't be trying to hear about none of these aggressive, like, I'm an aggressive driver. You ain't shit. If you can't drive through the snow with a stick shift aggressively, you ain't shit. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to hear about nobody's driver skills. You know what I'm saying? People be slipping and sliding. I thought you was an aggressive driver. Why you got your foot on the brakes? You know what I'm saying? Why you got your foot on the brakes? You know, I ain't trying to get in no accident. You ain't gonna get in no accident if you know what you're doing. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, unfortunately, when people are powerless, they engage in this behavior. They say they powerless when it's convenient, and then when they not, you know what I'm saying, when it's not convenient, then they powerful. People got to figure out which one it is before they start attacking the problem. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of them are embarrassed that they supposed to have their own country, but don't basically are from resource colonies. I like Detroit, but that's snow, man. Hey, I feel it, bro. I listen, man. The snow cool for me. I don't mind the snow. I have fun in the snow, bro. You know what I'm saying? Umar need to go where some snow at. Umar is where some snow at. He in Philadelphia, man. I don't know why he be playing with his corny ass. Philadelphia get crazy snowstorms. Just like New York, like anywhere on the East Coast, you know what I'm saying, get crazy snowstorms. You know what I'm saying? That shit's hilarious. Oh man, that shit is crazy, man. People be coming up with some stupid ass shit. You're supposed to be a scholar coming up with some dumb ass shit. Scholars supposed to come up with intelligent shit. You know what I'm saying? Scholars supposed to come up with shit like the theory of relativity. You know what I'm saying? Like, go on, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, stop coming up with stupid shit. Come up with some smart shit, please. If you want to be regarded as an intellectual. Shout out to Patrick. I don't know about this though, Patrick. It's people that have been powerless before they evolve. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing that's interesting about this, right, is if you pay very close attention, as much as people had a diaspora war, people be going in on the governments of like the African countries, right? But if you look at, you could theoretically say that the Democrats, quote unquote, are the government of black people. And what's interesting about it is that if you compare the government of liberal and Democrat cities to the governments of failing nations that people roast, the shit is practically the same. So, like, there is a serious system problem. Now, shout out to Crew. Crew said we never ran from our homeland. Now, here go the thing, right? How do you run from a non-existent homeland? How do you do that? There's no way we, quote unquote, could run from a quote unquote homeland because we technically don't have a homeland. We got legislation in the United States that explains, quote unquote, our being here. But how do you run from a homeland that you don't have? And where would we run to? Like, I don't think that that's a good talking point. Matter of fact, I don't think that most talking points that are used in regards to any of that shit are any good or would hold up against anybody that could actually intelligently respond back. I wouldn't say that America's our homeland. I would say that now, if you actually follow what Neely Fuller Jr. said, Neely Fuller Jr. said America and the planet is a prison. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you are see, like, then here's where you get the further delineation, right? Because all of us are not indigenous Americans. Some of us, right, are transatlantic slave implants, right? So the whole entire group is not indigenous to the United States. There's some people that's indigenous to the United States, but not all. So we can't say that as an our. We had to talk about them particular people. So if you're a black person that's indigenous to the United States, like someone like a Gullah Geechee tribe person, you know what I'm saying, or certain Creole people, that's a different story, right? So this ain't. I wouldn't consider it. Then you have to do further breakdowns. You have to do a further delineation within the tribal differences or like the genetic differences within Black Americans. Because how do you look at somebody and know, or how do you tell whether somebody was a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade or if you was part of the Black people that was already here, unless you had a census information. And again, you had to have the census information to prove all of that. People can't just like say these things. Like, I could just say anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could just be like, yeah, I'm Gullah Geechee. I'm not. I mean, I could be. Honestly, I don't know. I never went back into my history all like that. But I would have to say I don't know. I can't just make some shit up. Some people will make some shit up, but making shit up ain't never gonna work. You're going somebody at some point is gonna call you on that shit. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, even if we use these talking points, right? If you look at the governments are the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, people have voted themselves into idiotic situations all over the place in the United States where there's a large concentration of Black people. The governments in these countries in Africa are completely ridiculous. Why is it like that? Now, as far as quote unquote fleeing and running and all that shit, all you got to do is just ask yourself this question: what causes white flight? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug, right? Win Lose a Rug said the majority of people don't even know, thought they didn't trust the white man's data. People don't trust the white man's data until the white man's data is favorable to some shit that, you know what I'm saying, that people would like. That's just like Trump. Motherfuckers don't like Trump, but when he started deporting people that, you know, they got an issue with, then, you know what I'm saying, Trump. You know what I'm saying? Cruel Reality said the white folks are the most fleeing people on the planet. Yeah, well, regardless of what they flee from with white flight here in the United States. You know why they flee. That's why you said that. Yeah, you know why they flee. That's why you said that. You know what I'm saying? And then why did the people from the diaspora flee? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how people could just sit there, even like with Myron, right? And I don't even fuck with Myron, but everybody know that the United States been in Somalia, bombing the shit out of Somalia because they've been running that coup on Al-Shabaab. People know this shit. They know this shit. And then like joke about the shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers be like, you can't get your country together. The United States is literally meddling with the governments of all these countries and shit. You know what I'm saying? The United States is literally meddling with all these countries. Now, this was ironic, right? All these dudes in the United States, you know what I'm saying? They be on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we fuck with BRICS. Now, you know, if the world order happens to change, you know, China and Russia gonna be meddling with the United States the same way the United States meddle with all kind of shit. And then, you know, the BRICS countries, you know, the BRICS fucks with the tethers. The BRICS, you know, a lot of the BRICS nations is tethered nations, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, shit might flip one of these days. And then what? Then them tethered niggas gonna be like, you know, Russia and them fucking with y'all. Why can't you get your land together, man? What's up with that national debt in the United States? What people gonna say? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, man, that shit, you know what I'm saying? That should be cool for YouTube and shit, but you know what I'm saying, on some real life, actual practical shit, man, that shit don't hold no weight anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I think motherfuckers spend too much time trying to attach to greatness and history to their skin color that they never really accomplish anything. Bro, that's some other shit. Neely Fuller Jr. said that shit. Neely Fuller Jr. said that shit for sure. He called that shit the plague of past greatness. You know what I'm saying? Now, everybody fuck with BRICS, but BRICS fuck with the tether nations. BRICS don't fuck with us. What y'all think about that? They be calling South Africa a tether nation, but BRICS fuck with South Africa. That's the S in BRICS, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, for me, considering that you was colonized and what the West did to your home nation, why would I choose to go to the nations of the same people that destroyed your homelands? I don't get that. I don't know. I mean, we live in the land of a place where we were used as literally everything. And we do it voluntarily and beat our chest and say, yes, we're Black Americans and we love our slave owner last names. And the only way we want compensation for our trials and tribulations in this country is with money that has their portraits on it. Like, I mean, you know, I'm like a lone wolf in this motherfucker, but like, I don't really like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit. I like old boy from Belly. Like, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. You know what I'm saying? That's where the concept of them last names come from. The president's last names, Lincoln, Johnson, you know what I'm saying? Jefferson, especially, you know what I'm saying? All them last names it's not even a last name. That shit's a fucking ownership tag. You know how a cow gets a brand on it and it tells what ranch that they're from? If you're a Black American, that's what our last names are. I don't like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew says not slave owner last names, bro. Rob. These are our last name. Now here's the thing, right? If you're saying about the two different groups of Black people, the ones who come from the transatlantic slave trade versus the ones that were here indigenously, at first, before the reclassifications that you talked about, there was different set of rules. Those people who were the original quote unquote free men, who were actually still free and amongst society while people from the transatlantic slave trade were brought in, they had different rights, you know what I'm saying, than the people who were brought in. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. You got freckles in a Shamrock Shake. You got freckles in a Shamrock Shake. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You know what I'm saying? Here come Patrick with the only group. We the only ones. Shout out. We the only one. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I feel like we are the only group that gets held to this higher standard, or we need to turn the other cheek. I believe that that's not, I don't believe that that's true. I believe that it's a self-restricting thing of us, many of us constantly saying that. I don't really see other people saying turn the other cheek. When something happens, I see an explosion of us saying we expected to do this, we expected to do that. I don't really see anybody directing traffic. Now look, shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said we are too nice. I would disagree. I wouldn't say we are too nice. I would say the majority of Black people are too nice. I know for a fact I'm not too nice because people I always get told about how fucked up I am and about how mean I am. But then at the same time, people be like, people got to stand on shit in XYZ. And it's like, okay, all right. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, I would push back slightly. What happened was beyond listen, bro, they go that beyond the control. Listen, what happened to the Cavs when they played against the Golden State Warriors? It was beyond their control. Steph Curry and and Klay Thompson kept dropping threes, so they lost. You know what I'm saying? I honestly, listen, bro, if somebody won or you know they took advantage of you or overpowered you and then they write their name on you, bro, that's the ultimate sign of disrespect. Not to mention you eternally carried a DNA against your will. You think that the people in Sicily think that it's a flex that they got a permanent tan because of Hannibal? You know what I'm saying? I think that's one of the reasons why they got such a big issue with Black people. And then want to turn around and say that Hannibal wasn't Black, but they got a permanent tan though as a result of the invasion. You know what I'm saying? They got permanent chocolate milked. You know what I'm saying? No, you're not hearing that. And I'm not gonna stop saying the shit that I say, bro. Like I said, because I am Black American as fuck. And I don't like the condition that we're in. And I'm tired of motherfuckers not pushing themselves. That shit is irritating. And if it feel like I'm coming at motherfuckers, then I guess I am. Now motherfuckers got more shit to worry about than just white supremacy, I guess. I don't give a fuck. That kind of talking point, bro, is not at all ever going to make me not say the shit that's on my mind. You know what I'm saying? If it feel like I'm coming at you, then, I mean, I guess I'm coming at you and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm coming at people. You know what I'm saying? I listen, bro, I do streams constantly about, I do constant streams about what people can and should do. They don't give a fuck. They don't want to do the shit. TD had streams. I mean, like we go through this all the time. TD had streams about how to get your kids into free STEM. You know what I'm saying? You want to sit there and say, when the last time I had a nigga in chains? When the last time I hurt somebody? I'm coming at motherfuckers. If I'm coming at people and my words make motherfuckers feel like this, bro, you about to encourage me to start actually putting hands on people, man. That should have just really be taking people out of the game. Don't give me that much power. Don't give me that much power, man. My words is beating people down like that, and I'm not even coming at motherfuckers. When you ever heard me call a black person stupid? You know what I'm saying? When you ever hear me say motherfuckers is too damn incapable of doing shit that any plan that we do would get foiled? When have you ever heard me say some shit like that? Shout out to Crew. That's what I try to do, bro. But this is what I'm saying. This is called a size up. This is the shakeout. This is the shakedown. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug know what I'm talking about. This is the shakedown and the shakeout. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, real talk, bro. I don't know why people think that I'm joking or that I'm kidding, but I'm not. I'm done with that shit, bro. I'm not in the business of giving solutions or helping people with any of that shit anymore. I'm done with that. That shit done, nigga. I hung up my motherfucking jersey. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. Motherfuckers on their own out here like Bobby Brown. I don't give a fuck no more. Like when I said that shit, I was 100% serious and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I'm talking about the small topic you went on. Yeah, the diaspora wars, bro. That shit's dumb as fuck, nigga. Are you serious? We got whole ass white supremacy issues. We got whole ass issues of all these other anti-black groups, and motherfuckers want to do stupid shit. What did I say? I said, why the fuck do people spend time tearing each other down? Why do motherfuckers be on Twitter all day talking shit? Build a network. Then I said, why are people in Africa not building a gold transport company? How is that coming at anybody? Having an expectation of production is coming at somebody? That's not adding anything. What should be the issue should be, why aren't these things available for us? That's the actual issue. Why is this shit not here? I'm not the issue that I'm bringing up that there's an absence of resources. The absence of resources is the issue. I'm going to keep bringing that shit up until somebody notices it and actually does something about the shit. You know what I'm saying? When you try to bring attention to where there's resource availability, motherfuckers don't want to listen to that shit. Go get some Bitcoin. I don't fuck with Bitcoin. Oh, okay. All right, then. Everybody else do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else getting rich off the shit. Oh, okay, I get it. Motherfuckers don't want to get rich. Okay. You coming at black? I'm not. I came at motherfuckers with solutions. You know what I'm saying? Bro, listen, I treat everybody the same way I treat myself. And what I can tell is that most people ain't used to treating themselves with having the utmost expectation of success and highest quality. I'm a perfectionist, bro. Which means that if I treat everybody the same way I treat myself, I expect perfection out of everybody. I don't accept excuses. I don't accept laziness. I don't accept none of that shit. I give myself the most heat. You see the quality that I put into the artwork and shit on my channel, bro. I'm a motherfucking perfectionist. I don't put no sloppy ass shit up. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that shit. Now, I can't help if people don't appreciate that shit because motherfuckers don't have any type of appreciation for quality, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, for art or for style and shit like that. But look, hey, shout out to Crew. I appreciate you, bro. But yeah, man, I don't give myself a pass. Anytime I don't achieve a goal, bro, I constantly reevaluate what I did wrong or what I feel like I didn't do. I hold everybody to the same standard that I hold myself to. And I focus mainly on what I can control. So if I'm focusing on what I can control, how do I then focus on outside factors? Yeah. What's the problem with the diaspora war? What did I say about the diaspora war that hurt your feelings? The fact that I said that it's stupid? I think that it is stupid. It's dumb. You know what I'm saying? I said that people make fun of Somalia knowing that our government bombs the fuck out of them every day. What's not true about that? I mean, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug just put an article in the Discord about the United States bombing Somalia, but we'll just act like that shit don't happen. I mean, we can just, you know what I'm saying? That's what everybody do all the time, just act like shit don't happen. So, I mean, we can act like shit don't happen. You know what I'm saying? I think the diaspora war is dumb as fuck. That shit's stupid. I mean, I didn't say that Black Americans started the diaspora war. I didn't say Black Americans shouldn't defend themselves when attacked. I think the whole idea, the diaspora war is just as dumb as team light skin, team dark skin. Now, when I said team light skin, team dark skin is dumb, nobody was like, "Oh, you coming at us?" I think if I'm coming at you, I'm coming at me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said that's what Neely Fuller Jr. said. We use history to see where we went wrong. And nobody does anything that Neely Fuller Jr. says. That's facts. Shout out to Crew. We use history to see where we went wrong. No one does that. No one does that, bro. And then when you do that, you getting came at. Listen, didn't the diaspora war 1.0 end in motherfuckers getting sold into slavery and shit? Ain't that something like that? Didn't something like that happen? And there was kingdoms in Nubia, you know what I'm saying? And all these other different places, Timbuktu and shit like that. And then they all got destroyed by stupid ass diaspora wars. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? Again, like, when do motherfuckers learn their lesson and shit? But then if I say there's a pattern of motherfuckers not learning their lesson, you know what I'm saying? It's, oh, you know, you coming at. That's one of the reasons why I said I'm not trying to convince nobody of shit no more. I don't give a fuck. The fuck for? The evidence is all out there, and motherfuckers be like, nah, you know what I'm saying? That's not what, you know what I'm saying? The first three letters of the alphabet ain't ABC. Okay. I don't have, there's nothing you can do with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, exactly, neocolonialism is a non-factor. Then so is post-Jim Crow white supremacy. Bro, exactly. If we can sit there and say, you know, to the people in South Africa, well, the apartheid, that shit, if, bro, like, man, like, some of us was alive when Nelson Mandela got released from prison. The United States government funded the apartheid, man. They helped with that shit. what I'm saying? The United States supported the apartheid. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a fact. Look at this. Hold on real quick. Yeah. U.S. history of support of apartheid, bro. Hold on real quick. People be acting like when people be making little comments about the United States, they don't be having validity to that shit. Nah, they definitely got validity to that shit. Hey, I appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. See, Brooklyn Queen be knowing what the fuck be going on. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Bitcoin Shantae. Bitcoin Shantae be knowing what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, so these people, I mean, is that how you want to get down? Do you want to get down by letting people say greasy shit about you? Because I never said not to defend yourself. Like, I mean, so if you personally, Patrick, if you want to allow people to say some greasy shit about you, you go right ahead. But just understand that you're the one that said that. You're the one that suggested that. You're the one that put that up there. I never said no shit like that. My comment was that the diaspora war is stupid. I'm not going to back down from that comment. The diaspora war is stupid as fuck. Shit is retarded. It's dumb as fuck. Damn near every nation in Africa is occupied by a European power. You know what I'm saying? There's no African nations that have any Asian or European country occupied. The United States is completely occupied. There's no business network back and forth. There's no vertical integration. Like, there's a lot more productive shit that motherfuckers can be doing than having Twitter roasts and forehead examinations. That shit's retarded. Now, how you get out of that, if somebody comes at you, just stand there. I know they don't care. That's why it's dumb. Wouldn't you agree? Like, wouldn't you agree? That's why it's stupid. And honestly, I don't know to the extent that anybody cares. To be honest. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, man, I was just watching Married with Children. Man, I wish there were more shows like this. Bro, Married with Children was that shit was classic, bro. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug is right, bro. Diaspora war is just a bunch of motherfuckers arguing about being in last place. People don't really realize how unintelligent they look. Bro, Win, Lose, or Rug is on point. That's my, you know what I'm saying? Win, Lose, or Rug is on point, bro. Patrick says, so these people can say greasy shit about us. We respond, but then just be talking like Black America is this stupid. Who said that? Y'all need to not worry about that. We all black. Nah, and I'm not, I didn't say that whole we all black, flat blackness shit. Because I'm the dude that said the out of Africa theory is toxic. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, it doesn't help to say that everything originated from us, because that gives people the claim, that gives people the ability to try to make the claims that they could claim part of anything that we originate. I said that I've said that that's a bad idea for a long time. That's part of toxic sharing and shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of, I mean, that in itself is the, nah, you good, bro. That in itself is the premise of why now listen, when I say I have a problem with the diaspora war, I shouldn't have to explain this shit, but I'm gonna explain it anyway. I have a problem with the non-productive aspect of it. I've never suggested that if somebody tries to attack you or your integrity or who you are, that you shouldn't defend yourself. I've never ever implied that. You know what I'm saying? No, you good. I got what you're saying, bro. You good. I should have acted like I took it personal though, just to see what I could get you for though. I should have acted like I took it personal just so I could see what I could have got you for and shit. But I'm like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna do you like that. I ain't gonna do you like that. Patrick, my dude, man. I ain't about to do you like that. Shout out to Crew. Crew said out of Africa is a lie. We all started different time on different places. Science. Yeah, I would agree. And people take out of Africa. Like think about this, bro. People said like people left Africa and melanin started to fade. You hear all these Eurocentric, like out of Africa is actually some Eurocentric shit. Just like the out of Europe theory is a Eurocentric theory. You know what I'm saying? People said people left Europe and then they got darker because they was exposed to the sun. That's not even, it's not like you don't have like if you don't have dark skin to begin with, exposure to the sun doesn't give you dark skin. It changes chemicals in your skin that are on the epithelial layer. Shout out to Greets. What's good with you, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like black people don't have a tan. You know what I'm saying? So that's a theory that white scientists came up with that was completely incorrect. Then they try to say that, you know, people left out of Africa and got lighter. No one leaves out of Africa and your melanin dissipates. Like that doesn't happen anywhere at all. That's not something that's a scientifically true statement. Your like melanin is a permanent fixed chemical in your skin. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't go away or come out based on if you leave Africa. Then there's the issue of the Neanderthal DNA that's present in non-sub-Saharan African people. And again, none of these things are to devalue anybody. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't believe in the devaluation of people. All I'm saying is that it just makes people different. It just makes us different and shit. Everybody is different. But in one instance, the world wants to say we're all the same. And then in the other instance, the world wants to say we're different. And then another problem is out of those conflicts, there's many of us who quote unquote just want to belong. We don't need to belong to shit. We already belong to motherfuckers before, man. Fuck that shit. Hey, what's good with it, bro? Shout out to Bronze the God. Hey, I see your comment now, bro. What's good with you? Shout out to Bronze. Bronze said, hey, yo, bro, you seen this? I guess my comments ain't going through. I refreshed the chat and all my chats. Yeah, they must not have, bro. I see this one, though. Yo, did y'all see Bronze's comment? If y'all seen a comment from Bronze before, let me know in the chat. I just now seen this one, bro. If they did, I don't see none, but if they did show up, my bad, I missed them. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said facts. The black experience in the colder parts of the northern U.S. proves that fact. Yeah, bro. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is for one, yes, absolutely. That's absolute facts. And then for two, there's the human genome study. You know what I'm saying? And again, you know, that's not to take away any integrity of any other group of people. Honestly, what that's taking the integrity away from is like just the Eurocentric approach on the science and how you got to be careful, because like that's playing into that toxic sharing shit. You know what I'm saying? The diaspora, like the diaspora war, like let's look at this, man. Like while the diaspora war is going on, you know what I'm saying? Like you got Trump poking his head out, and you know what I'm saying? Like you got people on their high horse over here on their highest confidence level, thinking they could just run up on people, man. Well, but I mean, you know, people be like, you know, that's all right though. I don't look, man. Like I'm not trying to be funny, man. Like I do not rock with none of that bullshit. I don't rock with any parts of any of that woke right victim nonsense. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Greed. Greed said Elon Musk is out of Africa. Hold on, what happened to the? Oh, here you go. Right, yo, listen, bro. People, bro, like, man, look, that's a whole nother rabbit hole, bro. Like, don't even get me started with the Elon Musk shit. Don't even get me started with the Elon Musk shit. Now, like I said, I don't mind what Doge is doing as far as like auditing the government. But I don't understand how people can fuck with Elon Musk the way they do. I don't. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug, bro. I agree. It makes people look weak. Facts. Brooklyn Queen got her degree at FMD. Brooklyn got her degree at Family Dominican University. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, and I'm so glad that Greed said this, man, because I had actually said this. I forget whose comment section. Oh yeah, I think it was, matter of fact, it was Moxie Approved. I had said this in Moxie Approved's comment section. I'm like, yo, man, how come they don't be calling Trump a tether? You know what I'm saying? How come they don't be calling Elon Musk a tether? And Tulsi Gabbard. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk is for sure a tether. He tethered himself to the American conservative movement. You know what I'm saying? He gets a little bit too much respect. People call that dude a genius. You know what I'm saying? No Mensa papers. What's a genius? Like I said, let me see. A genius is actually it's quantified, it's quantitative. Oh yeah, we could definitely ding her. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Oh yeah, we could ding Tulsi. Yeah. Yes, sir. Hold on real quick. The fuck. See that? How do you get rid of these unblockable ads? Sometimes the ads just, you can't get rid of them. They just appear, and then they don't go away. Now, doesn't she have some ancestry that's not from America? Let me shut up, man. She's a clown. So look at this IQ range. Very gifted or highly advanced. Gifted or very advanced. Superior, high, average, average. Average is 90 to 109. Low average, borderline, impaired or delayed. Mildly impaired or delayed. Now, if you look up sub-Saharan IQ online, they say that the sub-Saharan IQ is right here, 55 to 69. But now, of course, European people will say that, right? Because if I ran the world, I would say that. I would say right there. You know what I'm saying? So, it's all fair in war and games. But people don't understand that, though. Like a lot of people wouldn't do that. They'd be like, that's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, we should at least we should at least get them a test. You're here, period. I don't want to hear shit else. And because you're here, you don't get the same rights as everybody else because you bought as smart as a damn golden retriever. So yeah. Yeah. Don't that sound terrible? Like, that sounds terrible, right? Shout out to Crew. You said, I don't know. You said we're at least 170? 170 is 170 is above very gifted, bro. Highly advanced. You know what I'm saying? I would expect better voting if people were at the 170 range. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no 170 range finna be voting Democrat. I know 80% for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? That come on now. That shit ain't finna happen at no 170. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think Elon Musk has 3 bachelor degrees, and I think maybe one of them might be in engineering or something like that. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up for you real quick, Greets. You about to die laughing. Hold on. Let me see. Look at this. Look, hold on. This shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy. Look at this. Hold on real quick. Look. The International Studies of Mathematics, Science, and Reading give a sub-Saharan IQ of 66. The 4 data sets can be averaged to give an IQ of 68 as the best reading of the IQ in sub-Saharan Africa. A degree in economics and dropped out of engineering. So he's basically living out his fantasy, making a bunch of technological objects and technological advancements that he's not intellectually capable of producing on his own. Now, shout out to Crew, right? I don't know as far as that thing goes. To me, that right there, that should be enough to be like, hold on, let's put this diaspora war on pause. We gotta address this attack right here, because that's an attack. That's you know what I'm saying. That's a result of social engineering. But so is the diaspora war, though. You know what I'm saying? The diaspora war is a result of social engineering too. Shout out to Greets. Greets said, you remember Amy? Yeah, Amy, the lowland gorilla who performed sign language, and she was like 52. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying, man. They out here attacking on all fronts, man. Like I said, this this is why, you know, I highlighted where I highlighted. If I ran the world, you know what I'm saying, we it's not even a question. You just automatically getting labeled with that 44 and 56, and you finna get a whole different set of laws for you because I said so. Because, you know what I'm saying, I'm Rob and I said so. Ain't no the reality is it ain't no truth and justice. Shout out to Grease. Grease said that it's nasty work, bro. Like, man, it's nasty, man. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. That shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy. You see this right here. They tie it right in. Look at how they do. Amid them folks, unprecedented what they doing over there, you know, in the Middle East. I spoke with Professor David F. Schmitz about the U.S. government's support of apartheid in South Africa. Now, you know, David F. Schmitz probably knew about it because I don't know if anybody is aware, but did you know that them folks, Special Army that begins with the letter M, trains those farmers with military weapons in South Africa? So, you know what I'm saying? Like the United States supports the apartheid on many fronts. You know what I'm saying? Look, Black Free Thinker said Rob on that Darth Kryptonius talk again. Facts. Oh man, no, it didn't get that bad today. It didn't get that. Well, actually, maybe it did. Maybe it did get that bad. Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Free Thinker for funding the organization. Look at this. It's fake. Look, I'm looking at this $2 bill. It's fake. Oh man, hey, we gotta find that part when he said that, when he said it's fake afterwards, man. That shit was funny as hell. Oh man, that shit was funny as hell. Yo, if y'all ain't hit the like button yet, do me a favor, hit that like button. If y'all haven't shared the stream, do me a favor, take a moment, share the stream. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. Man, that's hilarious, man. It's fake. She said, "You're killing him." Let me see. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. Man, this is hilarious, man. This is so fucking funny. I'm gonna have to stop this shit multiple times. Only doing this title so I won't be copyrighted. All right, hold on. I'm about to. So we can put this playback speed on 1.25. Shout out to James Sumner. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said Darth Kryptonius explains Rob thumbnails for the show. Right. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Hold on real quick. Yeah, look, shout out to Black Free Thinker. That's what I'm talking about because I'm Rob and I said so. Yeah, you know, exactly. I don't have to make sense of shit. I said so, and that's just it. We've been living with that for how long?
Hey,
just hold on.
I'm sorry. Whoa, hold on, please, officer.
Now,
I'm sorry.
I think it's ironic that this woman's name was Karen. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Police officer, I didn't mean to scare you. The front door was open.
What are you doing in here?
I'm just here on a routine check.
Now, you know, you got to stop it every now and then. you gotta stop it every now and then.
Look, I'm Officer Krieger, 42nd Precinct. You're Karen Jensen, right?
Yeah. So your name is Karen Jensen. She's a Karen.
Why?
Because you're dead too.
Look, hey, if somebody sprays some garlic in your eyes, it's gonna take you out the game like that. He flipping all the way out. She should have kicked him in his ribs or something.
What is this, garlic?
Yeah, well, he said it would work against vampires.
Vampires? Who said I was a
Nobody.
vampire?
Look, nobody. Blade in the back. Who said I was a vampire? Nobody. Did he kick this motherfucker across the room? Oh, this shit about to be good. Who said I was a vampire? Nobody. Now your ass go flying across the room.
Vampire, huh?
Nobody.
Oh, look, and then she go, this is a perfect, this is a red pill moment right here. This motherfucker broke into her apartment, was about to kill her. Then she tells Blade, "You're hurting him." Like you can't make that shit up. That was like one of the most accurate parts of the movie.
He's a familiar.
Man, them is some he's slapping the shit out of this motherfucker, man.
He's a familiar.
Oh man, this is one of the best parts of a movie ever. Get over it.
Is all that necessary?
He was about to kill you. He was about to kill you. Then she hit him with the New York accent. Is all that necessary? Oh man.
It's fake. It's fake.
Blade mad as hell. He mad as hell. Look, watch this. This is here go another part. Somebody interferes. Look, take it. Now he was not about to take it easy on you. He wasn't about to take it easy on you. Y'all should learn a lesson from this. You know what I'm saying? It's a pick one. It's a lot. Now, let me ask you this question. Let's just say, for instance, Deacon Frost happened to bust in the house and he was just whooping Blade's ass relentlessly. You think she would have felt sorry for Blade? You think she would have told Deacon Frost, Stop. Matter of fact, I think there is a part in the movie where Deacon Frost get the best of Blade. And if I'm not mistaken, not only do she not say shit, but she actually helped Deacon Frost out a little bit. Like I said, a lot of lessons. Pick your lesson.
I'm only gonna ask you one more time. Where will you take me?
Go fuck yourself.
Fuck me. No, you suck this.
She moved the gun out of the way. Blade handling this dude that almost killed her. Hey. Hey. Hey, hey. You know what I'm saying? He was going to kill her. She gonna stop Blade from putting the gun in his face. Why ain't she just run away with him? Why ain't she just run away with him? Go ahead with that nigga then. You know what I'm saying?
Where will you take me?
Go fuck yourself.
Fuck me. No, you suck this.
Listen, I ain't trying to look, man. Let me shut the hell up, man. I ain't trying to be funny, man. Blade a vampire too, man. I'd have bit her neck and drunk all her blood right there. No more of this shit. You need a little bit. No more of this shit. You need a little bit more help being under control. Let me help you out with that. Bite. Yeah, you gonna have that telepathic vampire remote control because you don't listen. You do dumb shit. I didn't know. He hit her with the real shit that she still ain't about to listen to. It still
survive it. You better learn to pull the trigger.
Blade, as hardcore as you are, you still don't even realize that the only thing that chick could pull the trigger on is you, my nigga. You better wake up. Right? You better wake up. And you better realize the only thing that chick is going to pull the trigger on is you. Look, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said she still expects to be saved, man. And after getting saved multiple times, she got saved by Blade. Like I said, man, there's a lot of lessons in there. Look, man, you ain't never lied. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said motherfuckers still won't pull the trigger on Bitcoin. Facts. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, is what she's doing consistent with what we see people doing in reality, though? I would say it is. What you think, bro? I would say that shit right there is like watching reality in real time. Now, I don't even want to go there. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna go there. That, like I said, with her, just watching the movie Blade. If you know the movie Blade and you know her, bro, listen. After that little incident with the apartment, she would have been on her own. You good luck against these vampires, man. Good luck against these vampires because you on your own. You're a liability. Like, I don't have time for you and shit. And honestly, she's a liability to the extent if them vampires had got to her first, oh yeah, she gonna be one of them little, she gonna be one of them little Deacon Frost concubines all day, voluntarily. She will be a willing Deacon Frost concubine. I don't like Blade anyway. You know what I'm saying? Blade think it's a mother shit. Blade having a Blade having a mother crisis and shit. You know what I'm saying? Trying to save this chick. You know what I'm saying? That's some. They put all kind of shit in this movie, man. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. The like Blade's Moss. Yeah, that's why Blade was looking out like that. That's why Blade was looking out like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, man, listen. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Blade needs to vomit that blue pill. Listen, look, man. Blade was trying to do what Blade do, man. And it's just it's just interesting how real that shit is. He don't know that old girl will be a willing Deacon Frost concubine. Blade's mom, look, Blade's mom was a willing Deacon Frost concubine, man. Blade got in that little chamber and said, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Mom came out. You know what I'm saying? Chilling with Frost and shit. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, it took a rated R movie to get the Marvel movies popping. Yeah, Blade was lit. Spawn was lit too, man. I wish they had had better production on Spawn, and they had got Wesley Snipes to play Spawn too. That shit would have been lit. Look at this crusty ass bathroom right here. How many of y'all would live in an apartment like this? If you would live in an apartment like this, give me a thumbs up. If you wouldn't, give me a thumbs down. You got me bent.
Day after its official closing, we got to look inside at the living conditions at the edge of Lowry Apartments. Aurora's top cop calling the apartment complex's closure a quote turning point.
And do y'all see these big ass roaches on the? Look at these big mutant ass roaches on the ceiling. That's disgusting. Yeah, Spawn was dope. He was like, yes, I will lead your army. You know what I'm saying? Then he was like, I'm good on this shit.
Just one day after its official closing, we got to look inside at the living conditions at the edge of Lowry Apartments. Aurora's top cop calling the apartment complex's closure a quote turning point for crime in Aurora and the immediate neighborhood. Denver 7's Veronica Costa was at the press conference and joins us this evening.
And Veronica, what is the message the chief wants to convey to everyone?
Well, first off, Aurora's police chief Todd Chamberlain said it was a quote perfect storm that led to what he.
This chick right here, this Veronica Acosta, man, she got the party voice, man. Veronica got the party voice.
Said it was a quote perfect storm that led to what he called a crisis at the edge of Lowry.
Oh, man, Veronica be kicking it.
He pointed to the influx of immigrants, CBZ management, and the Tren de Aragua gang all as factors. And today, we got that close look at some of those living conditions inside of that troubled complex. On the outside, fencing and boarded up windows now flank the edge of Lowry. On the inside, units are empty of tenants, but the living conditions they endured were on display Wednesday.
I have not seen anything as despicable and as mismanaged and as crime-ridden as what we are contending with right here in this complex.
Aurora Police Chief Todd Chamberlain speaking in a small unit inside the complex, pointing to the lack of heating systems, exposed electrical cables, broken appliances, and even roaches that once plagued those living here.
And that's
Man,
why,
y'all see, look at that, man. Look at that at the microphone, man. Man, what? I don't care like what just happened right there, bro. That news conference can wait. That news conference can wait, man. How many of y'all would do a news conference with the roaches climbing up and down the microphone like that, man? Nah. Nah. Wait till it ain't no roaches there. I'll be singing that Kanye shit. Nah. Wait till it ain't no roaches there.
Once plagued those living here.
And that's why I felt it was important to have this discussion here.
Man, dude, that was a big ass mutant. Do you see how big this damn thing is? Look at the label right here. You see, this is the label, right? Little plastic sticker on the microphone. The roach is about the same length as that big ass plastic leg. That's one of them big ass roaches that you can hear the legs like this. The motherfuckers running up and down the refrigerator like this. Shout out to DSA. You can hear them motherfuckers like this. And the antennas is long as hell too. Look at them antennas on that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even move his arm. He used to that. That's the kind of apartment that he be having them hookers at. You know, the police be getting down and dirty. He probably done had his prostitutes in worse, conditions. So he used to that shit. He ain't about to move. Yeah, I've been waxing he said he was probably waxing a prostitute after work and had, some roaches crawling up and down his back before, and he had to get it in real quick. So, he definitely ain't worried about it on the mic. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm with DeAndre, bro. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said I wouldn't even went up in there. The people would have had to take my word for it about the conditions. Damn, trying to prove a point. Yeah, I don't need to do that. Listen, you just gonna have to believe me. Here goes some pictures. Put that shit up on a PDF file.
Important to have this discussion here to try to bring some clarity and try to bring some reality to what this situation has been for the city of Aurora, and more importantly, what it has been to individuals who have had to suffer here in this particular location and the other locations down the way.
The chief calling the closure a, quote, turning point, not only for the city, but for those living nearby. He pointed to several factors that caused the crisis at the complex, placing blame on an influx of immigrants with what he said was a lack of state and federal help, the complex's management company, and the Tren de Aragua gang.
They created a climate of fear.
Man, that news lady has partied her last vocal cord out. You know what I'm saying? She's on this broadcast on this broadcast here today, on this news today. She got one vocal cord left.
And of lawlessness.
And criticism from activists about the relocation of families also became a point of discussion.
When you hear the voice of people saying, oh, it was a hurry up offense thing, there was no planning to it, there was no preparation to it, that is a complete falsehood.
While some say the city was more proactive in its process to close this complex compared to the Nome Street complex, they worry it wasn't enough.
There was a lot of people who slipped through the cracks.
And the chief's hope is clear moving forward.
From the bottom of my heart, I hope the people in this community feel much safer.
So the city had roughly 85 people relocate from that apartment there, spending nearly $94,000 throughout that relocation process. He added another nearly $400,000 were spent to fix some of those utilities you saw there, get the water, the sewage, the electricity all back up and running. In studio, I'm Veronica Acosta, number 7.
All right, so wait a minute. Oh man, shit. Hold on real quick. All right. Now, let's get rid of that, right? That's the edge at Lowry. That's where they were in Colorado with all of the Tren de Aragua members. You guys remember when Tren de Aragua took over the apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. Now, I want y'all to check this out, right? This is the potential replacement that they got for Eric Adams. Yeah, she be kicking it. Shout out to DeAndre, bro. Listen, if it's one thing that I recognize, it's a quote unquote post loud woman, right? And she definitely loud than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? She's loud. You could always tell because like they stay in a constant state of being semi-hoarse. Like their voice is constantly semi-hoarse. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, Rob, you scared those roaches? Nah, it's not that I'm scared of them, bro. I don't like shit falling all out the ceiling and shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I got braids, I got long hair. I ain't got time for that shit. I'll be irritated as fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some shit crawling all on my head. Shout out to Jay. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, you could tell. If there's a party, she's on the table. Coyote Ugly out this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Spaghetti straps on. You know what I'm saying? She's on the table with it. Real talk. You know what I'm saying?
New York Mayor Eric Adams may not be out of legal trouble yet, with a federal judge or DOJ attorneys to explain their decision to drop Adams' case in court today, set for 2 p.m. Eastern time. Meanwhile, Governor Kathy Hochul met with city leaders to discuss the possibility of removing the mayor from office.
And the only reason that the governor has to make a decision to do something.
See what I tell you, man. Al Sharpton right in the middle. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yeah, she Coyote Ugly. She Coyote Ugly right there on the table. You know what I'm saying? Man, look.
Or not do something that has not been done in 235 years is because there was a double standard used on Eric Adams' case. Having said that, the governor said to me that she's going to see what the judge decides tomorrow and keep deliberating.
Now what double standard is it that Al Sharpton is talking about? What double Adam? Look at this. Al Sharpton said it was a double standard on the Eric Adams case. What was the double standard? Shout out to y'all watching, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit the bell, make sure y'all take a moment, hit that bell. Nah, they haven't cleared. They issued a recommendation to drop all the charges, but the judge that was supposed to drop the charges hasn't made a ruling yet. You know what I'm saying?
Used on Eric Adams' case. Having said that, the governor said to me that she's going to see what the judge decides tomorrow and keep deliberating with us.
But the city criminal.
Hold on real quick. Oh, there we go. TD has said something about these people with these glasses they be wearing. Y'all remember that? Do y'all remember when TD said something about the people in the glasses they be wearing?
Deliberating with other leaders.
But the man who could replace Adams is a social activist known for pushing an anti-police agenda. Madeline Brame is a New York City criminal victim rights advocate whose son, Army Sergeant Hassan Correa, was murdered in 2018. Madeline, thank you so much for joining us. There is a real possibility here that the governor could remove Mayor Adams from office. And if that happens, the first in line to replace him would be the city's public advocate, a man named Jumaane Williams. What do you know about him, and do you think he's the right man for the job?
Well, thank you so much for having me. And my opinion, personal or otherwise, of Mr. Williams is that he is not, suitable. He's not a good candidate. He would not be a good fit for mayor of New York City. Based on personal experiences, back when my son was murdered in 2018, 2019, I went to an event up in Harlem, and Jumaane Williams saw my tears when I was telling the story about my son's death, and I approached him after the event, and he basically just shooed me away and ran off with his security into the car. I basically chased him, to try to, please. I knew who he was, but I didn't know who he was at the time. He was not public advocate. Letitia James was public advocate at the time, while Mayor Adams was the Brooklyn borough president. So this is before all those guys got elevated to the celebrity status. Okay, and once that happened, what broke loose. Yeah.
Madeline, why would he run away from you?
Probably because he was one of the champions of the laws that made it possible. And plus, it was against Alvin Bragg and the Assistant District Attorney Daphne Uran, who it was because of those laws that two of my son's killers were just completely, they could completely dismiss the gang assault and the murder indictments against two of the people who are clearly on video participating in the brutal, savage murder of my son. You know,
Who
so
served our
yeah, who
country.
does that? Who
Yeah.
does that?
Well, Madeline, this is a Daily Mail headline, to your point, back from September of last year, because Eric Adams' legal troubles have been going on for some time now. And they write why the NYPD is dreading the prospect of indicted Mayor Eric Adams being replaced by super woke Jumaane Williams. Jumaane Williams is
Look at this. So here it is, right? Why the NYPD is dreading the prospect of indicted Mayor Eric Adams being replaced by quote unquote super woke mayor Jumaane Williams. Jumaane Williams is a known cop hater. He has a notorious reputation in the department for choosing the side of the criminals and throwing the cops under the bus. So, you know, I don't know how true this is, right? We had to take a look at this dude, Jumaane Williams, and see what's up with him. But if this dude does, I don't really care what he does with the cops, because as far as I'm concerned, the cops are the criminals as well. So you're dealing with two groups of criminals, right? But if this dude is on the side of these criminals that are committing a large amount of crime against the public in plain clothes, right? Pro-crime culture. Pro-crime culture. Pro-Pookie. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, I'd rather be woke than asleep. Facts. You know, the way that people always talk about this mystery of quote unquote controlling the culture and all this, right? You know, the way to actually get to control the culture is, nowadays, people be really like TikTok or like, tiptoeing around like the word woke and all that. You know what I'm saying? All them folks took it and changed the definition. Them folks take everything and change the definition. Don't allow the definition to be changed. And then make it to, if it's really like that, you gotta really put the claim on the word. See, that the one of the reasons why them folks, see, like a lot of other people just want to say the N-word because they're goofy. You know what I'm saying? They goofy. But when it comes to them folks, though, man, it's a deeper psychological meaning to why they want to be able to say the word. They want to say the N-word because it's like the last final conquest of black people. And like that's the one that they can't get it down. They get close, like for some reason, like that's like the only, I don't even know. I can't even give us credit for protecting that shit. I would actually say they so aggressive with it and so ridiculous with it. They trip over their own feet trying to be able to say the N-word. And so they mess it up all the time. You know what I'm saying? They mess it up for themselves all the time. Like they go too far with it. I wouldn't even go as far as to say we actually be protecting that word, because the evidence say that we don't. The evidence say that a lot of people be giving out N-word passes. You know what I'm saying? But them folks just haven't been able to grasp being able to just conquest that N-word yet. They messed it up every time because they're so smart. You know what I'm saying? But that like they want that as a conquest though, and they just can't get it, and they don't like that shit. Like I said, with everybody else, they just goofy. But with them, it's a little bit more nefarious than that. So, what you got to do then is you got to look at the N-word mechanics, and you got to make it so that the word woke has the N-word mechanics. And then, you just use them N-word mechanics to get people off of that word. And then, you just use the word and be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can use this shit and you can't. You know what I'm saying? The same way, you don't have a racial wealth gap. You know what I'm saying? The same way you don't have a racial wealth gap. I can say this shit and you can't. It ain't shit you can do about it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, people don't be on that time though. And another thing is people pride themselves in taking a position of weakness. You know what I'm saying? So if you pride yourself in taking a position of weakness, you ain't never going to be on how to strike first as a strategy, which is why, you know, in most cases, like, it ain't never really no strike first type initiatives that anybody comes with. The strike, you know, if you come with a strike first initiative, you looked at it as a troublemaker. Even the most alleged radical of radical, quote unquote, people, they'll look at you like a troublemaker. You just messing stuff up. You causing too much ruckus. You causing too much hubbub. You saying too egregious stuff. You too egregious. You know what I'm saying? You know, I could say stuff that everybody want to hear, right? And then I could act on stuff that everybody want to hear. But the moment I act on something that's a little bit too radical, if that too radical thing that I did happened to take me out, people that you thought was cool with me would all have everything to say about how, oh, you know, Robb just was doing too much. None of them, no one would actually be like, yo, you know, like, you know, we're gonna pick up and do, nah, everybody, Robb was doing too much. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, I come from the hood. I'm used to pressing over a word. Facts. Facts, cuh. You know what I'm saying? This is what I was saying about like the you know, like about the particular areas. Like in the Midwest, for the most part, man, in the South, like where it's a lot of, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of us, man. That whole thing about I grew up around, so nah, bro, that shit. And then as much as people be talking shit, right? As much as people talk shit about Eminem, like the Eminem shit talk, you know what I'm saying, narrative, Eminem, this is what I'll be saying about the fake Black American YouTube narrative. Bro, Eminem is evidence that people like people that quote unquote grow up around us in the Midwest, they like, you see in like Eminem don't be around D12 saying all that N-word shit. You know what I'm saying? As much as people try to find some type of fake outrage reason to have an issue with Eminem, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Eminem had got busted out with the, you know, where he said it like on a tape or some shit one time. Bro, you don't see like Eminem trying to I be using the N-word all the time when I be around Proof and all them and Royce the Five. Man, that shit don't go down at all. Matter of fact, none of the white people in hip hop really be on that shit. Paul Wall ain't on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't even, if Paul Wall could do some shit where he don't never show his face and wouldn't nobody know he was a white dude. He make a whole fake ass album and never show his face on some shadow shit. Like, who is this motherfucker? Wouldn't no one know that he was white until they actually showed him and shit. He don't be on that. You know what I'm saying? Riff Raff, that you seen when they did the interview and tried to get Riff Raff to say, man, let me out the motherfucking car. What the fuck y'all talking about? Trying to get me to say the N-word, man. Fuck. Riff Raff from the South. Paul Wall from the South. When it comes to the people that's trying to force the N-word on you in the hip-hop game, them is the motherfuckers that, you know, people claim, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they was getting passes back in the 80s. Oh, you know, they XYZ. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the, you know what I'm saying? The W people in hip hop, maybe except for like weirdo motherfuckers like MC Search, they ain't really doing all that like that. You know what I'm saying? Them the, you know, like the people that was given a pass that everybody really tried to let, you know what I'm saying? The people that everybody gave a goofy pass to, like Fat Joe, is the ones that be saying the N-word. Shout out to Crew Reality. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I necessarily, you know what I'm saying? Like, Kid Rock kind of weird. I don't know what the fuck Kid Rock be doing, but I know Kid Rock don't let Kid Rock fool you, man. He used to be like, Kid Rock used to run with some black gangsters, like actual gangsters. Motherfuckers that be wearing casual suits and shit. Look, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, damn, man, why you gotta I didn't say shit. I'm just saying, like, you see what be happening and where, like, that shit don't, like, Paul Wall, you know what I'm saying? Like, none of the white people that be, you know what I'm saying, coming you know what I'm saying, with motherfuckers from the South and the Midwest. That's as much as people be wanting to have a fake outrage issue with them, they don't be doing all that extra shit. Motherfuckers will try to find 5 reasons to have an issue with Eminem. You know what I'm saying? While you got Fat Joe over here just blatantly saying the N-word, and it take people like 19 years to realize, to act like they realize this. You seen this fat motherfucker saying that shit the whole time. Where was motherfuckers at when Fat Joe was beefing with 50? Prodigy was going in on Fat Joe, man. Where was everybody? I don't, yeah, because Kid, like I said, Kid Rock used to, he used to be a part of a black gang in Detroit. It's an episode of Gang Stars, or it's an episode on Gangland that talk about that shit. I forgot the name. Like, their name is like the Hit Men or the, you know what I'm saying? It's like the Hitmen or the Hired Killers or some shit. Like, he used to be a part of that gang. They got the pictures with him with that gang and everything. It's an episode. Look up Gangland with Kid Rock. I'm about to see if I can find that shit. Let me see. They might have scrubbed that shit off the internet. Let me see. Let me see if they got that shit on there. Nah, they don't have that episode. I forget the name. I forget the name of the gang. It was a Detroit. It was a Detroit gang. Gangland. Let me see this episode. Gangland episode with Kid Rock. Let me see. Do me a favor, y'all. If you hit that like button, if you haven't hit the like button. Yeah, that shit got scrubbed off the internet. Yeah, but he used to be in a gang and shit. But I don't know too much about Kid Rock. I ain't never really messed with Kid Rock like that. I used to like Obi Trice. You know what I'm saying? Like I fucked with Obi Trice heavy. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said LA got a weird surge of black Southsiders. You mean like black Serranos and Mexican? See, that's that what? Mexican Crips all on the hood YouTube. Yo, you know, I be watching like biker gang shit, and I seen it's a, I don't know what motorcycle club this dude is in, but like it's a black dude. Maybe he might not be black, like he might actually be like Hispanic or indigenous or some shit. But he be doing these videos. He can't be black because I think he a part of a 1% club. But like he be doing these videos about like the biker clubs and shit like that. And I just be thinking that shit's weird. Like I don't know if you a black dude or not, but you a black 1%er. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like the same shit like Black Serrano. You know what I'm saying? Like what? I was like, you know what I'm saying? That's like, you know what I'm saying? Like you a Black Aryan Brotherhood member? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like what? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's weird. You know what I'm saying? And you know, there's a value to you devalue yourself when you allow inclusivity, and you place and you appreciate yourself when you have, you know, exclusivity. You know, it's a lot of constant chasing of let us in. Motherfuckers need to stop doing that. Like, stop doing the chasing of asking motherfuckers to let you in and stop letting motherfuckers in. Stop letting motherfuckers in. Stop doing that shit, man. Have some, see, like the reason why people let motherfuckers in is because people don't know their value and shit. Like people think that if they let a motherfucker in, that shit's going to increase the value. Nah, you got to understand that if a motherfucker want to get in, that shit already got value. Fuck them motherfuckers and keep their ass out and make the value increase higher. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said Black Southsider homies using a hard ER and all that when he not around. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Them people are they're strange. They're odd. You know what I'm saying? Like you dress like the movie Friday and shit, and you have a problem with the people that wear them clothes. Like, let me sit you down and break down how motherfucking weird your weird ass is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why people don't do that. Like, man, like let me just sit you down and tell you how fucking weird you are. You know what I'm saying? And don't get up until I tell you to. Just sit your ass right the fuck there and let me explain to you why you a weirdo. You have nothing original. You're weird. You saw how I was dressed one day and you went and got yourself some Stacey Adams. You a weird motherfucker, man. Don't dress like the way that I dress again. Don't let me see you coming out the house with the shit that I got on ever again. Don't wear no flannel shirt. Don't wear no khakis. Don't wear no lokes. You see these hydraulics that I put on my car? Get some neon lights or some shit. Find some other shit to do with your motherfucking car. Every time I see you with some neon lights or every time I see you with some hydraulics on your shit gonna be on bricks. I mean, I don't understand. Like this is what I'm. Oh, let me show you. No, this is what I did. I put my crossover back here. You know what I'm saying? I threw 412s across the back. Like why motherfuckers so goofy with this shit? Listen, man. I'm trying to tell, man, bro. I don't tell motherfucker shit. I don't share shit, man. Like I don't do that shit, man. I don't understand why people be doing that shit, man. Have some exclusivity, or like you increase your value the more exclusive you are. If everybody got if you had a store and everything was free, wouldn't nobody want that shit? People want the shit of value that you got to pay for. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, it's funny how broke-ass, struggle-ridden Super League pie in the north of England understand this. Don't believe me? Ask the Toronto Wolfpack. I believe you, bro. I wish I don't understand. Like I don't get it. Again, like this is what I'm saying. Like the barbecue invites, man. Don't give out the barbecue invites. And then people need to stop lying and say, well, we don't be inviting. Motherfuckers be inviting people, man. Just understand that that's what people do. And then just like dedicate, like that's going to stop. Bro, shout out to Crew Reality. I used to have like 5% tint in my car. And I had the high intensity discharge lights. My shit used to be hooked up.
Is a known cop hater. One NYPD official told DailyMail.com he has a notorious reputation in the department for choosing the side of the criminal and throwing cops under the bus. And the crazy thing about this entire conversation is that there is a mayoral election this year with a competitive Democratic primary in June. So don't you think that the voters should decide who the next mayor will be? And maybe it won't be Mayor Eric Adams, maybe it will, but it should be the will of the people.
Well, absolutely. You know, I think that New Yorkers or Americans as a whole have completely lost the patience with dealing with this, anti-cop, pro-criminal and this social justice agenda.
She's trying to remember what they told her to say. Let me think back to my card that you had wrote out for me. You know what I'm saying? Let me think back to this card that you had wrote out for me.
restorative justice, we have lost the patience with it. And the government has lost the political will to continue to fund it.
Look at this. She said restorative justice. This is interesting. Now, you know, what patience has she lost with it? Shout out to Jada Informant. Jada Informant said them glasses probably cost $500. Shit, I doubt it. Bro, listen, I got an actual pair of Dolce & Gabbana glasses with a certificate of authenticity. And those glasses that I have, the Dolce & Gabbana glasses that, you know, they had gold stems, actually with the certificate of authenticity, those only cost $2,500. I don't know what brand. I don't recognize these as a designer brand of glasses. You know what I'm saying? They might be. I just don't recognize them as a designer brand. I got every single pair of glasses that I got as a designer brand. I got Guess. You know what I'm saying? I got Marc Jacobs. I got Dolce & Gabbana. You know what I'm saying? I got Coach. They all got certificates of authenticity. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what brand this would be because I don't see no symbol. You know what I'm saying? That thing, I don't know. I don't recognize that little thing on the stem as any type of symbol. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, man, Auntie got them glasses from Mervin's. Facts. She got that shit from TJ Maxx, Burlington Coat Factory or some shit.
All right. And so I think that's where we are to.
But at the same time, though, I don't know how they do it, though. People from New York don't really be rocking the off-brand shit, though. So just the fact that this lady a New Yorker, I don't know if I wouldn't go as far as to say them some off-brand shit. They probably some degree a name brand because for New York people really don't be on that wearing no generic shit. Somehow New Yorkers have managed to find a way to have a whole motherfucking Gucci outfit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. But at the same time, she on Fox. She probably like, these motherfuckers don't care.
Day. All right. And I also feel that New Yorkers should have the opportunity to vote for their next mayor. With Kathy Hochul, you know, not racial profiling, but racial signaling to the Black community with meeting with Black leaders to oust Eric Adams. You know, that's just another meaningless act of symbolism.
Yeah. Look. Look. See, this is what I now you already know. This is what I'm saying. This is why I be warning people about this stupid shit. They got her. Now they got her on Fox. Shout out to Jay. Jay said I was trying to reverse search them, but Google Lens AI failed. Oh, damn. I'm actually kind of interested now. What kind of glasses is them? So now they got her. She whistleblowing. Look at the Black people running to Kathy Hochul. They got her. She's saying it. She's saying it to the young blonde chick on Fox. Hey, listen, man. If people don't be one to, I don't. How does ignoring dynamics like this help anything? I mean, how does ignoring, you know what I'm saying? Like, how does ignoring this help? I said, yo, man, like this is a bad look, man. Look at all these motherfuckers running to Kathy Hochul and shit. Fox got hold of it that quick. Then they got her on there. I be trying to listen, man. I don't care if motherfucker want to hear some shit I gotta say or not. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I told y'all Fox was gonna take that. They was gonna pick up on it. I mean, do people really like believe that nobody sees anything that goes on? We just do shit, and it's just amongst us, and that's just it. Nah, that's not how that shit work, man. That's a fantasy land shit. That's some pipe dream shit. That's not how shit works. The moment the broke mob ran to Kathy Hochul, Fox got it. They got somebody from New York. Now they're going to exploit that shit. And now Fox going to come with the whole, see, look. We're trying to help you guys because look what's going on. Look what everybody's doing. Like, motherfuckers be falling for it, man. This is what I'm saying. How do you fall for it every single time? And then one of the ways that you fall for it is, well, look, we about to run this down the line. Let's talk about this. Let's look at what's going on here. This can't be talked about. Okay, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I guess this can't be talked about. Like, whatever.
Government has lost the political will to continue to fund it. All right. And so I think that's where we are today. All right. And I also feel that New Yorkers should have the opportunity to vote for their next mayor. With Kathy Hochul, you know, not racial profiling, but racial signaling to the Black community with meeting with Black leaders to oust Eric Adams. You know, that's just another meaningless.
See, so remember, I kept asking, what demographic are the people that Kathy Hochul are meeting with? What demographic are the people that Kathy Hochul are meeting with? What demographic are the people that Kathy Hochul are meeting with? I kept asking that. I kept asking that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, I guess. I appreciate you, crew. I just be wishing that people didn't fall. I just wish for one time people didn't fall for this shit and they would just be able to like just completely like throw somebody off. But I'd be getting tired of watching people getting like just the predictable shit. Just oh man, that shit just irks my soul.
Act of symbolism, all right, to get the support from the Black community.
And Eric Adams has said, I'm working with the Trump administration because there are criminal, illegal.
Man, Fox News is so interested in the Black community, man. And I hate to say it, man. It's disgusting how people love it and eat it up. These motherfuckers don't care nothing about you, man. They don't care nothing about me. They don't care nothing about you. They just playing you and shit, making fun of you to your face with the fact that they're all in your business, like fucking with you and shit, man. These people, I swear they would never. Don't never give me an opportunity to ever, you know what I'm saying, be involved in an interview with any man. Listen, that should be the worst. Ooh, that should be the worst shit ever. Yeah, she was a veteran and her son was deleted in New York City. Man, these people don't get like it's disgusting how fake Fox is, and they fake acting like how they have any type of concern about quote unquote the Black community. Like it's so disgusting, man. It's so motherfucking vomit. You know what I'm saying? Fake. Like Blade said, it's fake. You know what I'm saying? This shit fake. They don't even believe in color on Fox. So how do they even believe anything about any type of value in any type of community based on, you know, race? You know, anytime, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you something. If you don't think that Fox News understands the dilemma of Black people and the delineation issue, don't get it twisted. They do. Yeah, her son was the veteran. They do. All these motherfuckers understand the shit. So I want you guys to understand, anytime Black Americans are talking about an issue, like if it's a race issue, understand all these motherfucking ignorant fucking pieces of shit out here, all these motherfucking ignorant fucks out here do, they're just trolling you when they talk about the race shit, because they know that you have no other way of identifying yourself until any type of delineation shit is complete. These motherfuckers can sit around and talk some stupid shit about what ethnicity they are, right? And it's difficult for us to do that as a result of the delineation issue. So anytime we have an issue, the first thing that these ignorant motherfuckers do is say that, oh, you know, you're just race obsessed. Man, people got, like, stop falling for that. Please stop falling for this motherfucking shit. What people need to start doing is people like start proactively fucking with these people. Why are you anytime you hear any listen, man, white people want to play this motherfucking ethnicity war shit, man. Like, man, let's go. Anytime you hear one of these motherfuckers say they Irish or why are you identifying your ethnicity as Irish or German when you're here in America? You're an American. Why do you keep identifying that, man? Like, get like come on, man. The fuck? You want to play this motherfucking race shit and you know the motherfucking history here, bitch? Let's go. The fuck? What the fuck you doing? Identifying as your ethnicity, motherfucker. Your ethnicity is American. The fuck you doing? Are you actually loyal to this country? Like, man, hit these motherfuckers with this same bullshit, man. Hit them with that same bullshit. Wear these motherfuckers down, man. Shout out to AB Promotions. What's good with it, bro? Any of this shit that any of these people do, bro, it's always a counter to that. I do that shit to motherfuckers all the time. I'll be the only person doing it. I don't give a fuck. Whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? I heard some motherfuckers talking the other day. They was talking about they was Irish. Aren't you American? Oh, yeah, but you know, my family's from. Your family's from, but you here now. What happened in the past matters, or what happened now matter? Well, yeah, I mean, I am American, but see, you're American. You know what I'm saying? Why do you keep identifying, if you're so proud of being American, why do you keep identifying as an ethnicity that's not American? Like, you keep saying that you're Irish, but if you went to Ireland, none of those people would identify you as Irish. See, like, you understand why Black Americans say things in terms of quote unquote Black, and then you want to play funny games and shit about motherfucking asking motherfuckers about race. Bet you want to motherfucking ask us about race, I'm gonna ask you repeatedly about ethnicity. Because this is what people got to start taking the position of power. I'm never going to be uncomfortable. If it's between me or you, I'm gonna be comfortable by making you uncomfortable, and I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Intuitively Wise. What's good with it, bro? Welcome. Shout out to AW1. And see, and this is the thing, bro. I agree. And this is what Fox News does. Listen, Fox News takes advantage of all these people that got closed head injuries that go on there, bro. Anton Daniels, you know what I'm saying? You know, he bumped his head a couple of times. He think he doing what he supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? He go on there and tell Laura Ingraham whatever she want to hear. Laura Ingraham be game, though. She be wanting to get told what she want to hear. Laura Ingraham be all about it. You know what I'm saying?
Not racial profiling, but racial signaling to the Black community with meeting with Black leaders to oust Eric Adams. You know, that's just another meaningless act of symbolism. All right, to get the support from the Black community.
And Eric Adams has said, I'm working with the Trump administration because there are criminal illegal immigrants in our city that are causing harm to Americans if he is removed.
Listen, man. Listen. Eric Adams is hilarious, man. Eric Adams is hilarious. Shout out to DeAndre. Anton always been like I would listen, man. You know what's interesting about that shit? I'm about to start saying motherfucker. You know what? You just gave me an idea, DeAndre. I'm about to start saying people ain't full MAGA. I'm about to start saying they not full MAGA. I'm gonna say like TD is full MAGA in a good way, right? But like the people that claim that they MAGA, I'm gonna be like, you ain't really full MAGA, man. You don't give a fuck about making America great. And then I'm gonna tell them like, yo, this is the dumb shit that y'all be doing. So because y'all do this dumb shit, it ain't no way that you want to make America great. Yeah, they all suck, bro. That's what I be trying to tell people, bro. Every single one of them. This shit is hilarious, though, man. See, I told people about these run into this Kathy Hochul.
Trump administration because there are criminal illegal immigrants in our city that are causing harm to Americans if he is removed from office. Don't Democrats run the risk of people saying, well, wait a second, he only got removed because he's working with the Trump administration to get New York City to become a safer place?
And most Americans, conservatives, independents, Democrats, Republicans, most of us voted for exactly for what Trump and Musk are doing. We would be very disappointed if they weren't doing that. And I don't understand why the Democrats and the progressives are pushing back and so much against it when the majority of Americans we voted for it. And it's also a good thing that they're doing. Who doesn't want more money in their pocket? Who doesn't want less taxes? Who doesn't want them going after the fraud, the waste, and the abuse of our tax dollars? We're suffering for decades. Leader after leader saying people who have the backbone to actually do it, and then we have these Democrats whining about it.
Well, you have been through so much, and now you're advocating for the safety of others after your son wasn't afforded that. We thank him so much for his service, and thank you so much for joining us, Madeline.
Look, the both of them are short. Like, they legs are swinging from the chair. You know what I'm saying? Like, they gotta both of these chicks gotta actually be tiny in real life.
Thank you so much.
That's hilarious. Yeah, man. Like I said, man, like I try to tell y'all, if you were to bust out all of this stuff in regards to this, you'd be here all day. You'd be here all day. No, I actually like the glasses. I don't know I don't know what brand they are. I want to know what brand they are. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said, call him a grifting dusty tether. Who? Anton Daniels? I don't know if is Anton Daniels. Somebody said that he might. As far as I'm concerned, bro. Listen, like, if the tether shit is the end all be all, what do motherfuckers call Clarence Thomas? You know what I'm saying? What do motherfuckers call Larry Elder and shit? You know what I'm saying? That's all I be saying. Like, that shit, to make it like that's an automatic qualifier of somebody having an issue with keeping it real. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'll be going more on a case-by-case basis. Yeah, they consider her one of the good Negroes. You know what I'm saying? They consider her one of the good Negroes. That's the worst consideration that you could ever have. If somebody, if one of them ever tells you that you're a quote unquote, man, Lord have mercy. If one of them motherfuckers, that would not go over well. Rob, you're a good Negro, man. Are you what? That shit would look just like that. It'll be exactly like that scene from Blade. It's fake. You know what I'm saying? It's fake. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise said, I think Adam didn't walk into the trap that was set by the party. Now they don't have a solution to get rid of him. Yeah, I would agree, bro. They trying to throw up some Hail Mary type shit to do something. And I agree with you. I don't think that anything that they want to do is gonna stick. I don't think it can. I got a video, a little standalone video that I made that I got to upload that I kind of break down my opinion on that a little bit further. But I don't think they have a solution either. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, her son, I believe, was in the military, and I believe he got deleted by some criminal, not a cop. Shout out to Crew. Crew said Hoko will be arrested. She's so weird, bro. I told you she looked like Jigsaw. She's such a weirdo. I don't like Kathy Hochul, bro. I never liked Kathy Hochul. She's just so she's a lot of these Democrats, bro. They're not the business. They're not the business. I'm telling you, man. Listen, man. None of these Democrats or any of these people, man. None of these people want to be in the motherfucking in the way of the wrath. They don't want to be in the way of the wrath, man. Man, I was hoping for better results this election, though. I ain't even gonna lie, like I really was. Like I was like, man, it's really great online, like, people doing their thing. I was wrong about a lot of stuff. I was completely incorrect. And then by being completely incorrect, I saw that the results were not going to be as good as I hoped or what I thought. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, Jay. Jay says all these Dems have issues. And the problem is that they have such an elaborate network of just being able to spread misinformation about how good they are, and it's difficult to like deal with. It's difficult to intercept a lot of that nonsense. Shout out to AW1 when Al Sharpton was the vampire in Brooklyn. Yeah, bro. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Ruck. Man, listen. Oh, man. I was really, I still am really, really disappointed about the results of last year, bro. I was really disappointed. And I'm even more disappointed about like the gaslighting that goes on where, you know what I'm saying? Like people think like, oh man, it's all good though. It's all good. Al, you or Crew Reality, you crazy. You say what time y'all stores start selling and shit? What time is it out there? Shit, it's early as fuck out there, ain't it? It's like, what is it, like 5? So we got another 8 years, and ain't gonna be no Trump after this 8 years. Or after we got another 4 years after this, it's not gonna be another 8 years. I don't think people really gonna rock with JD Vance the way that they rock with Trump. Unless JD Vance makes some type of complete personality rehaul. $6:14 in Houston. Houston and Chicago in the same time zone, ain't they? What is it? It's not Mountain, is it? I think they the Chicago in Mountain, or they in Central. Let me know. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. Eric Adams replacement. What y'all think about this Eric Adams replacement? Chicago ain't near no damn mountains. That's hilarious. I don't know. Look, Ohio ain't near the east. You know what I'm saying? But we in the Eastern time zone. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, I think JD will have a chance if the Dems don't change their tune. Maybe, but I think he got a kind of got a. Here's the thing, right? If you ask me, one of the major factors of his electability will be what is his identity outside of Trump? Does he have one? I don't think right now he has a identity that's marketable, that's not associated to Trump. If he's going to be a standalone candidate, he's got to carve out his own personality and run as that. And it's got to be something that, you know, people will like, people will vote for, people will appeal to. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said the Dems don't have any heavy hitters. To be honest with you, they just got a bunch of heavy women, but they don't have a bunch of heavy hitters, though. You know what I'm saying? They got a bunch of people that got name recognition for everything wrong with them. Look, the Democrats got hella name recognition. It's just for everything that don't nobody want. You know what I'm saying? Like, the conservatives got a bunch of people that's weird and only popular with conservatives. You know what I'm saying? And then the Democrats got a bunch of famous people that are famous for being hated. So like it's almost like conservatives will automatically win because like shout out to Black Free Thinker. The conservatives got like Marjorie Taylor Greene. But like I don't know. Honestly, like I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert ain't really been, she them kind of with her little ratchet ass scandals and shit. She them kind of calmed her little skinny ass down. She ain't really doing too much or saying too much. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know what I'm saying? She's aging, you know what I'm saying? I haven't really heard too much from her either. I don't really know who the Republicans ain't really got nobody that's like wild and crazy like that anymore. And it's for real, like the Democrats is just crashing out all over the place. They them got Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert under control. Like they ain't really doing with the Democrats. They got Jasmine Crockett crashing out all over the place. The conservative chicks, they kind of got them under control. Trump back in office, they ain't really doing too much. They kind of them calmed down. I ain't really heard nothing from Marjorie Taylor Greene. I ain't really heard nothing from Lauren Boebert neither. They don't got their divorces and shit. They don't got their divorces and shit. I don't know, man. The most exciting like conservative now is not even really for real like Nancy Mace. Like Nancy Mace ain't really exciting really all like that. She just kind of be having like little weird beefs and little weird drama every now and then, but she don't really crash out on the level of like a Marjorie Taylor Greene or like a Lauren Boebert, like how they used to. So it's not even really nobody on the conservative side is like really entertaining anymore. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Jazz won't go past the House either. Just like AOC, Rashida, Ilhan, and Sticky Fingers. Sticky Fingers, man. That's hilarious. Sticky Fingers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Niecy. What's good with it, Miss Niecy? He said Sticky Fingers. Hey, that was hilarious. Oh, man, that shit was hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, look, she like, hey, yo, I bet you this motherfucking double barrel of blast his face. Be on the lookout for a bastard case. Hey, the Shut 'Em Down remix with Noriega was lit, though. Who did anybody hear that? I think Big Pun was on that shit, too. Look, let me let's do the the contest of who you would rather have as president. Let me ask y'all this. Damn, Tim Black been calling Jasmine the ghetto gagger. That's crazy. Do she be actually ghetto gagging, or he just saying that? You know what I'm saying? Do she be on that shit? That's crazy if she do. I'm gonna have to take it different then next time she make the comment about putting the white man in his place. You be doing it. You be doing it a different type of way than what you be saying in Congress. Oh man, that's hilarious. I kept trying to tell people, Jasmine Crockett said biological women are jealous of trans women, and that's why they don't want trans women in their sports. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, politically speaking, the way she was riding for Biden, she is definitely a GG. I listen, man, when her and Marjorie Taylor Greene got into it, and she was like, you know what I'm saying, called her the bad built bleach blonde, but I'm like, yo, listen, I'm like, Jasmine Crockett fell for it. She fell for it. Now, please don't let everybody jump out the window simping. Man, so many people jumped out the window simping. So many people jumped out the window simping. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said O'Shea Jackson be going in on a chick that actually was on Ghetto Gaggers. Man, that's hilarious, bro. Look, listen, man. As far as like I told y'all, man, I keep it consistent across the board. I don't know why dudes be getting so triggered by the sex work shit. Like I don't understand that. They're not trying to wife the chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest, like, you know, if that's what a female want to do, let them do that. That take them completely out the way to where you're not even about to mistake that chick for somebody decent. So if you're looking for somebody that's actually decent, you already got that marked off on the process of elimination. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug says she went from GGs to black male bashing. That's to be expected from all females. I don't know when black males. Well, for one, see, like, listen, man, when you got to understand, when you take over the world, right? You got to take over the world because you feel like the world is yours. You deserve it. You're the best person or people in the world, and the world is deserving to you. You can't be a simp. You know, like the world is under white simp primacy right now. You know what I'm saying? White simp primacy. You know what I'm saying? These beta males, you know what I'm saying, you know, sat there and got their asses whooped, you know what I'm saying, by the women to get motivated to provide them with whatever it is that they want. So they was female motivated. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be motivated by, this is my shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not motivated to make the world your motherfucking comfortable nest. I'm motivated because the world is mine. You know what I'm saying? They made it. This is why these Karen tears and all this shit hold so much value, because this is white simp supremacy. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why people don't call it white simp supremacy. It's simp supremacy. You know what I'm saying? There's simp culture and shit that we deal with. Feminism. You know what I'm saying? The Victorian era. They got a whole, listen, man, they got a whole era based on like female shit. The Victorian era. It's beta male shit. But you gotta be honest. And you gotta ask yourself the question, well, you know, when will you feel like you deserve that the world is yours? You don't take turns with shit like that. I mean, you do take turns, but that's literally what you do. You take the turn from somebody else. Shout out to PJ Allen. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, fight for your people. In other words, I wouldn't even go as far as to say fight for your people, because all your people ain't your people. Everybody ain't your people. And like everybody shouldn't benefit off that shit neither. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's 10 of us that put together a plan to take over the world and we successfully take it over, those 10 of us who actually put in the work, we and who we choose should be the beneficiaries. Not just automatically just, you know what I'm saying, like because a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, you might share some ethnicity or some culture with me. That don't necessarily mean that you help share in doing any of this shit. We don't have a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, that are capable or even willing to do that. Most of these motherfuckers want equality. They say that they want equality. Now, I don't even agree with believing producing justice. I'm perfectly fine with producing injustice that benefits me. That's what we've dealt with the entire time we've been here. You know what I'm saying? We've dealt, see, like I'm not trying to correct the world. I want to make that shit clear. Me personally, my objective, the world is correct, but I'm not trying to correct the world. I'm not trying to come and make this motherfucker the best place for everybody to live at. I'm trying to make this motherfucker the best place for me and my cohorts to live at. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said a long reigning white female monarch who gave birth to 9 children. Yeah, they had the Queen of England for the longest time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I wrote you too, bro. I'm talking, you know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying about exclusivity. You got to be exclusive. Now, you know, you could have some second tier people that's like, okay, you know, you second tier or whatever. But like, you know, as far as like the top tier, nah, top tier is locked in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. That's what freedom is. The freedom, like when they like the whole free idea of freedom, it's an inside joke amongst them. When you have total control over everybody else, you have the freedom to do whatever you want to. So when they say freedom, it's really a chance to total control. You know what I'm saying? They have all the financial resources. People gotta start chipping away at that shit. Stop making this excuse like, oh, you know, anytime we do something, they're gonna burn it down. Well, some shit just gonna get burnt down then. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Nothing's gonna happen spontaneously. people better. I don't know, man. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Oh, Black Free Thinker was saying Queen Victoria. Yeah, Queen Victoria. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, from the Victorian era. Yeah, this is what it's simp culture, man. That's why they, you know what I'm saying? The whole thing with them, with this MGTOW shit, is that like the women don't appreciate what they got. Which I would disagree with that. I don't know. I don't really see that in action. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, that's a lot of the dudes are saying. Now, you know, there's not a lot of difference between people. It's not a lot of difference between dudes. The dudes that are making the most noise about saying the women don't appreciate shit, these the dudes that can't get women. These the incels. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers that have a little like inkling of attractiveness, you know, they getting the female. And for the most part, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's just keep it a buck. The way that the world is set up to provide white males with maximum access to reproduction. So for the most part, you know, it's not even just a quote unquote like white woman thing. It's an all women thing with them. That's that whole that goes to that whole ghetto gagger point thing that Wendell's a Rug was talking about. So like my thing is like, you know, as far as like O'Shea Duke Jackson wasting time, you know what I'm saying, like roasting that chick, it's that shit is still, that's a system issue, bro. You know what I mean? Like roasting that chick is only gonna get you as far as roasting that chick. What actually needs to happen is motherfuckers need to take over the world and just write up an instant law. You're not allowed to do the type of sex work that you do. And then you just locked up in jail, you know what I'm saying, until everything on you dries up and then you can get out again. And now you're not even going to ever be able to produce an offspring that's going to ever talk crazy about us. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to die, and like your last words in your death was some fuck shit that you said about us. You know what I'm saying? That's the way you correct that situation. Then, you know what I'm saying? People say that, see that, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, I better not never like say anything wild like that about them again, because I see what's going to happen to me. And now it might not happen to you next time. Next time, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you got some kids, like, it might happen to your kids. You don't get to determine how, you know what I'm saying, like, we discipline you for violation. We gonna run this motherfucker like the mafia. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't get to expect no punishment. The punishment is always the degree of intensity that we decide, and whatever we decide at the moment that we decided. You don't get no anticipation. You just better make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing at all times. That's your only responsibility. Yeah, look, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker said Rob talking that Black Sierra law. Yeah, facts. All right, AW, I'll catch you later, bro. I appreciate you. Get you some sleep. But I don't understand how people not on that. That's gonna be the that's gonna be the problem there. Shout out to Miss Niecy. I appreciate you, Miss Niecy. Facts. Stay woke, bro. Yeah, you about to go to sleep though. But stay woke though. Shout out to Miss Niecy. I appreciate you, Miss Niecy. Make sure y'all show Miss Niecy some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for Miss Niecy for funding the organization. We about to hit Miss Niecy with all the drops.
Push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dog, eat the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing in the where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. The cat.
Drop that cat.
People around.
I'm rich, biatch.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
This is the hardest record out.
I get it. Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money.
Confused about your mission in the world and, you know, what your idea of self-awareness is. You know what I'm saying? The first and foremost, the degree of the critique, right? Anybody who is willingly engaging in body capitalism as a first result to fund their lifestyle literally has zero claim that they want peace and justice and all this, right? But the thing that they have the issue with is that all they actually want the world taken over by you for them. They want their own Victorian era and shit like that. That's it. So like you just want world resources as a proxy, and because you don't have that shit at the moment, you have some type of vitriol towards me. Well, you know, as far as that goes, regardless of who's running the world right now, no one owes anybody the world. You know what I'm saying? So that's absurd, and it shows the narcissistic nature and the self-centeredness. And no one has to have their narcissism or self-centeredness catered to. No one owes anybody that. But the problem is that there's so many dudes that are simps. Dudes actually think that critiques like that have to be obliged, and it somehow defines you as a man. Like, how many dudes do you guys notice that in the world, femininity and being a woman is not judged on how a woman deals with or interacts with a man, but somehow society looks at your masculinity as how you serve or service a female? That's ridiculous. That literally is first line devaluation of your value as a man. Your value as a man is defined as how you slave to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? When women talk about, in most cases, when women talk about a man, do they ever talk about a man and his masculinity in terms of not servicing a woman? Is it ever just anything genuine just about the individual, the male individual? It never is. It never is. It's only about something that a woman wants, only about something that a woman likes, something that a woman likes about you. A woman's definition of what a man is. Okay, well, a man is 6 feet tall. That's not a definition of a man. You know what I'm saying? And the woman's father's probably not even 6 feet tall. Father probably like 5'7". You know what I'm saying? What else? Oh, you know, a man makes $700,000 a year. Literally nobody's gender is based on how much money they make per year, but okay. And what to do with that money? Of course, of course, spend it on you, right? Now, you know, when is there any other element of what the masculinity is? None of those things are genetic things that make you masculine. These are just, you know, commodity items, assets, whatever, right? These are assets that you earned. You know what I'm saying? So your masculinity is somehow based on what you have in abundance that can be gotten from you as a resource. They don't care about your personality. They don't care about, you know, your mental health, your physical well-being. None of that shit. None of that shit. And if you don't have it all, you're less than a man. And if you don't share it, you're not a man. As defined by society. That whole idea, that comes from white supremacy. Again, world takeover in response to female demands. What as a man can you offer me? Well, babe, I'll give you the world. That's where that whole idea came from. I can't give somebody the entire world because I don't own the world, right? Like the people with common sense understand that. You know what I'm saying? But now what you got to realize is that you share the planet with people that think that the world is theirs. So you have to deal with that by making the world yours. You know what I'm saying? But like the thing is, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like people don't adjust to this shit. People don't get it. You know what I'm saying? They're getting hit from all sides. And then you got, you know, people that want to gaslight people and tell people things that they want to hear. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise said, maybe I am wrong, but human nature will not allow a man to cower to a woman. I completely disagree. The entire world is a situation of men cowering to women right now. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I'm not going to be, you know, this is just a me thing, but I don't believe in a such thing as human nature. You know what I'm saying? What is human, like, what is the standard of quote unquote human nature? Like, what is human nature? You know what I'm saying? Men cower to women all the time. Marriage, if you ask me, is men cowering to women. And again, you know, there's a difference between reciprocity and quote unquote like cowering, right? Like I wouldn't go as far as to say like reciprocity is cowering. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, God, Rob don't believe in God. Rob is an alien. Bro, listen. Show the evidence. It's not about believing or not. It's about where's the evidence. You know what I'm saying? And then, like people will use anecdotal evidence. Well, my cancer went into remission. I mean, that's great. Congratulations. But you're attributing to that to something that you have no material way of proving. You know what I'm saying? And then we can always use the God Bitcoin example. No one can prove God. Everyone can prove Bitcoin. People don't believe in Bitcoin, but people do believe in God. I ain't trying to be funny, bro, but like that type of shit don't faze me. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of shit does not faze me at all. You know what I'm saying? The very people that try to force people to believe in God don't believe in Santa Claus, don't believe in the Tooth Fairy. You know what I'm saying? How you don't believe in a Tooth Fairy and you don't believe in Santa Claus, and there's the same level of no evidence and mythicism behind all of that shit as there is to an idea of quote unquote God. And then there's so then there's the idea of chosen people and all of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't believe in none of that shit. None of that shit. You know what I'm saying? None of it. And my thing is just where's the evidence at? You got people that make these videos on YouTube. They'll talk about lawless society and they'll talk about quote unquote godless people, and then turn around and talk about like, oh, and this is why we don't need to be in the church. Like, but you just sat up here and talk about godless and lawless people, and then you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, bro, like it's so many inconsistencies and rolling double standards that people really for real they've lost complete track of what they've said and things that they've done, and now all they do is they just talk themselves into a complete contradiction circle all throughout YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But now let me shout out to Intuitively Wise, because this is interesting. Intuitively Wise says, hold on real quick. Let me pull your comment up real quick, bro. According to what pattern species usually follow over a long period of time, I think is nature. Well, what's the pattern that people follow over a long period of time that makes you think that men don't cower to women? You know what I'm saying? It's examples of men cowering to women all over the place. Samson and Delilah is an example of a man cowering to a woman. A majority of males are simps. Men have a real self-confidence problem, understandably, because society just beats your confidence down as a man. There's no such thing as body image shaming towards men. Women can say whatever they want to about a man. But if you say one thing negative about a woman's body, you're just the worst person in the world. Women can talk about you up and down, and there's no restriction on anything that a woman can talk about you. It's just commonplace. And it's so commonplace that silly males have adopted female talking points about other men. You know what I'm saying? Most of the talking points, men are very sassy for real. The majority of anti-male talking points that men use against other men are actually adopted from females talking shit about men. I don't know. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. You lost me on that. You said the men are now single. The men as a totality are not single. You know what I'm saying? And there's like centuries worth of records of marriages. Men comply by also providing ease of access to just anything women want to women. Women get automatic access to the kids, you know what I'm saying, in a situation where there's children, because men support a court system where a mother is valued at a higher value than a father. Mothers are valued at a higher value than a father. The money that a father can pay, you know what I'm saying, is valued at a higher value than a father. Imagine this. When a male has a child with a woman, the woman gets the child, and then there's a court order that the male has to pay the woman money. There's not a court order that the male has to be involved in the child's life, which means that the state believes that the money a male can pay is more valuable than the fathering of that child. Now, the state designates that and says that, and if you pay the money and you're not involved with the child, somehow you're still a piece of shit, right? But the state says that the money is more important. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay. Jay said, by the way, we can't use the F word on YouTube. Big dank orders. Oh, that the big chick. The one that the Uber driver refused to take somewhere because she was too big. That's funny. Do you think that if it was a male and he was too big, that the world would give a shit? He probably wouldn't even made the Breakfast Club. They'd have told him lose weight, and that's it. Even now, they would have told him to lose weight. They'd tell a male to lose weight, but they'll tell a woman that you're beautiful the way you are. You ever heard anybody tell a man you handsome the way you are? You know what I'm saying? Now, it's believed that all this special treatment should occur, but at the same time, somehow we equal and strong. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure, like, it's the same rolling double standard of inconsistency. And make no mistake, women don't even put all this shit together. Men create this bullshit and feed it to women like a Valentine's Day card, and then, you know, for the most part, women expect it. Listen, there's a lot of simps out here, man. Have you ever worked with somebody and they doing a whole bunch of extra work, and you like, man, why are you doing all this extra work? Because when you're not here, I'm not doing all this extra shit because you done created these new standards of doing all this extra shit. That's what these simps do, man. These simps do this extra ass shit, have motherfuckers expecting that everybody's supposed to do this old soft batch cookie ass bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And then when people like, I'm not doing this dumbass shit, then it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to do this because X, Y. That's the whole situation with the WS shit, with the white simp primacy shit. Every single person is not on taking over the world. Every single person is not wired to take over the world. But because white simp primacy, you know what I'm saying, has provided this paradigm to where this is the standard of what a woman should be at the minimally entitled to. A lot of women think that that's how shit's supposed to be. It's not a guarantee that you're gonna automatically get anything if any other group of men takes over the world. That's just what white supremacy decided to do with its spoils of war. You can't look at what happened with Europeans taking over the world and say it's going to be the exact same situation if some other group of men take over the world. Some other group of men might remember the Oprah Winfrey show if they take over the world. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just saying. I don't know. We never lived in an environment where anybody else ever took over the world because it seemed like ain't nobody interested. You know what I'm saying? Everybody just want their little breadcrumbs and shit. Shout out to AB. AB said that big girl should go into politics with the Democrats and wear a suit with pants outfit. She would fit right in. Bro, that's all she got to wear. She got to wear the suit with the pants and she good. And it'll be a man like Hakeem Jeffries or a man like Cory Booker that will be willing to lay their stupid ass down on the ground and let their ass walk over a puddle on top of them and break their back. It had to be somebody light skinned like Cory Booker, you know what I'm saying, or Hakeem Jeffries. It's always some light skinned simp. You know what I'm saying? Some old soft batch think they more pretty than a girl ass motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just never understand that shit. Self-cannibalizing, bro. The shit's it's ridiculous. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, perfect mammy model, and they'll feed her like Seymour and keep her that way. They gonna do like Method Man on the 36 Chambers album, keep feeding her and feeding her and feeding her. You know what I'm saying? Little shop of horrors and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that shit's crazy, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to people anymore. Everybody just lost in the sauce, man. People scared to have a world takeover discussion and shit. I've been sitting up here talking about the world takeover discussion. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody on that shit. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug on it. AB on it. Brooklyn Queen on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like don't imagine this, man. Like, ain't people tired of getting allowance from other people's trust funds? Like, do y'all realize that like these jobs and these motherfuckers trust funds, man? Do y'all understand this shit? People talk about like DEI and Target, like the Target is somebody's trust fund. There's some person whose family owns the majority of shares in Target, and a generation, multiple generations of trust fund babies are born being supported by these corporations, artificial businesses and shit, artificial people. Crew, you got to understand, bro. Like, do y'all, let me ask y'all this. When anytime anybody has mentioned stolen wages or anything along those lines, has anybody just whipped out the money machine and counted some money and just gave it back just because like y'all said that shit? No, I keep hating to break people's bubble, man. No one cares about that shit. If ain't nobody talking about stealing the money back, getting the money back, none of that shit, like it may as well not even be brought the fuck up because no one cares. No one cares. No one cares. For the 90 millionth time, no one gives two flying fucks. They would do this shit again if they could. They doing this shit now. And the reason why they doing this shit now is because people keep letting them. You know what I'm saying? It don't like the only thing, the only response to that is, why'd you get your shit took? No. I know. It's just like it's just to me, it got to be a whole paradigm change. That's one of the reasons that's one of the issues that I had with that Kendrick Lamar shit, man. In any other instance, would anybody celebrate getting beat up? No one celebrates getting beat up. You can't draw strength from the idea of, you know what I'm saying, centuries of being in a precarious situation that you was put in, you know what I'm saying, by other people against your will. I don't know how you draw strength from that. That's why I posted that shit in the Discord. Like, I don't know how people can say that priding yourself on slavery or like, you know what I'm saying, like just repeated emphasis on that shit. I don't know how I I don't know how anybody can say that that's powerful. What power has that generated since people have been doing that? The entire history that we've had in this country has been a celebration of struggle and ass whooping. What strength has anybody gained from that shit? People celebrate victory, you know what I'm saying, and criticize loss. We celebrating loss and criticizing victory. That shit, again, like none of this shit makes sense. Now, like I said before, Dr. Claude Anderson, he had some shit that he talked about, and he said it was called inappropriate behavior. This is some shit that people don't really talk about. This is when people do weird, stupid, backwards ass shit that don't make any sense. The example that Dr. Claude Anderson used was getting a gun barrel busted over somebody's head, and they apologized because the gun broke. Nah, Dr. Claude Anderson said it during the Powernomics live during the video when he was recorded at that auditorium or whatever it was that he was speaking at. Neely Fuller Jr. said enough. Neely Fuller Jr. roasted enough. He said enough roasts. You know what I'm saying? That was the one time when Dr. Claude Anderson said some shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, though, man. Like, I don't get it, man. I don't think it's a limit to how long people will put up with bullshit. I don't think that there's a limit. I think that people have an unlimited threshold of putting up with nonsense. That's the only thing that I could think of. Yeah, shout out to Carlton Way. Yeah, Neely Fuller Jr. was roasting and shit. Don't nobody ever talk about the Neely Fuller Jr. roast, but man, Neely Fuller Jr. used to flame motherfuckers up. They don't talk about that shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know though, man. My question for I don't, bro. I wouldn't even go. Nah, man. It's like 3 people on the planet that got a limit. I wouldn't even go as far as to say like, bro. As different people got to be different across all lines because people are different within lines. Like as I come to find out, as I encounter more people, there's not a there's not a lot of people that are like me that have my type of mentality, in my opinion, which is problematic. And I don't think that shit is discriminate amongst like racial lines or state lines or any of that kind of shit. Shout out to Volvo. Yeah, Volvo said, or can stay up all night. Right. Yeah, I could stay up all night. Listen, I could do all kinds of shit. But I don't know, man. Like I don't get it. Like it's so much easy shit that could be done, and just you know what I'm saying, people just don't do that shit. We got to, I don't know. I would say people got to figure it out, but like I said, look, shout out to Carlton. I ain't in the business no more, man. Like I said, I'm out. That's on y'all, man. Good luck with it. We talking cryptocurrency. undocumented migrants, and whatever else come on the news or anything else that we feel like talking about. But as far as like any of the other shit, man, I like, hey, good luck, man. Y'all got it. Y'all got that shit. I'm good on it. Nah, I'm not in the game, bro. I'm telling you, I listen, bro. No. When I say that I'm done, bro. Fuck everybody. The people that are not fuck, they know who they are. Everybody else, good luck. I ain't got time for this shit. I ain't got time for no stupid ass shit to be telling motherfucking shit 5 million times. Listen, bro, I never wanted to be a teacher, and if I was a teacher, I definitely ain't teaching the slow class. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm only teaching AP and above grad students and shit like that. I ain't doing none of this shit here. None of this shit. No, sir. Absolutely not. We kicking it, chopping it up, roasting, man. That's it. It ain't nothing else, man. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of that shit. I don't play that game, bro. Motherfuckers want to tell me, fuck me, fuck you back, and that's it. Fuck you back, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking that shit too. I'm not in that shit, bro. That's you, man. Hey, have fun with it, man. I'm out. And I wish a motherfucker would try to involuntarily get me to be doing some shit that I don't want to do. That shit ain't gonna go over well. You know what I'm saying? People, motherfuckers got that shit if that's what they want to do, man. I'm good on this shit, man. I'm doing my own shit, man. I'm not about to die no motherfucking poor righteous teacher having a heart attack because motherfuckers don't want to listen to common sense shit. That is not my goddamn problem anymore. You know what I'm saying? Man, I'm done with that shit. Done. How many times I've said it? Done. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to grab my motherfucking mojito, put my chair up, and watch motherfuckers drown. And have a good time chopping it up with my people while I do. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's a thin line between tyranny. It's a thin line between tyranny and freedom. And when you come to the conclusion that people want to self-implode, if you try to be a barricade to that self-implosion, you're not allowing people autonomy. And I believe in autonomy. I'm an autonomy advocate. I figured this shit out, man. I don't determine what's somebody's best interest. I never had no FBA flag. You know what I'm saying? I'm a black American. I've been a black American because my dad is a black American, but I ain't got no flag. You know what I'm saying? My family is from the South. You know what I'm saying? On my mom's side from Blunt, Alabama. On my dad's side from Georgia and from Memphis. I ain't never had no flag. I ain't never bought into any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I was born a black American, always been one. You can't turn that shit in or turn it back in. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just a black American. You know what I'm saying? No. I'm just saying. I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it a buck. Because people actually think this shit on YouTube. People actually like it's niggas on YouTube that actually think that they can like revoke your motherfucking black American card. Like, man, I ain't trying to, man, I wish the motherfucker would, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, what, nigga? You know what I'm saying? I've been on this shit my entire life. Before YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And you go on YouTube and motherfuckers think people on YouTube are gonna define you in your life and shit like that, man. Bruh. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said this one YouTuber did the same, and now he reacts to Pop the Balloon episodes. What YouTuber is that? Mediocre tutorials and reviews? I can't fuck with popping the balloon and shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to be funny, man, but FBA, Foundational Black American, bro, that's something that Tariq Nasheed created and made up. I've been a Black American since I came out of my mom. You know what I'm saying? Then it had nothing to do with no influence from anybody that I ever seen on YouTube. That's the life that I was born into. That's the culture that I was born into. Those are the numbers that my DNA ran and pulled. You know what I'm saying? I never didn't know who other Black Americans were. You know what I'm saying? I always was aware of the ethnicity of rappers that I listen to. Like all this shit on YouTube, bro, like none of this shit is anything that I ever had, like that I ever could relate to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I did like this, did like I don't need this. A lot of shit that goes on YouTube is a lot of shit that goes on YouTube for people that need help with defining, understanding who they are. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly who I am. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly who my family is. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly who's around me. I don't need help from any YouTuber or any book or any of that type of shit to solidify, you know what I'm saying, like who or what I am as a person. And the reason why I'm saying that shit is because like I'm saying like y'all don't neither. No one needs that shit. I mean, I don't know, maybe somebody might, but I don't think the majority of people do. Shout out to AB. AB hit the button on me and shit. Bro, listen, back in the day, I used to tell people like, yo, it's a lot of people that's cool, but at the same time, it's not. People didn't listen to that shit. I would tell people about crypto. People don't listen to that shit. Listen, man, hey, everybody got it. Like I said, man, I ain't on it. I ain't on it, man. I'm good. I'm done. We about to I'm on, shout out to AB. I'm on party and bullshit like Biggie. We on party and bullshit like Biggie. People gonna learn the consequence, bro. People gonna learn the consequence. People gonna learn when they hit their hand on that stove and it burns, don't put their hand back on the stove. If people don't learn that shit from anything, they gonna learn it from me. You know what I'm saying? People gonna learn the consequence. People gonna be like, man, what happened to them videos that you used to make, them good videos? I'm not making none of that shit no more. Them type of good videos, they not getting made. That shit done. That shit over with. Shit dead. That shit got a headstone on it with worms coming out the eyes. It's dirt in the mouth and worms coming out the eyes of that shit. Embalming fluid. You know what I'm saying? It's zipped up in a bag with a toe tag. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, that's what people want. You know what I'm saying? So that's what people got, and they gonna stick with what they got. See, I don't like I said, shout out to Patrick when I was talking to Patrick, bro. I believe what I say. I'm not one of these motherfuckers that go on YouTube, make some YouTube videos, and then I laugh because I'd be like, yo, man, them motherfuckers listen to anything that I said. Nah, man, I believe what I say. I tell motherfuckers I believe in Bitcoin. I believe in Bitcoin. I tell motherfuckers I believe in consistency and order. I believe in consistency and order. I tell people I believe in consequences. I believe in consequences. I tell people like, yo, it's an expiration date on bullshit. It's an expiration date on bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nah. No, man. When I like, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Everybody was there when I had that rant. Like I said, I went back and reviewed the tape and I was happy. I said, shit, let me add a couple more. Let me add a couple more paragraphs to this shit. Let me add a couple more paragraphs to this shit because this shit was too real. I didn't feel bad at all. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Intuitively Wise, Clarence Carter. I don't know who Clarence Carter is, bro. Who is Clarence Carter? It don't make sense for anybody to die unappreciated. If you ask me, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X both died unappreciated. You know what I'm saying? It don't make sense to die for some unappreciative motherfuckers, man. It makes sense to die for appreciative people. Honestly, it might not even make sense to die for anybody at all, to be honest. Your family, shit. I'm not. I would. I would never. When I see people, hey, I ain't fucking what you doing. I ain't fucking what you talking about. All right, cool. Bet. Peace. You know what I'm saying? The last thing you're gonna do is catch me begging. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise said singer that was popular in Alabama. Is that a spell? Is that a typo? Did you mean Atlanta? Another thing, and shout out to AB and shout out to Carlton because they're gonna feel me on this. Another thing you got to be able to do. You gotta have. Oh, Alabama. Oh, I don't know. I'm not too sure. I believe it or not, bro. I ain't never even been to Alabama. I don't really know my mom's side of the family all like that. I know my granddad and 3 of my aunts and a cousin, and my 2 aunts and my granddad all passed away. But yeah, man. I don't know, man. Shit's not my decision to make, but the one decision to make that I did make was that I'm out. That's the decision that I made. I'm about to make just the content that I make, man, and motherfuckers enjoy that shit and have a good day. That's it. We ain't doing no extra shit. We ain't doing none of that shit. We ain't doing no, oh, you can get yourself financially right. Man, I don't give a fuck if you get yourself financially right or not. I don't give a fuck if motherfuckers go broke. You know what I'm saying? It makes zero sense to give a fuck about shit that other people don't give a fuck about. That shit don't make sense. And then to try to get them to give a fuck about that shit don't make no damn sense. It doesn't make sense to be patient with people that are willingly waste your time. This shit don't make any sense. I tend to not do shit that doesn't make any sense. I tend to try to do shit that makes sense. But see, where you run into a problem is that you're not supposed to say any of this stuff out loud. You're supposed to keep it quiet. Shh. Don't open up that vial of kryptonite and have it spraying all over the place. Everybody get all mad. I don't care. I don't care. There's kryptonite all over the place. I don't care. Yeah, people learn. And you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, hey, sometimes people learn too late. People gonna learn about learning too late. You know what I'm saying? People learning about being too late right now to this day. They just trying to act like something else different is happening. I've never seen like no self-gaslighting like what I see in 2025. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. It's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Shit dangerous, man. People need to keep it a buck. But I don't think people capable. You know what I'm saying? But yo, man, I got shit I gotta do, man. It's 8:23. I'm gonna try to go live a little bit later because there's some other shit that I want to talk about. And I want to finish talking about this Social Security shit, even though nobody care. You know what I'm saying? Even though people don't care about the Social Security Administration. Oh, shout out to crew Solana. I think Solana's still under 100. It's under 180, I think, still. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. But I appreciate y'all, man. Let me shout out everybody that contributed to the stream. It's still a lot of immigration stuff to go over, man, but it's just not you know what I'm saying? It's just not enough time. But I'm gonna make some videos too. So it's gonna be some videos, and then we'll be back later on tonight. You know what I'm saying? We'll be back later on tonight. Shout out to my man Kiko. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man Patrick. Gotta have Patrick. Patrick be making it lit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick again. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love on the again side. Again! Shout out to my man Crew Reality. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man Black Free Thinker. And shout out to Miss Nisi dropping the Bitcoin. Definitely appreciate you. All right. And shout out to Black Spider. What's good with the Black Spider? And as always, ladies and gentlemen,